Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, what if Harry Potter awakened as the supreme shadow sorcerer? We uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. The Dursleys' house on Privet Drive seemed smaller than Harry remembered, or perhaps he had simply grown into something that made the confined spaces feel suffocating. He stood in his bedroom, the cupboard under the stairs had been abandoned years ago, and stared at his reflection in the mirror. His green eyes flickered with something darker, something that wasn't there before. Something that pulsed with an ancient rhythm beneath his skin, like a second heartbeat carved from shadow itself. The sensation had begun 3 days ago, on his 17th birthday, and it had only intensified since then. Vernon Dursley's footsteps thundered past his door, heavy and authoritative, but Harry barely registered the sound anymore. The world had become muffled. Not in a physical sense, but as if he existed slightly beyond it, separated by a veil of darkness that only he could perceive. The shadows in his room moved independently of any light source, bending and swirling around him in patterns that felt almost deliberate. They didn't frighten him. Instead, they felt like recognition, like finally meeting a part of himself that had always existed in the margins of his consciousness. He raised his hand and watched as darkness pooled in his palm, coalescing into a small sphere of absolute shadow. It wasn't the absence of light, it was something far more tangible, far more real. When he squeezed his fist, the shadow dissipated, and his hand returned to normal, unmarked and unchanged. But he could feel the power thrumming beneath the surface, waiting. Hungry. The scar on his forehead, the lightning bolt that had defined his entire existence, felt different now. It no longer burned or ached. Instead, it tingled with a cold sensation, as if Voldemort's curse had been a seed planted in his very soul, waiting for the right moment to bloom into something transcendent. But this wasn't Voldemort's power. It was something else entirely. Something ancient. Something that had always been part of him, dormant and waiting for awakening. Harry closed his eyes and let himself sink deeper into the sensation. The shadows welcomed him like an old friend. He could feel them everywhere, in the darkness beneath his bed, in the corners of the room, in the spaces between heartbeats. They were extensions of himself, responsive to his will, eager to serve. He understood, with the clarity of absolute certainty, that he was no longer simply Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was something far more formidable. He was the supreme shadow sorcerer, and the world had no idea that its fate hung in the balance of his awakening. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, it felt like destiny finally correcting itself. He heard Aunt Petunia calling from downstairs, her shrill voice demanding that he come help with dinner. Harry ignored her. The old Harry might have obeyed, might have cowered beneath her authority, but that Harry was fading. The new Harry, the true Harry, existed beyond her reach, beyond the reach of the Muggle world entirely. He opened his eyes and watched as the room's shadows deepened, drawn toward him like moths to flame. With a thought, they dispersed, returning to their natural places, leaving no evidence of his transformation. He would need to be careful. The wizarding world had grown comfortable with the image of Harry Potter as a hero, a liberator, a symbol of hope. They would not react well to learning that their chosen one had evolved into something far darker and more powerful than they could comprehend. Dumbledore would attempt to control him, to redirect his newfound abilities toward the greater good, whatever that meant. The Ministry would seek to chain him. His friends would fear him. But fear, Harry had learned in that single moment of clarity, was often the most honest response to true power. He descended the stairs slowly, deliberately, his footsteps marking a measured rhythm. Aunt Petunia glanced at him as he entered the kitchen, and for just a moment, her eyes widened. She saw something in him that she didn't understand, something primal and other. She quickly looked away, her hands trembling slightly as she returned to her vegetables. Uncle Vernon glared at him from his seat at the table, but even he seemed to sense the shift in the dynamic. The authority that had defined their relationship for 17 years evaporated in that instant, replaced by a wordless understanding that Harry was no longer subject to their dominion. Dudley wasn't home. He'd moved into his own flat months ago, finally freed from the burden of pretending to care about his cousin's existence. It was just the three of them now, and the silence hung heavy with unspoken tension. "You're late," Aunt Petunia said quietly, her voice lacking its usual bite. "No," Harry replied, his voice calm and measured. "I'm exactly on time. You've simply grown accustomed to expecting me to serve your schedule rather than my own." He sat at the table without being invited, a transgression that would have earned him punishment just weeks earlier. Neither of them moved to challenge him. They simply served him dinner, their hands steady but their eyes distant, avoiding direct contact. Harry understood, on some instinctive level, that he had crossed a threshold. The shadows that clung to him now broadcast an aura of power that even Muggles could sense on a primal level. They recognized him as something beyond their comprehension, something that demanded respect through the simple weight of its presence. That night, as Harry lay in bed, he reached out with his consciousness and felt the shadows respond. They filled his room, swirled around him, and for the first time since his awakening, he understood the full scope of what he had become. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer wasn't simply a title or a rank. It was a state of being, a fundamental alignment with the darkest, most primal forces of magic itself. Unlike Voldemort, who had fractured his soul through ritualistic murder, Harry's power emerged from a place of wholeness. His darkness wasn't born from trauma or fear. It was simply part of who he was, woven into the fabric of his magical essence. And unlike the previous Dark Lords, who had sought to dominate and control, Harry's instinct was different. The shadows that answered his call felt less like servants and more like extensions of himself, limbs that he had finally learned to use. He thought of Hogwarts, of Dumbledore's office with its sleeping phoenix, of the vast network of ancient magic that permeated the castle. He thought of Voldemort's remaining followers, still lurking in the shadows, still believing in the old regime. He thought of a world that had forgotten the true meaning of darkness, that had sanitized it, compartmentalized it, relegated it to the realm of evil that could be easily identified and opposed. But true darkness, primordial darkness, was neither evil nor good. It simply was. It was potential in its rawest form, possibility before morality had a chance to intervene. And now, for the first time, the world would have to confront what darkness truly meant when it awakened with purpose and intelligence. Harry smiled, and in the darkness of his room, even the shadows seemed to recoil slightly at the expression. Tomorrow, he would return to Hogwarts. Tomorrow, the summer would end and the new school year would begin. Tomorrow, he would step into that castle as a different person, transformed, empowered, and absolutely certain of his place in the world. Dumbledore and the others believed they knew who Harry Potter was. They had constructed an entire mythology around him, built expectations and prophecies into his identity. But they had never truly understood that the greatest power emerges not when we conform to others' expectations, but when we finally accept our own truth. And Harry's truth had been waiting in the shadows all along. Now, it was finally time to step into it. The Hogwarts Express released a cloud of scarlet steam as it pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and Harry watched from his compartment window as students began to disembark in a chaotic flood of robes and excitement. He had waited until the corridors were nearly empty before stepping onto the platform, a deliberate choice. The shadows that clung to him seemed to intensify crowds. People instinctively moved away from him, sensing something in his aura that their conscious minds couldn't quite process. It was useful, this natural isolation, but it would draw attention he wasn't yet ready to manage. He stepped onto the platform with his trunk, and immediately felt the temperature shift. The air around him seemed to cool by several degrees, as if his presence had a physical effect on his environment. The shadows beneath the station's arched ceiling deepened noticeably, and several students glanced around nervously, though they couldn't have identified why. Harry moved with deliberate calm, his emerald eyes fixed ahead, aware that every movement now carried weight and meaning. The Harry Potter they expected was alive, the hero, the survivor, the lightning scar boy. But the Harry Potter walking down that platform was something entirely different. Hagrid's massive frame appeared through the crowd, his beetle-black eyes searching for the younger students. When his gaze landed on Harry, there was a moment of pause, a microsecond of confusion, before recognition settled into his features. But something in Hagrid's expression suggested that even he sensed the transformation. The half-giant's usual booming greeting died in his throat, replaced by a more cautious nod. "Harry," Hagrid said, his voice lacking its typical warmth. "Good ter see ye. How was summer?" Enlightening, Harry replied, and watched as Hagrid's shoulders tensed slightly at the word. There was something in the tone, something controlled and deliberately measured, that communicated a message beyond the simple response. Harry wasn't the same boy who had left Hogwarts last year. That boy was gone. "I trust you've been well." Hagrid nodded slowly, his expression growing more guarded. "Aye, well enough. Come on then, the boats are waitin' for the first years. You'll be ridin' with the older students this year, o' course." Harry made his way toward the carriages that carried upper year students to the castle, aware that other students were watching him with expressions ranging from curiosity to wariness. He recognized many of them, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, a few Slytherins who quickly looked away when his gaze passed over them. The shadows that traveled with him seemed to make people uncomfortable, as though they sensed something predatory in his presence. As he settled into one of the carriages, Ron and Hermione appeared at the entrance. His best friends, or rather, the people he had once called by that name. The bonds that connected them seemed suddenly fragile, thin threads that might snap under the weight of his transformation. Ron's expression brightened when he saw Harry, but then something flickered across his face, confusion, perhaps even a flicker of fear, as he registered the change. Hermione's analytical gaze sharpened immediately, her intelligent eyes cataloging every detail of his appearance, every subtle shift in his bearing. "Harry," she said cautiously, settling across from him. "You look different. Did something happen over the summer?" Ron laughed nervously. "Yeah, mate, you've got this whole intense thing going on. Did Dumbledore teach you some new meditation technique or something?" Harry smiled slightly, and watched as both of them unconsciously shifted backward. "Nothing happened, Ron. I simply evolved. That's all. How was your summer?" The question hung in the air, and as the carriage began to move toward Hogwarts, Harry gazed out the window at the darkening landscape. The castle appeared in the distance, its windows glowing warm against the night sky, and he felt the shadows within him stir with recognition. Hogwarts was a place of ancient magic, old magic, layered with centuries of power and intention. And now, for the first time, he could sense it. Not the defensive wards or the protective enchantments, but something deeper. The shadow magic that existed beneath the castle's foundations, woven into its very stones. The castle itself had been built by wizards who understood the balance between light and dark, who knew that power required both elements to exist fully. And now, that shadow magic recognized him. It welcomed him. It acknowledged him as something more than a student, more than the chosen one. It recognized him as a peer, a being of significant power who belonged within its darkened halls. "Harry." Hermione's voice pulled him back to the present. "Are you listening?" "Yes," he replied. "I'm listening. I was simply thinking about what lies ahead. There's much to prepare for this year." The castle's entrance yawned before them as the carriages pulled up, and Harry emerged into the cool night air. Around him, students flowed up the stone steps toward the Great Hall, their excited chatter filling the darkness. Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance, her stern face taking in the arriving students with her usual scrutiny. When her eyes landed on Harry, there was a definite pause. She was old enough, wise enough, to recognize that something fundamental had shifted. Her shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly, and her lips compressed into a thinner line. "Potter," she said as he passed. A word. Harry stopped, waiting as the stream of students continued around them. Hermione and Ron exchanged worried glances but continued into the castle, leaving Harry alone with the Transfiguration professor. "What is this?" McGonagall asked quietly, her sharp eyes searching his face. "What have you done?" "I haven't done anything, Professor," Harry said, and meant it literally. He hadn't consciously chosen this transformation, it had simply awakened within him. "I simply became what I always was." "Is that so difficult to understand?" "There is a darkness about you, Potter. A palpable darkness that wasn't present before. Dumbledore will want to discuss this." Immediately. Harry nodded calmly. "Of course. I expected nothing less." He continued into the castle, aware that McGonagall watched him go with something approaching concern, or perhaps fear. The Great Hall was already filling with students, the 4 long tables of Hogwarts arranged in their traditional configuration beneath the enchanted ceiling. At the front of the hall, on the raised platform, Dumbledore sat in his seat of authority, his silver beard glimmering in the candlelight. When his pale blue eyes found Harry, there was no surprise. There was only recognition and a subtle shift in the old man's posture, the careful adjustment of someone who had just realized that a significant variable in his plans had transformed. Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table, and immediately noticed that the students nearby seemed to unconsciously create space around him. It wasn't overt, no one stood up and moved away, but there was a subtle expansion of distance, a natural retreat from his presence. His darkness preceded him like an aura, broadcast to everyone around him in ways that were purely instinctive. Hermione sat down beside him, her expression troubled. "What's happening to you? You're not sick, are you? Because if it's some kind of curse or dark magic." "It's not a curse," Harry interrupted gently. "It's an awakening. There's a difference." Ron leaned across Hermione. "Mate, you're scaring us. You're scaring Hermione, and she doesn't get scared." "What happened?" Harry looked at both of them, these two people who had been his constants for the past 6 years, his friends, his anchors to normalcy. And he realized that they couldn't follow him where he was going. The darkness that now defined his existence wasn't compatible with the light they carried so naturally, so effortlessly. It wasn't that he loved them any less. It was simply that they existed in different spectrums now, and the distance between them would only grow wider. Something changed. I changed. And I can't explain it in a way that you'd understand. But I need you to trust me. Can you do that? Hermione exchanged a look with Ron, and then she nodded slowly. Yes. But Harry, if you're in trouble, if something is wrong, you have to tell us. You can't just disappear into whatever this is. Before Harry could respond, Dumbledore stood, and the Great Hall fell silent. The sorting hat was brought out, the same tattered artifact that had sorted Harry into Gryffindor 7 years ago, and the first-year students began their procession. Harry watched the process with detached interest. The sorting hat would place these children into their respective houses, would define their identities within the framework of Hogwarts tradition. Some would thrive, some would rebel, but all of them would be shaped by the experiences they had within these walls. The hat's song had changed slightly over the years, Harry noted, its warning about house divisions becoming more pronounced with each passing year. The feast began after the final student was sorted. Platters of food appeared on the tables, roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, vegetables of every variety, fresh bread still steaming from the kitchens. Harry filled his plate mechanically, aware that he needed to maintain the appearance of normalcy. Around him, students chattered about their summers, about the upcoming Quidditch season, about the various gossip that had accumulated over the holidays. The girl across from him, a 6th-year Gryffindor named Alicia, kept glancing at him nervously, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't quite find the courage. Eventually, she stood up and moved to a different seat, unable to handle the proximity to his darkness. Harry found the reaction amusing. It was honest, at least. The student body was responding to his transformation with primitive, instinctive reactions, just as the Dursleys had. They recognized something in him that transcended the familiar categories of threat and safety, and their nervous systems responded accordingly. After the feast concluded, Dumbledore stood to give his opening address. The speech was brief, warnings about the Forbidden Forest, reminders about the importance of house unity, announcements about the new Quidditch season. And then, as the school year officially began, the headmaster's pale blue eyes fixed on Harry for an extended moment. The unspoken message was clear. Before the night ended, Harry would be summoned to the headmaster's office. The conversation they had been building toward for years, the one where Dumbledore finally revealed all the secrets he'd been keeping, all the pieces of the prophecy and destiny that he had so carefully manipulated, would finally begin. Harry was ready for it. More than ready. As the students began to file out of the Great Hall, Harry remained seated, watching the candles flicker above him. The shadows in the hall deepened as students departed, drawn to him like living things. No one else seemed to notice how darkness gathered more thickly around the corners where he lingered, how the candles nearby burned with slightly less vigor, as if their light was being subtly suppressed. The castle itself seemed to recognize him, to acknowledge him, in ways that went beyond simple magical recognition. There was a resonance between his darkness and the shadows that existed within Hogwarts's ancient foundations. This building, this castle, had stood for over 1,000 years. It had weathered wars and transformations, had housed students of varying abilities and temperaments, had been a beacon of light in the wizarding world. But beneath all of that, beneath the explicit mission of education and enlightenment, there was shadow. There was darkness. There was the understanding that true power required balance, that light without dark was as incomplete as dark without light. Harry stood and made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, following the familiar corridors by instinct and memory. The fat lady watched him approach from her portrait with visible unease, her plump face puckering with concern. But she opened the entrance without comment, perhaps sensing that denying him entry would be unwise. The common room was still alive with students, younger years playing Exploding Snap, older students working on assignments, a few couples sitting by the fire in intimate conversation. The atmosphere shifted noticeably as Harry entered. Conversations paused. Games slowed. It was as though a predator had walked into a room of prey, and something in the room's collective consciousness recognized the danger, even if it couldn't articulate what that danger was. Seamus Finnegan sat near the fire with a group of fifth-year boys, and his face paled as Harry passed. "Bloody hell," he muttered, loud enough for nearby students to hear. "What's wrong with him?" Harry didn't respond. Instead, he climbed the stairs to the boys' dormitory and entered the sixth-year room that he shared with Ron, Dean, Neville, and Seamus. His trunk was already there, positioned at the foot of his bed. He opened it and withdrew a leather-bound journal, one that he had never shown to anyone. Inside, on every page, were symbols. Ancient symbols. Dark symbols. Runes of power that predated the modern wizarding era. He had begun the book years ago, sketching these symbols from half-remembered dreams, from instincts he didn't understand. And now, looking at them with his awakened consciousness, he understood. They were maps. Maps of the shadow magic that flowed through the world, charts of the currents and eddies of darkness that most wizards never learned to see. He had been mapping them unconsciously for years, his instinctive mind recording information that his conscious mind didn't yet comprehend. He opened the journal to a page near the middle and found what he was looking for. A single rune, drawn in dark ink, surrounded by annotations in his own handwriting. The rune represented binding, contract, agreement, and beneath it, a single line of text, written in a hand that was almost, but not quite, his own. The Shadow Sorcerer binds himself to darkness, and darkness serves the Shadow Sorcerer in return. A covenant of equals. A partnership of power. Harry stared at those words. He had no memory of writing them. And yet his hand recognized the penmanship, the particular slant and pressure of the letters. Somewhere, in some portion of his consciousness that existed beyond the reach of his waking mind, he had always known what he was. He had always been preparing for this moment. This awakening wasn't a beginning. It was a remembering, a realization of something that had always existed at the core of his being. He closed the journal as Ron entered the dormitory, his best friend stopping short when he saw the look on Harry's face. "Mate, you look like you've seen a ghost. Are you sure you're all right?" "Fine," Harry said, placing the journal back in his trunk. "Just tired. It's been a long day." Ron nodded, but something in his expression suggested he didn't quite believe the answer. Still, he didn't press further. He simply changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the darkness that now seemed to breathe with its own independent life. Outside the dormitory window, Hogwarts stretched out beneath the night sky, a castle full of light and laughter and hope. And within its walls, deep beneath the awareness of its inhabitants, shadows stirred with anticipation. The supreme Shadow Sorcerer had awakened. And nothing in the wizarding world would ever be the same again. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would summon him. Tomorrow, the questions would begin. But tonight, Harry simply sat in the darkness of his dormitory, feeling the shadows coalesce around him like a warm embrace, and understood with absolute certainty that he was exactly where he was meant to be. The summons came at 9:30, delivered via a silver phoenix patronus that materialized in the Gryffindor common room with theatrical flair. "Potter," the message announced in Dumbledore's distinctive voice, "please report to my office at your earliest convenience." The password is Sherbet Lemon. Harry had been expecting this. He'd spent the evening with Ron and Hermione, maintaining the pretense of normalcy, discussing Quidditch tryouts, debating the merits of the new defense against the dark arts professor, while internally preparing himself for the conversation that would inevitably come. Dumbledore was nothing if not predictable. The old man had spent Harry's entire Hogwarts career orchestrating events, manipulating circumstances, layering prophecies and destinies like moves in an elaborate chess game. He would want answers. He would want to understand what had transpired over the summer. And he would want to reassert his authority over the situation, to redirect Harry's newfound power toward whatever greater good Dumbledore had envisioned. Harry stood without comment and made his way out of the common room. Hermione looked as though she wanted to follow, but something in his bearing, some instinctive communication of boundaries, kept her seated. The castle's corridors were largely empty at this hour, illuminated by torches that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Harry moved through them with deliberate calm, aware that the shadows seemed to gather more thickly in his wake, as if following him like loyal servants. He found the stone gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office without needing to ask directions and was about to speak the password when the statue suddenly moved aside. Dumbledore was waiting. He stood at the window of his circular office, his hands clasped behind his back, his silver beard glimmering in the moonlight that streamed through the glass. The office was exactly as Harry remembered it, the sleeping phoenix in its perch, the various silver instruments spinning quietly on shelves, the portraits of previous headmasters sleeping in their frames. But there was something different about the atmosphere now. The usual sense of whimsical chaos that characterized the space seemed muted, replaced by a palpable tension. Dumbledore turned slowly to face Harry, and the boy could see in those pale blue eyes an expression of profound calculation. "Sit," Dumbledore said, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. Harry sat, noting how the shadows in the office seemed to deepen as he did so, as if his presence was literally draining light from the space. Dumbledore watched this phenomenon with undisguised interest, though his expression remained neutral, a carefully maintained mask of professorial concern. "You've changed," Dumbledore said finally, returning to his own seat. "The change occurred over the summer, I presume. Before your arrival at the station." "Yes," Harry confirmed. There was no point in lying. Dumbledore would have his own sources of information, wards on the Dursleys' house, perhaps, or legilimency tricks that Harry could no longer prevent. "It awakened 3 days after my birthday. It's been accelerating ever since." "It," Dumbledore repeated thoughtfully. Curious choice of pronoun. "You don't say, I changed, but rather, it awakened." As though the change was something external. Something that occurred to you rather than something you caused. Harry met the old man's gaze directly, and saw him react to the intensity of the eye contact, a slight widening of the pupils, a microsecond of surprise. "Because that's what it was. I didn't cause this transformation. It simply emerged. Like a part of me that was always there, waiting for the right moment to manifest." Dumbledore rose from his chair and moved to a shelf lined with leather-bound volumes. He selected one, an ancient tome with a cracked spine, and brought it back to the desk. Opening it carefully, he revealed page after page of handwritten notes, diagrams, and sketches. Harry recognized the handwriting. It was Dumbledore's, and the subject matter was unmistakably about him. Prophecies. Magical lineages. Theories about the nature of his scar and the connection it had forged with Voldemort. "I have spent your entire life," Dumbledore said quietly, "studying the particulars of your existence. Did you know that your mother, Lily Potter, was descended from a line of witches and wizards who practiced what was once called shadow magic? It's an old discipline, one that predates the ministry by several centuries. It fell out of favor as wizarding society became more rigid, more focused on light magic, on the compartmentalization of power into clearly defined categories of good and evil. But it never truly disappeared. It simply went dormant, carried silently through bloodlines, waiting for the right conditions to resurface." Harry felt something shift in his understanding. "My mother. Your mother was not powerful in the traditional sense," Dumbledore continued, settling back into his chair. "Her magical signature was exceptional, but it was oriented toward light magic, healing, protection. Love-based magic. But her bloodline carried the genetic potential for shadow magic, dormant and unexpressed. When she sacrificed herself to protect you, when her love created that ancient protection that saved you from Voldemort's curse, something else happened simultaneously. The shadow magic in her bloodline was activated by the intensity of that sacrifice. It infused itself into your very being, merging with your genetic structure at the moment of your mother's death. For 17 years, it lay sleeping within you. But a blood sacrifice carries consequences, Harry. Power builds, pressure accumulates, and eventually, it seeks release. Harry absorbed this information, feeling it settle into the landscape of his understanding like a missing puzzle piece finally finding its place. So this isn't something I did. It's something my mother initiated through her sacrifice. In a manner of speaking, yes, Dumbledore agreed. Though the activation required a catalyst. Your coming of age represented that catalyst. At 17, you passed into magical adulthood, which opened neural pathways and mystical channels that had been restricted during your childhood. The shadow magic recognized this development and began its emergence. What you're experiencing now is the most critical phase of your transformation. In the coming weeks and months, you will be forced to make choices about how this power manifests. You can attempt to suppress it, to return to the path you've been walking, to remain primarily a user of light magic with shadow magic as an unwanted complication. Or you can embrace it, accept your nature fully and allow the shadow magic to develop completely. And what do you recommend? Harry asked, already sensing that the old man had more in mind than simple advice. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. That depends on what you intend to do with this power. You see, Harry, there is a prophecy. One that I have known about for many years, though I have never shared its contents with you. The prophecy speaks of a figure who would emerge in the latter age of the wizarding world, a figure of profound shadow who would reshape the balance between light and darkness. For years, I believed that figure might be Voldemort. But Voldemort was incapable of achieving true shadow mastery because his darkness emerged from a place of fragmentation and self-mutilation. True shadow magic requires wholeness. It requires a unified self that accepts darkness not as a corrupting force, but as a natural and necessary component of existence. Harry felt the weight of Dumbledore's words settling over him. You think I'm the one the prophecy speaks of? I believe it's possible, Dumbledore said. Which is why I must ask you directly, what are your intentions, Harry? Now that you've awakened to this power, what will you do with it? Will you use it to continue fighting the darkness, as you have in the past? Or will you use it to reshape the very nature of that darkness, to transform it from something feared and hidden into something accepted and integrated? Before Harry could respond, the phoenix in its perch suddenly burst into flame, its death song filling the office with an eerie, haunting melody. Both Dumbledore and Harry watched as the bird transformed into ash and ember, leaving only the smoke and the lingering notes of the death song. When the silence returned, Dumbledore rose and moved to the dying flames. Do you know what this phoenix represents? He asked quietly. It represents the cycle of death and rebirth. Of endings that become beginnings. Of transformation that is both destructive and creative simultaneously. This is what you are experiencing now, Harry. You are not simply gaining new abilities. You are dying, the Harry Potter you were is ending. And what emerges from those ashes will be something entirely new. Something that has never existed before. The question is not whether this transformation will occur. The question is what form it will take. Harry felt the shadows in the office respond to his internal turmoil, deepening and swirling in response to his emotional state. What happens if I embrace it fully? If I allow this shadow magic to develop completely? Then you become what you're meant to become, Dumbledore said. But understand, Harry, that path will isolate you. The wizarding world has spent generations building a mythology around you as the chosen one, as the hero who defeated the Dark Lord. If you transform into something that transcends the categories of light and dark, of hero and villain, they will not understand. Many will fear you. Some will try to stop you. And the relationships you've built, with your friends, with me, with the wider wizarding community, will be fundamentally altered. They may even be destroyed. Are you prepared for that price? Harry thought of Ron and Hermione, of the comfortable friendship they had shared for 6 years. He thought of Ginny Weasley, of the budding romance that had begun to develop. He thought of the fame and adoration that the wizarding world had poured upon him since his defeat of Voldemort. All of it, all of those relationships and that adoration, would become impossible if he truly embodied his shadow nature. The darkness that defined him now would repel them. They might try to stand by him, but ultimately, they would be unable to accept what he had become. The thought should have caused him pain. Instead, it felt like freedom. Like the release of chains he had never realized he was wearing. I think I understand, Harry said slowly. The price of becoming my true self is the loss of everything I've been taught to value. Not a loss, Dumbledore corrected gently. A transformation. What you valued before, the camaraderie, the sense of belonging to a community, the approval and affection of those around you, those values may still exist, but they will be redefined. You will find different connections, different forms of belonging. Whether those connections will be as fulfilling as what you've experienced before is something I cannot predict. But they will be authentic. They will be rooted in your true nature, not in the image others have projected onto you. Harry rose from his chair, moving to the window to gaze out at Hogwarts spread beneath the night sky. The castle looked peaceful, lights glowing in the dormitory windows, the grounds quiet and serene. But he could sense the magic that permeated it now, the complex web of enchantments and wards that protected and contained it. And beneath all of that, deeper than the official magic that everyone acknowledged, he could feel the shadow magic. The old power. The ancient currents of darkness that flowed through the castle's foundations like hidden rivers. That darkness recognized him now. It called to him. It promised him understanding and power far beyond what the light magic of the wizarding world could offer. If I do this, Harry said, his voice quiet but carrying absolute certainty, if I fully embrace my nature, will you try to stop me? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of ages. I will try to guide you. I will try to ensure that your power is directed toward the preservation of the wizarding world rather than its destruction. But stop you? No, Harry. If you are truly the figure spoken of in the prophecy, then stopping you would be futile. And more than that, it would be wrong. You have been shaped by choices and sacrifices made long before you were born. You have a right to discover your own path, even if that path leads you into territories I cannot follow. Harry turned away from the window to face the old man directly. Then we understand each other. I will not be controlled or manipulated. I will not allow myself to be weaponized toward whatever purpose you have in mind. I will become what I am meant to become, and the wizarding world will have to adapt to my nature rather than the reverse. I suspected as much, Dumbledore said, a slight smile appearing on his ancient face. It's one of the qualities I've always admired about you, Harry. Your capacity for independence. Your refusal to be defined by others' expectations. I suspect those qualities will be tested severely in the coming months. The Ministry will become aware of your transformation. They will attempt to control or eliminate you. There are factions within the wizarding world who would see someone of your power either enslaved or destroyed. But I believe you are capable of navigating these challenges. I believe you are meant to. Harry moved toward the door, feeling the conversation reaching its natural conclusion. Thank you for the information about my mother. And for the honesty about the prophecy. I'll need to think about what you've told me. Of course, Dumbledore replied. One more thing, though. There is a book in this library, a restricted volume that I will give you permission to access. It's called, The Principles of Shadow Mastery. It was written 3 centuries ago by a wizard named Meridian Blackthorn, one of the last true masters of shadow magic. His writings will help you understand the nature of your power. I'll make arrangements with Madame Pants to allow you unrestricted access to it. Harry nodded, accepting the offer. As he descended the spiral staircase from the headmaster's office, he felt something fundamental settle within him. The conversation with Dumbledore had clarified something important. He was no longer the boy who desperately sought guidance and approval from authority figures. He was something else now. Something that could make its own choices and accept the consequences of those choices. The shadow magic that flowed through him was not a curse or a mistake. It was his true nature, finally awakening to full consciousness. And whatever lay ahead, whether it was isolation or transformation, conflict or fulfillment, he would face it as his authentic self. The castle's corridors were even quieter now. Most students had retired to their dormitories, though a few stragglers remained in common rooms or halls, heading toward their beds. Harry moved through the shadows, aware that they followed him more closely now, as if they had been authorized by Dumbledore's acknowledgement to reveal their true nature. They curled around him like silk, comfortable and intimate, no longer requiring conscious activation. They were simply part of him now, integrated into his being in a way that felt natural and right. When he returned to Gryffindor Tower, he found Hermione waiting in the common room, despite the late hour. She stood as he entered, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. "Where have you been? We were worried," I was summoned to Dumbledore's office, Harry explained, moving past her toward the stairs. He wanted to discuss some things about my condition. And Hermione pressed, following him toward the dormitory entrance. What did he say? Is everything all right? Is it a curse? Can it be removed? Harry paused at the base of the stairs and turned to face her. In that moment, he saw their friendship from a new perspective. Hermione cared about him, genuinely cared, but her concern was rooted in trying to fix something that she perceived as broken. She wanted to restore him to a state of normalcy, to eliminate the darkness that had emerged. And he could never make her understand that the darkness wasn't something external that needed to be removed. It was part of his essential self, finally coming into full expression. It's not a curse, he told her gently. It's just part of who I am. And I need you to trust me when I say that it's going to be okay. Things are going to change. Everything is going to change. But I'll be alright, I promise. Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You're scaring me. You sound like someone who's leaving. Like you're saying goodbye. I'm not saying goodbye, Harry said, and meant it. But he understood her fear. She sensed, on some level, that the bonds between them were going to shift. That the friendship they had shared would be redefined in ways neither of them could fully predict. I'm just saying that things are different now. And they're going to be different for a while. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm just becoming who I'm meant to be. He climbed the stairs before she could respond, before he had to continue defending or explaining his transformation. In the dormitory, he found Ron already asleep, his breathing deep and rhythmic in the darkness. Harry settled into his own bed, feeling the shadows coalesce around him like a protective blanket. The mattress seemed more comfortable than it ever had before, as if his body was finally relaxing into a state of genuine repose. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, he would have to navigate the expectations of professors and students, would have to maintain the appearance of normalcy while his entire nature underwent fundamental transformation. But tonight, he allowed himself to rest. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. Tomorrow, the Supreme Shadow Sorcerer would truly begin to awaken. But for now, beneath the stars and the ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle, beneath the gaze of 1,000 portraits and the weight of prophecies yet unfulfilled, Harry simply slept, and in his dreams, the shadows danced with forms and purposes he was only beginning to understand. Harry woke before dawn, as he had every morning since his awakening. The shadows in the dormitory responded to his consciousness instantly, pulling back from the other sleeping students and gathering around his bed like a protective veil. He dressed in his school robes without making a sound, moving through the pre-dawn darkness with perfect clarity despite the complete absence of light. His eyes had adapted to shadow in ways that felt entirely natural now. He could navigate by senses that went far beyond simple vision. The shadows themselves seemed to guide him, creating pathways through darkness that were more navigable than any lamp-lit corridor. The castle was largely empty as Harry made his way down to the Great Hall. Madame Pants had delivered the restricted book on shadow mastery to his dormitory the previous evening, along with a note from Dumbledore granting him permanent access to restricted sections of the library. He had spent several hours studying it before sleep, absorbing information that seemed to resonate deeply with his newfound nature. The author, Meridian Blackthorn, wrote with an eloquence and clarity that transcended the centuries separating his death from the present moment. Shadow magic, Blackthorn explained, was not an opposing force to light magic, it was a complementary aspect of the same fundamental magical force. Just as light and dark were necessary opposites in the natural world, so too were they necessary in magic. The wizarding world's insistence on treating darkness as something to be feared and suppressed had created an imbalance. True mastery required the integration of both forces. The Great Hall was nearly empty when Harry arrived. A few early rising students occupied the tables, mostly 7th-year students reviewing notes before exams, a few younger students who simply preferred the quiet morning hours to the chaos of breakfast after class. Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table and reached for toast and eggs, aware that his body required the same sustenance as any other student, despite the fundamental changes his consciousness had undergone. Around him, the morning seemed to settle into a different quality. The shadows beneath the tables deepened slightly. The candles burning in their floating holders cast their light less effectively than usual. Several students glanced around nervously, as if they sensed a shift in the atmosphere but couldn't identify its source. Hermione arrived as the hall was beginning to fill with the morning rush, her hair still damp from the shower, her arms laden with books. She spotted Harry and made her way directly to his side, settling across from him with the determined expression she always wore when she had something important to discuss. "I couldn't sleep," she said without preamble. "I've been thinking about what you said last night. About things changing. And I realized I've been approaching this all wrong. Instead of trying to understand your condition through emotional analysis, I should be researching it. Looking at historical precedent. Understanding the magical principles involved. So I went to the library early and I found something interesting." She opened one of her books, a heavy tome with a faded spine, and pointed to a passage marked with careful notation. "Look at this. It's from A Compendium of Magical Lineages, published in 1847. It specifically mentions the Potter family line and notes that there are historical records of shadow magic practitioners in the family tree, going back at least 8 generations. Your great-great-grandfather on your father's side was apparently quite accomplished in shadow magic before he renounced it and took up healing work instead. The point is, this isn't some random curse or anomaly. It's part of your genetic heritage. It's part of who you are." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for Hermione's analytical approach. Even as their friendship was shifting, even as he became something that might ultimately alienate her, she was trying to meet him where he was, trying to understand his transformation through the lens of knowledge and research. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For trying to understand. For not just assuming this was something wrong." "Of course I'm trying to understand," Hermione said firmly. "You're my best friend. Even if you're transforming into something that none of us fully comprehend, that doesn't change the fact that I care about you. It just means I need to work harder to understand what you're becoming." Ron arrived shortly after, his hair even messier than usual, and immediately began piling food onto his plate with the enthusiasm of a 17-year-old boy who had been denied breakfast. "Blimey, I'm starving," he muttered, speaking through a mouthful of eggs. "Defense Against the Dark Arts is first period. Have you seen the new professor yet?" McGonagall said something about him being from abroad, some kind of specialist in dark creatures or something. The conversation shifted to school gossip as more students entered the hall and took their seats. Harry listened, with one part of his consciousness while the other part observed the subtle shifts in his perceptions. The shadows in the hall seemed to have become almost sentient, responding to his emotional state, deepening when he felt withdrawn and brightening slightly when he engaged in conversation. He could feel them as extensions of himself now, not separate entities that he was controlling, but integral parts of his expanded consciousness. The distinction was important. Control implied separation, the controller and the controlled, 2 distinct entities interacting. But what Harry was experiencing now was closer to integration. The shadows were him, just as much as his hands or his thoughts. They simply existed in a different spectrum of reality. The bell signaling the beginning of classes rang out through the castle at precisely 8 o'clock. Students gathered their belongings and began streaming out of the Great Hall, funneling into the corridors and staircases that led toward their respective classrooms. Harry made his way with Ron and Hermione toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, located on the 3rd floor in what had once been a disused tower. The classroom was already moderately full when they arrived, with students settling into seats and preparing their materials. The new professor stood at the front of the room, a tall, severe-looking man with steel-gray hair and pale eyes that seemed to catalogue every student with methodical precision. His name was Professor Aldrich Ravenswood, and according to the introduction McGonagall had given in the Great Hall, he came from a prestigious institution in Eastern Europe. His specialty was the study of dark creatures and the magical principles governing their behavior and control. Ravenswood's gaze swept across the classroom and paused noticeably when it reached Harry. The professor's expression shifted, eyes narrowing slightly, shoulders tensing almost imperceptibly, as if he had just identified something unexpected. For a moment, the two of them simply looked at each other, and Harry felt a strange resonance pass between them. Ravenswood was a powerful wizard. Harry could sense the magic that surrounded him like an aura, could feel the weight of his experience and the depth of his knowledge. But more than that, Harry sensed something familiar in the professor's magical signature. Not identical to his own shadow magic, but similar. Complementary. As if Ravenswood had studied or cultivated a version of the same type of power that Harry was now embodying. "Welcome," Ravenswood said, his voice carrying a faint accent, Eastern European, precisely as advertised. I am Professor Ravenswood, and this year, we will be focusing on what most of you have been taught to fear and despise. We will be studying dark creatures not as abominations to be destroyed, but as sentient beings with their own motivations, their own intelligence, their own right to exist. The Ministry's approach to dark creature management has been one of wholesale extermination or imprisonment. This approach is both ethically bankrupt and strategically foolish. Creatures like Dementors, which the Ministry has imprisoned in Azkaban for centuries, could be understood, negotiated with, potentially even reasoned with, if wizards possessed the courage to attempt such communication. Today, we will discuss the magical principles that govern dark creatures and begin to move beyond the simplistic binary of light versus dark. Harry found himself fascinated by Ravenswood's perspective. It echoed, in many ways, what Dumbledore had told him. The idea that the wizarding world's insistence on treating darkness as inherently evil was a fundamental misunderstanding. The lesson proceeded with the professor presenting case studies of dark creature behavior, demonstrating through historical examples how many incidents attributed to dark creatures' evil nature were actually defensive responses to aggression. By the end of the period, Harry's mind was filled with new frameworks for understanding not just dark creatures, but the very nature of darkness itself. As students were packing their materials and preparing to leave, Ravenswood approached Harry directly. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly, his pale eyes fixed directly on Harry's face. "I wonder if you might remain for a moment after class. I have a few questions I'd like to discuss privately." Harry exchanged a glance with Ron and Hermione. His best friends looked uncertain, but Harry nodded to them. "Go on ahead," he told them. "I'll meet you at potions." Once the other students had filed out of the classroom and closed the door behind them, Ravenswood moved to the front of the room and settled himself against the edge of his desk. "You're not what I expected," he said without preamble. "When I accepted the position here at Hogwarts, I was informed that I would be teaching the famous Harry Potter, the boy who survived, the vanquisher of Voldemort, the chosen one of prophecy. And certainly, that description matches the young man before me. But there's something else as well. Something I didn't anticipate. You carry shadow magic. Significant shadow magic. And it's fresh, recently awakened, I would wager. Within the past few months." Harry hesitated, uncertain how much to reveal to this stranger. But something in Ravenswood's demeanor suggested that holding back would be both futile and counterproductive. "It awakened over the summer," Harry confirmed. 3 days after my 17th birthday. Dumbledore explained that it came from my mother's bloodline, shadow magic that she activated through her sacrifice but that remained dormant until I reached magical adulthood." Ravenswood nodded slowly, his pale eyes thoughtful. "That explanation is essentially accurate, though incomplete. Yes, the shadow magic comes from your maternal line. But there is another component that Dumbledore may not have mentioned. Voldemort's curse, the one he cast at you when you were an infant. That curse carried with it a significant shadow component. When your mother's love-based protection neutralized the curse's destructive potential, it didn't eliminate the shadow magic infused within it. Instead, that shadow magic merged with your emerging consciousness. For 17 years, that merged shadow magic, both from your bloodline and from Voldemort's curse, has been slowly building, creating pressure within your magical core. When you reached magical adulthood, the pressure finally exceeded the capacity of your psychological and magical structures to contain it. And so the shadow magic emerged. This revelation struck Harry with considerable force. The connection between his own shadow magic and Voldemort's curse was something Dumbledore had not explicitly mentioned. Does that mean I'm carrying some remnant of Voldemort's power? Is he still part of me in some way? No, Ravenswood said firmly. Voldemort's consciousness is gone. His soul is fragmented and scattered across the astral planes, unable to reconstitute. What remains is simply the raw magical energy he infused into his curse. Magic is neutral, Mr. Potter. It has no inherent morality. The shadow magic that came from Voldemort's curse is no different from any other shadow magic. It's simply power, waiting to be shaped and directed by the conscious will of the person who carries it. In your case, that conscious will is yours. Whatever Voldemort intended his curse to accomplish, you now have the power to redirect that shadow magic toward your own purposes. Harry moved toward the window of the classroom, needing a moment to process this information. Below, the Hogwarts grounds stretched out in the morning light, familiar and beautiful but somehow seeming distant now. Why are you telling me this? Why not just let Dumbledore continue his approach, revealing information gradually, as he deems appropriate? Because Dumbledore, for all his wisdom and power, is ultimately committed to preserving the existing structure of the wizarding world, Ravenswood replied. He will try to channel your shadow magic toward the goals he has identified as good. He will attempt to contain you, to make you safe, to turn your power into a tool that serves his vision of order and light. I, on the other hand, have spent the last 30 years studying the nature of shadow magic across multiple magical traditions. And I believe that true shadow mastery requires independence. It requires the courage to reject other people's definitions of what darkness should be. If you wish to truly master your power, you must do so on your own terms, guided by your own understanding rather than by the expectations and limitations that others seek to impose. Are you offering to teach me? Harry asked, turning back to face the professor. I'm offering to teach you the official curriculum, Ravenswood said. What I'm doing now, what I'm going to continue doing throughout the year, is presenting you with perspectives that Dumbledore would likely not present. The rest is up to you. Choose what resonates. Reject what doesn't. Build your understanding from multiple sources rather than relying on a single authority figure. That is what true mastery requires. The bell signaling the end of the period rang out, and Harry realized he would be late for potions if he didn't leave immediately. Thank you, he said, gathering his materials. For the honesty. For the perspective. You're welcome, Ravenswood replied. And Potter, be careful. The shadow magic you're carrying, it's powerful, but it's also hungry. It will want expression. It will push you toward increasingly bold and transgressive actions. You'll need to maintain conscious control over it, at least until you fully understand its nature. Otherwise, it will begin to define you rather than the reverse. Harry made his way quickly through the corridors toward the dungeons where potions was held. Snape's classroom was one of the most unchanged locations in the castle, still bearing the impression of its late master's personality despite the years since his death. The substitute professor, an older man named Harrington who had taken over the position after Snape's death, looked up as Harry entered. You're late, Potter, he said curtly, but his tone lacked the venom that Snape would have delivered. Take your seat. Harry settled into his usual spot next to Ron, aware that both his friends were watching him with barely concealed curiosity. What did Ravenswood want? Hermione whispered as they began preparing their materials for the day's practical work. Just clarifying some of the material from class, Harry replied, which was technically true, if significantly incomplete. He's quite interesting, isn't he? His perspective on dark creatures is completely different from what we've been taught. The lesson proceeded with Harrington's careful instruction on the properties of various potions' ingredients. Harry found himself able to concentrate despite the tumultuous thoughts churning through his consciousness. The shadow magic that flowed through him seemed to settle into a state of calm attentiveness, as if his expanded consciousness could partition itself into focused sections, dedicating specific portions of his awareness to specific tasks. It was a strange sensation, being able to simultaneously attend to potion brewing while processing and integrating the new information Ravenswood had provided. By the end of the lesson, Harry had produced one of his best potions in years, the mixture achieving a perfect silver sheen that earned him 10 points for Gryffindor. Lunch provided another opportunity for observation. Harry noticed that his presence at meals seemed to create subtle atmospheric shifts, shadows deepening slightly, conversations pausing momentarily as students seemed to register his passage. Word had spread through the student body about his transformation, though most students seemed unable or unwilling to articulate exactly what they sensed. Some avoided him. Others seemed drawn to him, approaching with carefully neutral expressions as if they were testing their courage. By the end of the meal, Harry had attracted a small cluster of students who seemed curious about his transformation but too uncertain to ask questions directly. The afternoon brought Transfiguration with McGonagall, a subject that Harry had always found both challenging and satisfying. The professor's demeanor toward him had shifted subtly. She remained as demanding and rigorous as ever, but there was a new element of caution in her interactions, as if she were reassessing her understanding of her student even as she continued to teach him. The day's lesson focused on complex animal transformations, requiring students to partially transform specific body parts while maintaining the rest of their forms in human shape. It was difficult work. Most students struggled to maintain the concentration necessary to achieve even partial success. But Harry found that the shadow magic within him responded intuitively to the assignment. When he focused his will, the shadows around his hands seemed to flow with his consciousness, allowing him to shift only his fingers into those of an eagle while keeping his hands structurally human. It wasn't a perfect transformation, his fingers remained slightly more feathered than a true eagle's talons would be, but it was a significant achievement for someone attempting the spell for the first time. McGonagall observed his attempt with her characteristic hawk-like attention. "Interesting," she murmured, watching as Harry reversed the transformation and his fingers returned to their normal state. "Your approach to the magic is unconventional, Potter. You're not fighting against your form, you're flowing with it, encouraging it to shift rather than forcing it into a new configuration. I've taught transfiguration for nearly 40 years, and I've never seen a student approach the discipline quite that way." "Is it working?" Harry asked. "Yes," McGonagall confirmed, "though I'm not certain it's working for the reasons I would normally approve of. Nevertheless, the result is sound. Continue with that approach for now. We'll discuss it further after class." After the lesson concluded, McGonagall gestured for Harry to approach her desk. She waited until the other students had filed out before speaking. "I'm concerned about you, Potter," she said quietly. "Not in the way I would normally express concern for a student in academic difficulty. But rather, I'm concerned about what appears to be happening to you. This transformation you're undergoing, it's significant. Profound. And I've been in the wizarding world long enough to know that such transformations carry consequences. I wanted to assure you that if you need guidance, if you need someone to talk to who isn't Dumbledore, my door is open. I haven't agreed with all of the headmaster's decisions over the years. Sometimes, I believe a student needs an alternative perspective. Someone less invested in grand designs and prophecies. Someone who simply cares about the student's well-being." Harry felt something shift in his perception of the professor. He had always respected McGonagall, but he had assumed her loyalty to Dumbledore was absolute. Learning that she harbored some doubts about the headmaster's approach was illuminating. "Thank you, Professor," he said. "I appreciate that. I'm still trying to understand what's happening to me. But I think I'm beginning to accept that this transformation isn't something I can stop or reverse. It's simply something I have to navigate and integrate." "Good," McGonagall said. "That's mature thinking. More mature than many adults would manage in similar circumstances. Now go on. You'll be late for dinner if you don't hurry." The day concluded with dinner in the Great Hall, followed by time in the common room where students worked on assignments and socialized. Harry found himself gravitating toward the corner of the common room farthest from the fire, where the shadows were deepest and most comfortable. Ginny Weasley found him there as the evening wore on, settling into the chair beside him with the casual familiarity that their budding relationship had developed over the past year. "You've been strange all day," she said without preamble. "Ron says you're fine, but I can see there's something going on. Something bigger than you're letting on." Harry looked at the girl beside him, red-haired and fierce, with eyes that could read people with uncomfortable accuracy. She had always been able to see through his carefully constructed facades in ways that few others could manage. "I'm changing," he admitted. "And I'm not entirely sure what I'm changing into. It's making me uncertain about a lot of things. Including whether it's fair to you to maintain our relationship while I figure it out." Ginny's expression remained steady. "I didn't ask you to protect me, Potter. If something's happening to you, I'd rather know about it. I'd rather be part of it, or at least understand it, than be left in the dark. That's what friends do." She paused, seeming to correct herself. "That's what more than friends do." "I know," Harry said. "And I appreciate it. I just wanted to be honest about the fact that I'm not sure what I'm becoming. And it might not be compatible with a normal relationship. Then we'll deal with that when it becomes a problem," Ginny said firmly. "Right now, you're still you. You still care about people. You still have a conscience. That's what matters. The rest we'll figure out." As Ginny left to return to her dormitory, Harry settled deeper into his corner, surrounded by shadows that seemed to pulse with contentment. The first day had been informative, complex, filled with new perspectives and new questions. Dumbledore believed he was destined to reshape the balance between light and dark. Ravenswood believed he should forge his own path independent of authority figures. McGonagall believed his well-being should take precedence over prophecies and plans. And Ginny simply believed that he was still fundamentally himself, regardless of what else was changing. As Harry drifted towards sleep that night, surrounded by shadows that had become as comfortable as his own skin, he realized that the question wasn't whether he would embrace his shadow nature. The question was how he would do so while maintaining the connections to people he cared about. Whether that was possible remained uncertain. But at least now he had multiple perspectives, multiple guides, multiple possibilities to choose from. The path forward remained undefined, but it was becoming increasingly clear that it would be his path. Not Dumbledore's. Not anyone else's. His own. And that realization, more than anything else, felt like freedom. The first week of school passed in a blur of classes, assignments, and subtle shifts in the social dynamics of Hogwarts. Harry found himself existing in a strange liminal space, still part of the Gryffindor community, still friends with Ron and Hermione, still involved in the casual social interactions that defined student life, but increasingly isolated by the aura of shadow that had become inseparable from his presence. The younger students began to whisper about him, stories that evolved with each retelling, transforming him from a simple recipient of dark magic into something approaching a dark legend. Some called him the Shadow Prince. Others spoke of him with reverence typically reserved for Dark Lords. The labels were reductive and inaccurate, but Harry found that he no longer felt compelled to correct them. Let the student body create their mythology. His understanding of himself no longer depended on external validation or correction. Ravenswood's lessons continued to be revelatory. The professor's curriculum on dark creatures evolved into increasingly sophisticated discussions of shadow magic itself, presented with enough deniability that Dumbledore could not object to the content without revealing that he was monitoring the professor's teaching. It became clear to Harry that Ravenswood was engaged in a carefully orchestrated dance with Dumbledore, offering information and perspective that the headmaster would prefer to keep hidden, but doing so with enough subtlety that direct confrontation would be difficult without drawing unwanted attention. Harry wondered, occasionally, what Ravenswood's true agenda was. The professor seemed genuinely interested in Harry's development, genuinely committed to presenting perspectives that would allow him to make informed decisions. But everyone in the wizarding world had an agenda. No one simply helped without expecting something in return. Ravenswood, despite his apparent independence from Dumbledore's authority, undoubtedly had motivations that extended beyond altruistic interest in Harry's well-being. It was during the second week of school that the first genuine test of Harry's self-control presented itself. Draco Malfoy, emboldened by years of rivalry and the knowledge that his family's Dark Lord was now permanently defeated, began a systematic campaign of subtle provocations. They started with cutting remarks in the corridors, graduated to deliberate obstruction during shared classes, and culminated in a direct challenge issued publicly in the entrance hall between breakfast and first period. "So, Potter," Malfoy called out, his voice loud enough to attract the attention of nearby students, "is it true what they're saying about you? That you've gone dark? That Dumbledore's finally found a use for you as his personal weapon of mass destruction?" For a moment, Harry felt the shadows respond to his anger. They surged outward instinctively, darkening the entrance hall, causing several students to take involuntary steps backward. But he caught the impulse, reined it in, forced the shadows back to their normal state. Malfoy's face had gone pale as he witnessed the brief display of power, and his bluster faltered. "That's what I thought," Malfoy said quietly, backing away. "You're not even human anymore, are you?" "No," Harry said simply, his voice carrying an absolute conviction that silenced the surrounding students. "I'm not. And if you're wise, you'll stop provoking something you no longer have the power to challenge." The confrontation was over almost before it began, but its implications rippled through the student body. Word spread rapidly that Harry had demonstrated dark magic in the entrance hall, that he had intimidated Malfoy through sheer supernatural presence. The story mutated and evolved as it passed from student to student, becoming increasingly dramatic and increasingly divorced from reality. By dinner, there were rumors that Harry had temporarily transformed the entrance hall into complete darkness, that he had nearly killed Malfoy through magical pressure alone, that Dumbledore had intervened to prevent bloodshed. None of it was true. The truth, Harry was learning, was far less important than perception. If the student body believed he was capable of killing through shadow magic, they would treat him with appropriate caution. The mythology building around him was becoming a tool, a way of maintaining distance without requiring constant explicit assertion of boundaries. He found it useful, more useful than the traditional methods of social dominance that Malfoy had attempted to establish through insult and provocation. That evening, Dumbledore summoned him again. The headmaster was waiting at his office window when Harry arrived, his ancient frame silhouetted against the moonlit sky. "I witnessed your interaction with Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore said without preamble. "Your restraint was impressive. You could have seriously injured him, possibly killed him, and he gave you every provocation to do so. Yet you chose merely to intimidate. May I ask why?" "Because killing him would have made me into what people are already afraid I'm becoming," Harry replied, settling into the familiar chair across from the headmaster's desk. "If I want to maintain any semblance of agency over my own narrative, I need to demonstrate that I'm capable of choice. That my darkness is not simply a destructive force, but something I can direct toward purposes I consciously select. Malfoy isn't worth the cost of confirming everyone's worst fears about me." "A sophisticated piece of reasoning," Dumbledore observed. "And yet, I suspect there's something else beneath your stated motivation. A genuine reluctance to cause unnecessary harm. An instinctive empathy that still operates despite the darkness you now embody. Am I wrong?" Harry considered the question carefully. "No," he admitted. "You're not wrong. The darkness I'm carrying, it's not inherently destructive. It doesn't compel me toward violence any more than light magic compels its users toward excessive kindness. The darkness is simply a framework, a way of understanding and accessing certain types of magical expression. How I use that framework, that remains my choice. Just as it would be the choice of a light magic user to use their abilities constructively or destructively." "Then you've understood something crucial," Dumbledore said, settling into his own chair. "Something that many practitioners of dark magic never grasp. The darkness is not your nature. It's simply part of your nature. And that's a distinction that preserves your agency, your ability to choose who you become. I wanted to speak with you this evening because I've become aware of a potential complication. There are elements within the Ministry who have learned of your transformation. They are concerned, frightened, perhaps. There are whispers of restriction orders, of potential legal intervention to monitor or control your magical development. I wanted to warn you that you may face official scrutiny in the coming months." "Let them investigate," Harry said calmly. "I haven't violated any laws. I haven't used my magic destructively. I've simply awakened to a part of myself that was always there. If the Ministry wants to waste resources trying to contain that, then I suppose that's their choice. But I won't live in fear of their bureaucratic processes. I won't suppress my nature to make people comfortable. I've done enough of that in the past." "That's precisely the attitude that concerns me," Dumbledore replied. "Not because it's wrong, but because it will inevitably put you at odds with the institutional structures of the wizarding world. The Ministry, the Hogwarts Board of Governors, even elements within the general student population, they will all eventually react with fear to what you represent. Some will try to contain you. Others will try to destroy you. And a few, a very few, will try to manipulate you toward their own purposes. I wanted to make sure you were aware of these threats." "I am aware," Harry said. "But I'm also aware that avoiding threats by suppressing my nature isn't actually safety. It's just a slower form of self-destruction. If I'm going to navigate what's ahead, I need to do so as my authentic self. Not as some compromised version designed to make people comfortable." Dumbledore nodded slowly, his pale blue eyes reflecting the candlelight. "Very well. Then I will tell you this. If you need allies in the coming conflict, and conflict is coming, Harry, make no mistake about that, you will find them in unexpected places. Not everyone in the wizarding world is committed to maintaining the status quo. There are those who understand that transformation is necessary, even if it's frightening. Find those people. Build relationships with them. Because what's coming will require more than one person, no matter how powerful that person might be." "Is that a prophecy or simply advice?" Harry asked. "Perhaps both," Dumbledore said enigmatically. "Now go. It's late, and you need rest. We'll speak again soon." Harry left the office and made his way back through the corridors of Hogwarts. The castle seemed different at night, more alive, more sentient, as if consciousness emerged when the daytime human activity diminished. The shadows that walked with Harry now seemed to match this nocturnal vitality, deepening and flowing with increased intensity. He found himself drawn toward the library rather than returning directly to his dormitory. Madame Pants had retired for the evening, but the library remained open for students with late-night study needs. Harry made his way to the section where Ravenswood had indicated shadow mastery texts were shelved and selected several volumes to examine. He was deep in study when Hermione found him around midnight. She looked exhausted, her hair falling from its usual careful arrangement, dark circles visible beneath her eyes. "I thought I might find you here," she said, settling into the chair across from the study table. "You've been distant. Even more distant than you were before. I've been trying to give you space, trying to respect whatever transformation you're undergoing, but I need to know if our friendship still means something to you. Because from my perspective, it feels like you're slipping away. Like you're becoming someone I don't recognize." Harry set down his book, giving Hermione his full attention. "I'm becoming someone I didn't recognize either," he said honestly. "Not long ago, I was the boy who desperately needed friends to survive. Who defined himself through his relationships with you and Ron. And I still care about you. That hasn't changed. But my entire sense of self is shifting. And some of that shift naturally creates distance. It's not that I don't want to maintain our friendship. It's that I'm uncertain whether I'm still capable of the kind of friendship we've shared. I'm uncertain whether I can offer you what you need from me anymore." "Then let me decide that," Hermione said firmly. "Let me decide what I need from you and whether I'm willing to accept whatever version of that friendship you can offer. Don't make that decision for me. Don't assume you know what I want or what I'm capable of accepting. That's not fair. That's not friendship. That's just you protecting yourself by pushing me away preemptively." Harry felt something crack inside him. Not painfully, but with a kind of profound release. She was right. He had been assuming that his transformation necessitated isolation, that his darkness was fundamentally incompatible with the bonds that connected him to others. But Hermione was choosing to remain, choosing to engage with him despite the uncertainty and the fear. To honor that choice, he needed to allow her that agency rather than making the decision for her. "Okay," he said quietly. "Okay. I won't push you away. But you need to understand that this is going to be hard. That there will be times when I can't be what you need me to be. And there's a possibility that eventually, the distance becomes too great to bridge. But you're right. That's a choice you should make for yourself." Hermione's expression softened. "Thank you for trusting me with that decision. I know it's not easy for you. I can see the conflict in you. But I need you to believe that I'm capable of understanding complexity. That I'm not so fragile that I need to be protected from the truth of who you're becoming." They studied together for the next few hours, Hermione working through potions notes while Harry continued his exploration of shadow magic texts. It wasn't the friendship they had shared before. But it was something. A new configuration, less comfortable perhaps, but potentially more honest. Around midnight, Filch's rounds forced them to depart the library before they were discovered and assigned detention. Hermione returned to her dormitory in Ravenclaw Tower, and Harry made his way back to Gryffindor, where Ron was already asleep. The following morning brought another development. A letter arrived for Harry during breakfast, official correspondence bearing the seal of the Ministry of Magic. His hand was steady as he opened it, revealing a summons to appear before the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in precisely 2 weeks. The letter was characteristically bureaucratic in its vagueness, simply stating that his magical development required evaluation to ensure compliance with ministry regulations regarding young wizards with exceptional abilities. It was exactly what Dumbledore had warned him about. The ministry's response to his transformation had begun. Ron noticed his expression as he read the letter. "What is it?" "Bad news. The ministry wants me," Harry said simply. "They're concerned about my magical development. I have 2 weeks before I have to present myself for evaluation." "Can they do that?" Ron asked, his face flushing with indignation. "Just order you around like that? You're just a student. You haven't done anything wrong." "Apparently, the fact of my transformation is enough," Harry said. "Or at least, they've convinced themselves that it is. I'll deal with it when the time comes. For now, I have 2 weeks to prepare. To understand my power more deeply. To figure out what I'm willing to defend and what I'm willing to concede. The letter shifted something in Harry's perception of his situation. He was no longer simply a student undergoing a personal transformation. He was becoming a focal point of institutional attention and concern. The ministry's investigation would be the first of what would likely be many external challenges to his autonomy. The question was how he would respond. Whether he would defend his right to exist as he truly was, or whether he would compromise to accommodate others' comfort and expectations. The answer was becoming increasingly clear. He could not compromise. Not without betraying the fundamental authenticity that his shadow magic demanded. But defending that authenticity would require courage he had never before needed to summon. It would require willingness to stand alone against the full force of wizarding institutional authority. It would require absolute faith in the validity of his own transformation. As he watched the morning light stream through the great hall's enchanted ceiling, surrounded by hundreds of students still blissfully unaware of the pressures building beneath the surface of wizarding society, Harry understood that his life had reached an inflection point. Everything that came before was prologue. Everything that came after would be defined by the choices he made in the next 2 weeks. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer would face his first true test not through combat or direct confrontation, but through the institutional machinery of the wizarding world itself. And somehow, he needed to find a way to navigate that test while remaining fundamentally true to himself. The 2 weeks following the ministry's summons became a blur of accelerated learning and deliberate cultivation of Harry's shadow magic. Ravenswood began scheduling private sessions with Harry outside of regular class hours, teaching him techniques that went far beyond the official curriculum. In these sessions, conducted in a small tower room that the professor had somehow secured from the castle administration, Harry learned the fundamental principles of shadow magic, not as destructive force or corrupting influence, but as a sophisticated magical discipline with its own aesthetics, ethics, and applications. Shadow magic operates on principles of transformation and concealment, Ravenswood explained during one of their sessions, his pale eyes watching as Harry manipulated shadows into increasingly complex configurations. Light magic functions through revelation and illumination. It exposes, clarifies, and defines. Shadow magic does the opposite. It obscures, redefines, and renders malleable. Both have applications. Both have limitations. The problem with the wizarding world's approach is that they've assigned moral values to these different approaches. They've decided that revelation is good and concealment is evil. But concealment can be protective. It can be restorative. A seed grows in darkness before it emerges into light. A wound heals in darkness before it's safe to expose to external forces. Shadow magic isn't inherently malicious. It's simply the magic of hidden things. Harry worked with the shadows around him, learning to shape them with precision that had seemed impossible just weeks ago. Where once he had relied on instinct and raw power to manipulate shadow magic, he was now developing technical skill and nuanced control. He learned to create shadow constructs, shapes and forms built entirely from concentrated darkness. He learned to move through shadows, to travel through dark spaces in ways that transcended normal movement. He learned to use shadow magic for concealment, for protection, for communication with beings that existed primarily in darkness. Each skill built upon the previous one, creating a comprehensive framework for understanding and applying his power. But the technical training represented only one aspect of his preparation. The psychological and philosophical implications of his transformation were equally significant. Ravenswood spent considerable time discussing the nature of identity, the relationship between consciousness and magic, the question of how a person could maintain moral integrity while wielding power that most of civilization classified as fundamentally corrupting. "You're asking the right questions," Ravenswood said during one particularly intense conversation. The question of whether darkness corrupts or whether corruption simply emerges from the same impulses that light magic users experience. The answer is that darkness doesn't corrupt. Weakness corrupts. Uncertainty corrupts. The inability to resist temptation corrupts. And these weaknesses affect practitioners of all magical disciplines. There are light wizards who commit heinous atrocities in the name of the greater good. There are dark wizards who develop ethical frameworks more sophisticated than most light practitioners ever achieve. The magic itself is neutral. It's the person wielding it that determines whether it becomes a force for creation or destruction. Meanwhile, life at Hogwarts continued on its surface level. Classes proceeded normally. Quidditch season began, with Gryffindor's tryouts attracting the usual influx of ambitious students. Ron made the team as a backup keeper, earning the first genuine achievement of his Hogwarts career through skill rather than default. Hermione became increasingly involved in various academic clubs, her strategic mind naturally gravitating toward positions of organization and responsibility. And Harry existed somewhat apart from all of this, still physically present in classes and common rooms, but increasingly isolated by the aura of shadow that now seemed to extend several feet beyond his body in all directions. Students had begun unconsciously maintaining distance from him, creating a buffer zone that seemed to extend wherever he went. Some of it was fear. Some of it was respect. A portion of it seemed to be actual sensory perception, as if they could feel the darkness that emanated from him and their bodies instinctively sought to maintain safety distance from something that registered as potentially dangerous. Ginny remained the primary exception to this pattern. She continued to maintain the budding romantic relationship with Harry, though she seemed to be processing the implications of his transformation at a deeper level than most of the student body. One evening, as they sat together in a hidden alcove near the room of requirement, she asked the question that Harry had been avoiding discussing with anyone. What happens if you have to choose between your transformation and everything else? Between becoming what you're meant to become and maintaining your relationships, your place in the wizarding world, your fundamental connection to the people who matter to you? I don't know, Harry admitted. But I think I might be facing that choice sooner rather than later. The ministry's summons isn't going to result in anything positive for me. They're going to try to contain me or control me or possibly eliminate me. If they see me as a threat, they have the institutional power to act on that perception. I'm preparing myself for the possibility that I might have to operate outside the law, outside the normal structures of wizarding society. And if I do that, I lose access to most of the things that ground me in the normal world. I lose my position at Hogwarts. I probably lose my relationship with you. I definitely lose my standing in the ministry and the broader wizarding community. Then we need to prepare for that possibility too, Ginny said. Not just you, but all of us. Hermione, Ron, the people who care about you. Because if what you're saying is true, then you're going to need support from people who understand who you are and what you're trying to accomplish. You're going to need people willing to stand with you even when the entire institutional structure of the wizarding world is opposed to you. That's what I want to be. Not some passive girlfriend who waits for you to figure things out, but an actual ally. Someone who actively chooses your side even when it's difficult. Harry felt something profound shift in his understanding of Ginny. She was no longer asking him to compromise or suppress his nature. She was offering him something far more valuable, a genuine commitment to supporting his transformation even if it cost her. I have to ask you to be sure about that choice, he said. Because once you're involved, once you're publicly associated with me and what I'm becoming, you'll be vulnerable to the same institutional pressure that targets me. The ministry might view you as complicit. Other students might shun you. It could affect your own future. I'm aware of the stakes, Ginny said. And I'm choosing anyway. That's what love is, right? It's choosing someone even when it would be easier not to. It's committing to them even when the world is telling you that you're making a mistake. So I'm committing to you, to supporting your transformation, to standing with you when things become difficult. The question is whether you're going to let me. Harry kissed her then, and felt the shadows around them settle into a contented rhythm, as if his darkness approved of this union. It was a moment of genuine tenderness in the midst of rapid transformation and impending conflict. A moment where the emotional and magical aspects of his being seemed to align perfectly. It wouldn't last, nothing ever did, but in that moment, Harry felt genuine peace. The peace was shattered 3 days later when Dumbledore called an emergency assembly in the Great Hall. All students were required to attend. The headmaster's expression was grave as he stood before the assembled masses, and Harry immediately sensed that this was related to his situation. I have received communication from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying through the ensuite silence of the hall. They have informed me that they will be accelerating their investigation into certain matters related to student development and magical ability. Specifically, they will be conducting formal evaluations of any student whose magical signature shows signs of significant transformation or deviation from expected developmental patterns. These evaluations will be conducted next week, during designated time periods that will not interfere with regular classes. I want to assure all students that this is a standard investigative procedure and nothing to be concerned about. Cooperation with ministry representatives is expected and mandatory. The announcement sent shock waves through the student body. Students began whispering immediately, speculating about what this meant and which students would be evaluated. But Harry knew. The ministry wasn't interested in general evaluations. They were using this public announcement as cover for a targeted investigation into his transformation. It was a clever approach. By framing it as a general procedure affecting potentially multiple students, they avoided the appearance of specific persecution. But the intention was clear. The ministry wanted him, wanted to assess him, wanted to determine whether he represented a threat to wizarding stability. After the assembly concluded, Harry made his way directly to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was waiting, as if he had anticipated this visit. "You arranged for the ministry to accelerate their investigation," Harry said. "It wasn't a question. You knew they were coming after me eventually, so you chose to force the timeline, to make it happen while you still have some influence over how it occurs." "Partly," Dumbledore admitted, though the ministry required little encouragement. "They were always going to investigate. I simply encouraged them to do so on a timeline that gives us time to prepare you. I assume Ravenswood has been thorough in his teaching. I assume you understand the nature of your power now more deeply than you did 2 weeks ago. Are you asking me to use my power to evade the ministry's evaluation? To resist them through magical force?" Harry asked. "No," Dumbledore said. "I'm asking you to face them honestly. To demonstrate to them that your transformation is not the corruption they fear. That you remain fundamentally committed to the well-being of the wizarding world even as you embody power that transcends their categories of good and evil. I'm asking you to convince them that you're worth preserving rather than eliminating. What if I can't convince them? What if their fear is too powerful to overcome with rational argument? Then you'll have to make a choice," Dumbledore said. "Between compromising your nature to conform to their expectations or standing firm in your authenticity even if it means conflict with the wizarding world's institutional structures. I can't make that choice for you. I can only tell you that whatever choice you make, I will support it. Even if you choose to oppose me. Even if you choose a path that leads away from the frameworks I've spent my life constructing." The week leading up to the ministry's evaluation was the most intense preparation period of Harry's life. Ravenswood pushed him through increasingly difficult exercises, designed to bring his shadow magic to complete mastery. Hermione researched ministry procedures and precedents, assembling documentation of how similar investigations had been conducted in the past and what outcomes had resulted. Ron provided moral support and practical assistance, helping Harry organize his thoughts and prepare responses to likely questions. And Ginny simply remained present, a constant source of grounding and connection to the emotional anchors that still existed within Harry's consciousness. By the time the ministry representatives arrived, 3 stern-faced wizards in official robes bearing the insignia of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Harry felt as prepared as he could possibly be. The evaluation was conducted in a private room adjacent to Dumbledore's office, with the headmaster present as an observer but not a participant. The ministry wizards introduced themselves with formal precision and then proceeded to submit Harry to a series of magical tests designed to assess the nature and scope of his power. The tests were sophisticated, more sophisticated than Harry had anticipated. They didn't simply ask him to demonstrate spells or magical technique. They attempted to measure the fundamental nature of his magical signature, to quantify the shadow component and assess whether it represented a threat to wizarding stability. Harry submitted to the testing with deliberate openness, demonstrating both the extent of his power and his ability to exercise conscious control over it. He showed them that he could manifest shadow magic at will but chose not to. He demonstrated that his darkness was integrated into his consciousness rather than corrupting it. He answered their questions with calm precision, never attempting to hide or minimize what he had become, but also emphasizing the distinction between possession of power and malicious intent to use that power. The evaluation lasted nearly 6 hours. By the time it concluded, Harry felt drained in ways that extended beyond simple physical exhaustion. The ministry wizards conferred quietly for several minutes, their expressions remaining professionally neutral. Finally, the eldest of them, a severe-looking man named Harrington, addressed Harry directly. Your magical signature is unprecedented in our records, he said. You represent something that our current regulatory framework was not designed to accommodate. Consequently, we must escalate this matter for further review at the highest levels of the ministry. In the interim, you are to report weekly to the ministry for continued evaluation. You are not permitted to engage in any form of shadow magic outside of official training environments until we have completed our full assessment. Any violation of this restriction will result in immediate action against you, including potential magical binding or imprisonment. Do you understand? I understand, Harry said, though the restriction was effectively a demand that he suppress the most fundamental aspect of his being while maintaining weekly contact with wizarding authority. It was a compromise. They weren't imprisoning him or attempting to eliminate him immediately. But they were constraining him, limiting his ability to fully develop or express his nature. After the ministry representatives departed, Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression of profound sadness. "I'm sorry," he said. "I had hoped I could protect you from this. But the ministry's fear is too powerful. They see you as an unknown variable that might upset the balance of their power. So they will constrain you, study you, and eventually, they will make a decision about whether you're worth preserving. The question is whether you can maintain your integrity through that process." "I can," Harry said, though he wasn't certain it was true. "Or at least, I'll find out if I can. Either way, I won't compromise what I am to make them comfortable." That night, as Harry lay in his dormitory surrounded by shadows that were once again fully responsive to his will, the ministry's restriction applying only to shadow magic practiced outside the castle, he understood that his childhood was truly over. He was no longer simply a student. He was a political entity now. A contested territory between his own agency and institutional forces seeking to control him. The next phase of his transformation would require not just magical mastery, but wisdom about how to navigate complex political landscapes without losing himself in the process. It would require allies and strategies and the kind of intellectual sophistication that went far beyond what Hogwarts could teach him. But he was ready. He had to be. Because the alternative was surrender, and surrender was no longer an option. The weekly ministry visits became a strange ritual of constraint and assessment. Harry would travel via Portkey each Saturday to the ministry headquarters in London, where he would spend hours in sterile examination rooms while wizards in official robes subjected him to an increasingly exhaustive battery of tests. The restrictions they had imposed were simultaneously absurd and effective. He could use shadow magic within Hogwarts Castle but nowhere else, effectively confining his most natural and powerful form of expression to a single location. The restriction gnawed at him in ways he hadn't anticipated. It wasn't painful, exactly, but it created a constant low-level frustration, as if a fundamental part of his being was being deliberately suppressed. He understood, on an intellectual level, that the ministry hoped this constraint would eventually break his will, would make him resent his shadow nature enough to seek ways to diminish it or eliminate it entirely. But understanding the mechanism of their strategy didn't make it any less effective. What surprised Harry most was how quickly the wizarding world began to adapt to his transformation. The initial shock and fear gave way to a kind of grudging acceptance among most of the student body. They had grown up with stories of Harry Potter the hero. They had internalized the mythology of his triumph over Voldemort. And now, as they watched him navigate the ministry's restrictions with apparent calm and determination, a new mythology began to form. Harry Potter the Enigma, Harry Potter the Shadow Prince who had mastered darkness without succumbing to corruption. Some students began approaching him with genuine interest rather than fear. Others seemed to view him as a kind of living embodiment of the boundary between acceptable power and forbidden magic. The girls at Hogwarts, in particular, seemed to view his transformation through an aesthetic lens. The darkness that clung to him had become fashionable in certain circles, a dangerous appeal that transcended logic or rational assessment. Hermione, for her part, had become Harry's primary academic ally in navigating the ministry's investigation. She spent hours in the library researching precedent, compiling documentation of cases where young wizards had been investigated for magical anomalies, and building arguments for why Harry's transformation represented an evolution rather than a corruption. She created detailed charts and graphs showing the stability of his magical signature, the consistency of his ethical choices, the fundamental soundness of his decision-making despite the radical nature of his power. Ron, meanwhile, had become his emotional anchor, always present, always willing to sit in companionable silence when words weren't necessary, always ready to defend Harry against the whispers and speculation that continued to circulate through the school. But it was Ginny who became his true strategic partner. The Weasley girl had a political mind that Harry had never fully appreciated until her perspective became essential to his survival. She helped him understand the complex web of ministry factions, identifying which departmental heads viewed his transformation as a threat and which might be potentially sympathetic to his cause. She coached him through the language and framing of his responses to ministry questions, helping him communicate in ways that would minimize their fear while maximizing their understanding. She became, in essence, his strategic advisor, a role that seemed to come naturally to her, as if she had been preparing for this responsibility without fully realizing it. It was during the fourth weekly visit to the ministry that Harry encountered the first genuine threat to his freedom. He was in the examination room, submitting to the standard battery of tests, when one of the ministry wizards, a cold-faced man named Caro, stepped forward with a different approach. "Potter," Caro said, his voice carrying a note of barely concealed hostility, "we've been conducting these evaluations under the assumption that you're fundamentally trustworthy. That your shadow magic is simply a manifestation of your genetic heritage, neutral in nature and controllable through conscious will. But I've been reviewing the historical records, and I've discovered something interesting. Do you know what the last wizard to fully master shadow magic and achieve the rank of Supreme Shadow Sorcerer did with that power?" Harry felt his chest tighten. He understood exactly where this line of questioning was heading. Meridian Blackthorn, Caro continued, achieved Supreme Shadow Sorcerer status approximately 300 years ago. And according to historical records, his transformation led directly to a civil war within the wizarding community. He attempted to reshape the fundamental balance between light and dark magic, attempted to reorganize wizarding society according to principles that made most practitioners deeply uncomfortable. The conflict lasted nearly a decade and resulted in thousands of deaths. Blackthorn was eventually defeated and his works were suppressed. But the ministry has long suspected that he wasn't actually the villain that history portrays. That his attempted reorganization was actually a rational response to an imbalanced system. Which brings me to my question, Potter. What are your intentions regarding your transformation? Are you planning to follow Blackthorn's path? Are you planning to attempt another reorganization of wizarding society? Harry remained calm, though he could feel the shadows in the room deepening in response to his internal tension. "I don't have plans to reorganize wizarding society," he said carefully. "I simply want to exist as my authentic self without institutional pressure to suppress my nature or conform to others' expectations. If that creates conflict, then that's unfortunate. But I won't compromise my authenticity to avoid conflict. That's a lesson I learned long ago, that attempts to earn approval by suppressing who you are ultimately fail. So I'll continue developing my shadow magic. I'll continue becoming who I'm meant to become. And if the ministry finds that threatening, then they'll have to make their own decisions about how to respond. But I won't make those decisions for them through self-suppression." Caro's expression darkened. "That's precisely the kind of dangerous reasoning that led to Blackthorn's conflict," he said coldly. "You're essentially stating that you prioritize your personal authenticity over the stability and well-being of the wider wizarding world. That's not the answer we were hoping for, Potter. I think you need to understand something. We're not your friends. We're not trying to help you. We're trying to decide whether you're worth preserving or whether you represent a threat that needs to be eliminated. And your current trajectory is pointing increasingly toward that second possibility." The threat was delivered with absolute precision and complete lack of emotion. Harry understood that Caro wasn't bluffing. The ministry genuinely was considering whether they should eliminate him. That possibility had always existed intellectually, but hearing it stated so directly and with such certainty changed something. The stakes were no longer abstract. They were immediate and absolute. After the evaluation concluded, Harry made his way to the ministry cafeteria for the required lunch break, and immediately used a secure communication spell, one that Ravenswood had taught him, to contact Dumbledore. The response came within minutes, a suggestion to meet at the Hog's Head Tavern in Hogsmeade before returning to Hogwarts. Dumbledore was waiting at a secluded table when Harry arrived. The old man looked particularly ancient that day, as if the weight of decades of strategic planning had suddenly become visible in his physical form. I expected something like this might happen, Dumbledore said without preamble. Caro has always been aggressive in his approach to magical regulation. He was one of the primary architects of the Dementor management system, and he's consistently advocated for more extreme methods of controlling magical practitioners he considers dangerous. I'm not surprised he would attempt to provoke you into a more aggressive response. He's looking for justification for the Ministry's elimination decision. He's trying to force your hand into demonstrating the exact behavior that would justify that elimination. So what do I do? Harry asked. I can't hide who I am indefinitely. And I won't compromise my authenticity just to make people comfortable. But I also recognize that open defiance of the Ministry is likely to result in them taking direct action against me. You do what you've always done, Dumbledore said. You navigate impossible circumstances through a combination of strategic thinking and genuine moral conviction. You refuse to be provoked into the behavior they want you to demonstrate. You remain fundamentally yourself while making conscious choices about how you express that authenticity. And you build support systems with people who understand what you're attempting and are willing to stand with you even when the institutional pressure becomes overwhelming. You're not alone in this, Harry. You may feel alone, but you're not. There are more people committed to your preservation than you might realize. But they can only support you if you give them something to support. If you remain committed to both your authenticity and your integrity, you provide them with the moral foundation they need to justify their support. But if you betray that commitment in moments of weakness or fear, you undermine them. You give them legitimate reason to question whether you're worth protecting. Harry felt the weight of that responsibility settle onto his shoulders. Dumbledore was right. He wasn't just fighting for his own freedom. He was becoming a symbol, whether he wanted to be or not. His choices would have implications far beyond his personal transformation. They would influence how the wizarding world understood and engaged with shadow magic, with non-traditional power structures, with the possibility of transformation and growth. I understand, Harry said quietly. I'll maintain my commitment to authenticity and integrity. I won't give them the provocation they're looking for. The weeks that followed were marked by increasing subtlety in the Ministry's approach. Rather than direct confrontation, they began implementing more nuanced restrictions. Harry was required to file detailed reports of any shadow magic usage, to submit to random unannounced inspections at Hogwarts, to maintain constant availability for follow-up questioning. The restrictions were designed to create exhaustion through bureaucratic process, to wear him down through documentation requirements and administrative procedures rather than through direct magical confrontation. It was an effective strategy, forcing Harry to balance the ongoing demands of the Ministry investigation with his regular schoolwork and his accelerated training with Ravenswood. But it was also during this period that Harry discovered an unexpected advantage. The Ministry's restrictions, while limiting his freedom, had also created a clear record of his behavior. He had complied with every demand. He had submitted to every evaluation. He had reported all shadow magic usage as required. And despite all of this scrutiny, he had done nothing that violated any law or regulation. He hadn't used his power aggressively. He hadn't attempted to evade Ministry authority. He hadn't engaged in anything remotely resembling the kind of behavior that had characterized Blackthorn's rebellion. In other words, Harry had become a test case, a living demonstration that shadow magic could be mastered and controlled by someone who was fundamentally committed to integrity and lawful conduct. That realization shifted something in his approach to the Ministry's investigation. Rather than viewing it as persecution, he began viewing it as an opportunity. An opportunity to demonstrate through extended behavioral evidence that his transformation was not the threat the Ministry feared. By the time the Ministry conducted its fifth formal evaluation, there was a perceptible shift in their approach. The hostility that Caro had displayed was still present, but it was now balanced by genuine curiosity from some of the other evaluators. They asked more nuanced questions about his understanding of shadow magic, about his philosophical framework for approaching power, about his vision for how shadow magic could be integrated into wizarding society. Harry answered these questions with the sophistication and care that Ravenswood had taught him. He demonstrated that his shadow magic had made him more thoughtful, not less. More conscious of ethical implications, not less. More committed to the well-being of the broader wizarding community, not less. After that fifth evaluation, the lead Ministry representative, a woman named Montrose who had been relatively quiet during the previous sessions, approached Harry privately. "I want you to understand something," she said quietly, away from her colleagues. "There are factions within the ministry. Some believe you're a threat that needs to be eliminated. Others believe you represent an opportunity to understand shadow magic in ways that have been lost for centuries. I'm part of that second faction. And I believe that if you can maintain your current trajectory, if you can continue demonstrating the integration of shadow mastery with ethical conduct, you might actually become an asset to the ministry rather than a liability. But that requires you to remain consistently committed to your integrity. One mistake, one moment where you prioritize your personal power over institutional concerns, and the elimination faction will use that as justification for removing you. Do you understand?" "I understand," Harry said. And he did. The ministry was going to continue investigating him, continue constraining him, continue pushing him toward compliance. But they were no longer unanimously committed to his elimination. There was now genuine political debate occurring within the ministry about his status and his future. That debate was his window of opportunity. It was the space where he could potentially transform from a threat into an integrated member of the wizarding community. It would require years of careful navigation and consistent demonstration of integrity. But it was possible. For the first time since his transformation had begun, Harry saw a path forward that didn't require either complete surrender or total rebellion. There was a third option, the possibility of existing within the system while refusing to be defined by it, of integrating his shadow nature into his public identity while maintaining his personal authenticity. It was a narrow path, requiring perfect balance. But it was a path nonetheless. That evening, Harry shared the conversation with Ginny, Hermione, and Ron in their hidden alcove near the Room of Requirement. Hermione's analytical mind immediately began assessing the political implications. "This is significant," she said, her expression excited. "If there's genuine political division within the ministry, then you're not facing monolithic institutional opposition. You're facing multiple factions with competing interests. That means there are opportunities for alliance building, for strategic positioning that could shift the balance in your favor. You're not just a passive subject of investigation anymore. You're an active political player. You have agency in how this situation unfolds." "As long as I don't give them cause to eliminate me," Harry said. "As long as I maintain my commitment to integrity and lawful conduct. The moment I deviate from that, the elimination faction gains the justification they need." "Then don't deviate," Ron said simply. "It's that straightforward, mate. You've already proven you can control your power. You've already demonstrated that you're not the threat they fear. So just keep doing what you're doing. Keep being the person you are. Keep making ethical choices. And eventually, they'll have to accept that you're not a problem that needs solving." Ginny reached over and squeezed Harry's hand. "You're going to get through this," she said with absolute certainty. "All of you are. Because you have each other. Because you're committed to truth and authenticity. Because you refuse to be broken by institutional pressure or fear. That combination is more powerful than anything the ministry can throw at you. I believe that. And I believe in you." As Harry looked at the three people who had stood by him through his transformation, he felt something settle within him that he hadn't felt in weeks. Not peace, exactly, but something approaching confidence. The path ahead remained uncertain. The ministry's ultimate decision remained unknown. But he had discovered allies who would stand with him regardless of the outcome. He had discovered that authenticity, when combined with integrity and genuine connection to others, possessed a kind of power that transcended institutional authority. It was a quieter power than shadow magic, less dramatic and less immediately impressive. But it was no less real. And perhaps, Harry thought as the evening's shadows deepened around them in response to his contentment, that was the true mark of the supreme shadow sorcerer. Not the ability to command darkness through sheer force of will, but the capacity to integrate that darkness into a personality and a life that was fundamentally dedicated to authentic connection and ethical conduct. The path forward would be difficult. But at least now, Harry understood what he was walking toward. Not domination or power for its own sake. Not the kind of transformation that would have led to Blackthorn's conflict. But a new way of existing in the wizarding world. A way that honored both his shadow nature and his commitment to integrity. And that, he realized, was worth fighting for. November brought an unexpected development that would fundamentally alter Harry's understanding of his position within the wizarding world. It came in the form of a letter delivered by an unfamiliar owl, not through the regular Hogwarts mail system, but directly through his dormitory window late at night. The parchment was unmarked except for a single symbol rendered in silver ink. A symbol that Harry recognized from his studies with Ravenswood. It was the sigil of the Shadow Collective, an underground network of shadow magic practitioners that had existed for centuries, always operating at the margins of wizarding society, never fully integrated into the institutional structures that governed official magical conduct. The letter was brief and carefully coded, written in language that seemed innocuous to casual observation but carried deeper meaning to those who understood shadow magic terminology. It was an invitation to a gathering, a request for Harry to make contact with the organization that had been quietly watching his transformation with considerable interest. The meeting was to take place in Hogsmeade, in a location that wouldn't be identified until Harry demonstrated sufficient shadow magic skill to decrypt a secondary message that was included in the letter. Harry spent an entire evening with Ravenswood decoding the message, learning that the Shadow Collective viewed his emergence as potentially significant to their long-term objectives. They didn't want to control him or direct him, or at least, that's what the letter claimed. They simply wanted to establish communication, to offer him perspectives and knowledge that the official wizarding world would never provide, to create a network of support that extended beyond the institutional structures that currently constrained him. The decision of whether to respond to the letter required careful consideration. On one hand, making direct contact with an underground organization that operated outside official ministry oversight would be a clear violation of both the letter and the spirit of his agreement to submit to ministry investigation. On the other hand, refusing the contact meant cutting himself off from potential allies and perspectives that might prove essential to his long-term survival and development. After extensive deliberation with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, Harry decided to respond to the invitation. But he decided to do so strategically, with full transparency to those who needed to know. The first person Harry informed was Dumbledore. He went directly to the headmaster's office and laid out the situation with complete honesty. "I've been contacted by the Shadow Collective," Harry said without preamble. "They want to establish communication. I'm planning to meet with them, but I wanted you to know first. I'm not trying to hide this. I'm telling you because maintaining integrity means being transparent with the people who matter. Even when, especially when, I'm making choices that might not align with their preferences." Dumbledore listened without interruption, his ancient face revealing nothing. When Harry finished, the old man was quiet for a long moment before responding. "I suspected this might happen," Dumbledore said finally. "The Shadow Collective has been aware of your emergence for months. They've been monitoring your development. The question of whether they would eventually reach out was never if, but when. I can't tell you not to meet with them. I can't impose restrictions on your freedom of association. But I can tell you to proceed with extreme caution. The Shadow Collective has noble ideals, but they also have their own agendas. They view you as potentially instrumental to their long-term goals. They may present themselves as allies when their true motivation is utilization. Be careful that you don't trade one form of institutional control for another." "I understand," Harry said. "I'll be cautious. But I need to understand my options. I need to know who my potential allies are and what they might offer. Refusing information limits my ability to make informed decisions." "True," Dumbledore agreed. "Then go. Meet with them. Learn what they have to offer. But maintain your critical faculties. Don't accept their perspective simply because it differs from the ministry's. Evaluate everything against your own understanding and your own ethical framework. That's what true autonomy requires." The meeting with the Shadow Collective took place in a hidden chamber beneath Hogsmeade, accessible through a series of passages that Ravenswood had taught Harry to navigate using shadow sense. The chamber itself was ancient, constructed from dark stone that seemed to absorb light, inscribed with runes that Harry recognized from his study of Blackthorn's writings. There were perhaps 30 people present, wizards and witches of varying ages and backgrounds, all bearing the distinctive magical signature of shadow practitioners. They stood in a circle, and as Harry entered, they seemed to collectively acknowledge his presence, their shadow magic resonating with his own in a way that was simultaneously welcoming and evaluative. An elderly woman stepped forward. Her name was Mercia Thornwood, and she had apparently served as the Shadow Collective's primary leader for the past 2 decades. Harry Potter, she said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. Welcome. We have been waiting for your emergence. We have been watching your development. And we believe you represent a significant opportunity for the shadow magic tradition. An opportunity that has not presented itself in over 300 years. An opportunity for what? Harry asked directly. What does the Shadow Collective want from me? We want nothing from you that you're not willing to give, Thornwood replied. What we offer is knowledge, perspective, community. The shadow magic tradition has been driven underground, fragmented, marginalized by the Ministry's insistence on treating darkness as inherently evil. The Shadow Collective exists to preserve this tradition and to gradually reintegrate it into the wider wizarding community. Your emergence as a supreme shadow sorcerer who maintains ethical commitment and institutional cooperation provides a path toward that reintegration. You could become a bridge between the underground tradition and the official wizarding world. A demonstration that shadow magic and institutional legitimacy are not fundamentally incompatible. Harry listened carefully to her explanation, evaluating it against the framework of critical thinking that Dumbledore had encouraged. And what if I decline that role? What if I choose to develop my shadow magic purely for personal purposes rather than as a bridge for your larger agenda? Then we would respect that choice, Thornwood said. We would remain available if you change your mind. We would continue our work regardless. But we would also lose a significant opportunity. And you would lose access to knowledge and support that could substantially enhance your development. The choice is yours. We're not here to coerce or manipulate. We're here to offer. Over the following hours, the Shadow Collective shared centuries of accumulated knowledge about shadow magic, information that went far beyond what Ravenswood had taught or what the official texts contained. They explained the historical development of shadow magic, its original purposes and applications, the reasons it had become marginalized and suppressed. They shared techniques for integrating shadow magic with other forms of magical practice, ways of using darkness not as opposition to light but as a complementary force that enhanced overall magical capability. And they explained their vision for the future, a wizarding world where shadow magic was recognized and respected as a legitimate discipline, where practitioners like Harry could operate openly without fear of institutional persecution. By the time the meeting concluded, Harry had committed to a loose association with the Shadow Collective, not full membership in their organization, but a willingness to maintain communication and to explore the possibilities of their perspective. The arrangement satisfied both his desire to remain autonomous and his recognition that he needed access to knowledge and support that extended beyond what the Ministry and Dumbledore could provide. As he made his way back through the passages toward Hogsmeade, he reflected on the expanding complexity of his situation. He was now simultaneously maintaining relationships with the Ministry, with Dumbledore, with the Shadow Collective, and with his friends and family. Each of these relationships implied competing expectations and potentially conflicting loyalties. The challenge was to navigate those relationships with integrity, to maintain his commitment to authenticity while being transparent about his various associations and allegiances. The following week, Harry submitted a report to the Ministry detailing his contact with the Shadow Collective. The response was immediate and severe. Caro sent an official summons declaring that Harry was in violation of his restrictions and that emergency evaluation was being conducted to determine if his behavior constituted grounds for more serious action. Harry was required to present himself at the Ministry the following Saturday for an extraordinary session that would determine his status. The night before the session, Harry sat with Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. I told them the truth, Harry said. I reported my contact with the Shadow Collective because I was committed to transparency. And now they're using that transparency as justification for claiming I'm in violation. Apparently, maintaining secret communication with organizations they disapprove of is considered grounds for termination of my freedom. Yes, Dumbledore said. That's institutional logic in its purest form. They established restrictions on your behavior, and when you attempted to maintain integrity by revealing your actions rather than hiding them, they used that revelation as evidence of your untrustworthiness. It's a clever trap. The only way to avoid it would have been to hide your contact with the Shadow Collective. But that would have required you to compromise your commitment to transparency and integrity. There was no truly safe option. You chose the ethically correct path, which unfortunately happens to be the path that makes the ministry most uncomfortable. So what do I do? Harry asked. How do I defend myself against charges based on actions I openly reported and that don't actually violate any established law? You go before them and you remind them that establishing contact with an organization is not a crime, that maintaining communication is not a violation of official restrictions, that your transparency demonstrates a commitment to honesty rather than deception. And you let them make their decision. Some of them, Montrose and her faction, will recognize that you've done nothing wrong. Others, Caro and his faction, will be frustrated that they can't find legitimate grounds to move against you. But what you have to understand is that the ministry's decision about your status isn't ultimately based on your actions or your integrity. It's based on their fear and their political calculations about what's best for Wizarding Society. You can't control those calculations. You can only control how you respond to them. And I believe you should continue exactly as you have been. Continue being transparent. Continue demonstrating integrity. Continue developing your shadow magic in service of genuine growth rather than domination or power for its own sake. Eventually, enough time will pass and enough evidence will accumulate that even the Caro faction will have difficulty justifying your elimination. The extraordinary session before the ministry was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. It took place in a formal hearing room, with a panel of senior ministry officials arranged at a raised platform. Caro presented his argument with venom and precision, framing Harry's contact with the Shadow Collective as evidence of secret allegiance to an underground organization, as proof that his commitment to institutional cooperation was performative rather than genuine. He argued that Harry should be immediately interned pending full investigation into his relationship with the Shadow Collective and his intentions regarding shadow magic development. It was, Harry recognized, a last-ditch effort to find some way to imprison or eliminate him before the factional politics of the ministry shifted irrevocably in his favor. But Montrose's response was equally fierce. She outlined the complete record of Harry's transparency and cooperation, demonstrated that he had voluntarily reported his contact with the Shadow Collective rather than attempting to hide it, emphasized that maintaining communication with an organization was not illegal regardless of how disapprovingly the ministry viewed that organization. She argued that Harry's actions demonstrated a commitment to integrity that should be recognized and respected, that his willingness to be transparent even when it might result in negative consequences showed the kind of character that actually deserved the ministry's trust rather than their suspicion. By the time she finished, the political calculus in the hearing room had shifted. Even several members of Caro's faction seemed uncertain about supporting his call for internment. The head of the ministry, a cautious politician named Shacklebolt, called for a recess to deliberate. When the hearing reconvened an hour later, Shacklebolt issued a ruling that was neither complete victory nor defeat. Harry would continue to be subject to ministry evaluation and weekly reporting. But the severe restrictions would be lifted. He would be permitted to practice shadow magic outside of Hogwarts in designated training environments. He would be permitted to maintain contact with the Shadow Collective, though that contact would be monitored. The ministry was essentially acknowledging that they lacked legitimate grounds to imprison or eliminate him, but they were maintaining institutional oversight as a way of managing the threat they still perceived him to represent. It was a compromise, not ideal, but far better than the alternative that Caro had been advocating. As Harry made his way out of the ministry, Montrose approached him quietly. "That was calculated risk," she said. "Your decision to be transparent about your contact with the Shadow Collective was either profoundly wise or profoundly foolish depending on how the ministry interpreted it. You were fortunate that enough of us in the ministry value integrity enough to recognize what you were doing. But you need to understand that luck is not a reliable strategy. You're going to need to continue demonstrating integrity consistently. One significant mistake, one moment where you prioritize power over ethics, and Caro's faction will have the justification they need to move against you. They're still watching. They're still looking for reasons to eliminate you. Don't give them any." "I won't," Harry promised. And he meant it. He had glimpsed what it would have been like if the ministry had decided to move against him. The possibility of internment, of imprisonment, of institutional elimination. It had been close. Far closer than he had initially realized. The only thing that had saved him was the combination of his integrity and the political support of people like Montrose who valued authenticity and transparency. That was his shield against institutional persecution, Not magical power, not clever manipulation, but consistent demonstrated commitment to ethical conduct even when that conduct created personal risk. That evening, back at Hogwarts, Harry shared the Ministry's decision with his inner circle. "I'm going to be able to practice shadow magic more freely now," he explained. "But I need to be very careful. The Ministry's tolerance is conditional. It depends on me continuing to demonstrate that I'm trustworthy. One significant mistake and they'll move against me." "Then don't make significant mistakes," Ginny said simply. "You've already proven you're capable of that. You've been navigating impossible circumstances for months without compromising your integrity. That's not going to change now." "She's right," Hermione agreed. "You've demonstrated a pattern of behavior that shows you prioritize integrity over expedience. That's going to be your protection going forward. Not secrecy or deception, but consistency. They're going to believe in you because you've given them no reason not to." As the evening deepened and Harry's friends departed for their various dormitories, he sat alone in the common room, surrounded by shadows that had become familiar companions. The path ahead was becoming clearer now. It wouldn't be the path Blackthorn had taken, the revolutionary path that had led to conflict and rebellion. It would be a slower path, a path of gradual reintegration and institutional transformation. It would require patience and consistency. It would require the kind of integrity that could be tested repeatedly without breaking. But it was a path that offered the possibility of genuine change without requiring the kind of destructive conflict that had characterized earlier attempts to transform wizarding society. Harry was becoming a bridge between worlds, not fully part of any single community but connected to multiple networks, multiple perspectives, multiple possibilities. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer was no longer simply a warrior against darkness. He was becoming something more complex and more difficult to categorize. He was becoming a transformer of institutions, a demonstrator of possibility, a living proof that shadow magic and ethical conduct could coexist. And that, he realized, was a far more powerful role than simple dominance could ever offer. December arrived with the announcement of Hogwarts's traditional Yule Ball, scheduled for the evening of the 23rd. The announcement would normally have been met with excitement and the typical social chaos that accompanied such events. But in this year, the Yule Ball took on added significance as the first major public event where Harry would appear in his transformed state, fully integrated into the student community while bearing the visible aura of his shadow magic. It represented a kind of coming out moment, a statement that he was neither hiding his nature nor allowing it to isolate him from the normal social functions of student life. Hermione was particularly enthusiastic about the event, viewing it as an opportunity to publicly normalize Harry's transformation in the eyes of the broader student body. "If you go to the Yule Ball and behave normally, if you dance and socialize and engage with the traditions like everyone else, it will go a long way toward establishing that your shadow magic doesn't define your entire existence," she argued when they were discussing it in the common room. "Right now, there's still significant fear and mystification around you. People are creating mythology where there should be normal human interaction. The Yule Ball is an opportunity to reshape that narrative." Ron, predictably, was focused on the practical matter of finding a date. "I'm going with Padma Patil," he announced with satisfaction. "Took me weeks to work up the courage to ask, but she said yes." "What about you, mate? I assume you're going with Ginny." "That's the plan," Harry confirmed. His relationship with Ginny had deepened considerably over the autumn, shifting from the tentative romance of early school year into something more substantial and emotionally significant. She had become his primary source of grounding, the person he could be completely himself with without worrying about political implications or institutional scrutiny. They had spent increasing amounts of time together in their hidden alcove near the Room of Requirement, talking about everything from his transformation to her own ambitions and fears. It was the healthiest relationship Harry had experienced with anyone outside of his immediate circle of friends. "I'm looking forward to it. Though I'm anticipating that the event will be more complicated than normal, given everything that's happening with my transformation." His prediction proved accurate. As the Yule Ball approached, rumors began circulating about whether Harry should even be permitted to attend. Some students and even a few teachers worried that his shadow magic might somehow corrupt the event or create an unsafe atmosphere. The controversy reached such a level that Dumbledore felt compelled to issue an explicit statement affirming Harry's right to attend and participate in all school functions. Mr. Potter is a student of Hogwarts, the headmaster declared in an announcement to the school. He is subject to the same privileges and responsibilities as any other student. His magical abilities, regardless of their nature, do not exclude him from the normal social functions and traditions that define our community. I expect all members of the Hogwarts family to treat him with the respect accorded to any other student. The statement effectively silenced most of the opposition, though Harry could still sense lingering unease from certain quarters. Malfoy, in particular, seemed to view the Yule Ball as an opportunity for some form of confrontation or public demonstration of Harry's supposed corruption. But Harry was determined not to provide any justification for such demonstrations. He would attend the ball, he would dance with Ginny, he would participate in the traditions and rituals that had defined Hogwarts' social life for generations. He would do so as his authentic self, bearing the visible marks of his shadow magic, making no attempt to minimize or hide what he had become, but he would do so with grace and dignity that would contradict any narrative suggesting his transformation was incompatible with normal human connection and social participation. The evening of the ball arrived with unseasonable warmth and clear skies. The castle had been decorated elaborately, with ice sculptures adorning the entrance hall and enchanted snow falling gently through the great hall. 4 house champions, one from each house, were seated at the head table as per tradition, having participated in a modified competition earlier in the year. Harry had declined nomination as Gryffindor's champion, recognizing that adding competitive pressure to his already complex situation would be counterproductive. The role had fallen to a 7th-year student named Marcus Winthrop, a talented wizard with no particularly unusual magical signature. As the evening progressed and students made their way into the Great Hall in their finest robes, Harry waited in the entrance hall with Ginny, watching as the student body arrived. She looked beautiful in robes of deep emerald that matched her eyes, her red hair arranged carefully with silver ornaments. Harry wore simple black dress robes that seemed to make the shadows around him even more pronounced. Together, they were a striking pair, darkness and light, shadow and fire, a visual representation of the balance that Harry was attempting to achieve in his life. As they entered the Great Hall, Harry felt the collective awareness of the student body shift in response to his presence. Conversations paused, heads turned, but this time, the response wasn't purely fear. There was genuine curiosity now, a recognition of the complexity of his transformation. Students no longer saw him simply as a threat or a curiosity. They saw him as someone navigating a genuinely difficult situation with apparent grace and integrity. The mythology that had been building around him had evolved into something more nuanced, more human. He was no longer purely the Shadow Prince. He was becoming Harry Potter the person, someone capable of both darkness and light, someone navigating institutional pressure and personal transformation while attempting to maintain authentic connection to others. The evening proceeded with the traditional opening dance between the house champions and their chosen partners. Once that concluded, the dance floor opened to the broader student body. Harry and Ginny moved onto the floor with the gathered students, and he found that the simple act of dancing with someone he cared about, in the context of a normal school celebration, created a kind of grounding that nothing else could provide. The shadow magic that defined him seemed to settle into the background, no longer demanding constant attention or assertion. It simply existed as part of who he was, integrated into his being but not consuming his entire identity. Around them, other students danced and laughed and engaged in the casual flirtation and socializing that defined Yule Ball traditions. Harry and Ginny participated in that community fully and completely, demonstrating through their actions that shadow magic and normal human connection were not mutually exclusive. They were compatible. They could coexist. They could support each other rather than undermine each other. As the evening progressed, Hermione joined them with her date, a Ravenclaw student named Edmund who had a fascination with ancient runes and shared her intellectual interests. Ron and Padma were already on the dance floor, with Ron attempting some elaborate dance moves that were considerably less graceful than he seemed to believe them to be. Dumbledore observed from the head table with what appeared to be genuine satisfaction, and even McGonagall seemed to relax her usual stern expression as she watched the students engage with the traditions. It was, Harry realized, precisely the kind of evening that institutional forces had been trying to prevent. A night where his transformation was acknowledged and accepted, where he participated in normal human rituals without apology or compromise, where the shadow magic that defined him was simply one aspect of who he was rather than his entire identity. But the peace of the evening was disrupted around midnight, when a group of older students, primarily Slytherins with certain ministry connections, attempted to confront Harry publicly. The confrontation was carefully calculated, designed to occur in a moment when there would be maximum audience. One of them, a seventh-year named Adrian Goyle, stepped directly into Harry's path as he was moving across the dance floor. "We know what you are," Goyle said loudly, his voice carrying across the space. "We know about your meetings with the Shadow Collective. We know you're planning something. We know you're going to try to overthrow the ministry." For a moment, the dance floor seemed to pause. All attention shifted toward Harry and Goyle. This was exactly the kind of public confrontation that Caro's faction had been hoping for, an opportunity to provoke Harry into demonstrating aggressive shadow magic, to provide justification for claims that his transformation was corrupting and dangerous. Harry could feel the shadows around him responding to his emotional state, deepening instinctively in response to the challenge. But he took a deliberate breath and reminded himself of what Dumbledore and Montrose had both emphasized. This was a test. This confrontation was designed to provoke exactly the kind of response that would undermine everything he had been working toward. The appropriate response was not aggressive. It was calm. It was measured. It was completely self-aware and in control. "Adrian, I'm not planning anything," Harry said, his voice quiet but clear enough to carry to the students standing nearby. "I'm not trying to overthrow the ministry or any other institution. I'm simply trying to exist as myself without being forced to compromise my authenticity. If the ministry or anyone else has concerns about my associations or my intentions, I'm happy to discuss those concerns through appropriate channels. But I'm not going to justify my existence or my transformation to you on a dance floor. And I'm not going to respond to provocation with aggression. That would undermine everything I'm actually trying to accomplish." Goyle's face flushed with frustration. He had expected Harry to respond with anger, with displays of shadow magic, with the kind of aggression that would provide justification for the claims he had been making. Instead, Harry had responded with calm rationality, had refused to be provoked, had reframed the confrontation as unreasonable rather than accepting the premise that it was legitimate. Ginny moved closer to Harry, her presence a statement of solidarity. Around them, students began to understand that what had been presented as a confrontation about Harry's dangerous nature was actually a provocation designed to elicit inappropriate responses. The sympathy in the dance floor began to shift. By the time Dumbledore quietly asked Goyle to leave the ball, public perception had shifted decisively in Harry's favor. The students understood now. This was a young wizard managing unprecedented challenges with remarkable grace. This was someone attempting to navigate institutional pressure and public scrutiny without compromising his authenticity or resorting to the kind of aggressive responses that his power made possible. That deserved respect. That deserved support. That deserved recognition as genuine strength rather than weakness. After Goyle's departure, the ball continued with renewed energy. Harry and Ginny danced together for several more hours, and the experience of that continued normalcy felt profoundly important. This was what he was fighting for. Not domination or revolutionary change, but the simple right to exist as himself without constant justification or institutional pressure to conform. The right to dance at a school ball with someone he cared about. The right to participate in traditions and rituals like any other student. The right to be a full member of his community despite the unusual nature of his magical abilities. It was, Harry reflected as the evening wound down, a fundamentally conservative objective. He wasn't trying to revolutionize the wizarding world. He was simply trying to ensure that people like him, people who embodied power that didn't fit neatly into existing categories, could exist peacefully within the broader community rather than being forced to choose between hiding who they were or existing as outlaws and rebels. As midnight approached and students began making their way back to their dormitories, Dumbledore pulled Harry aside briefly. "That was well handled," the old man said. "Your restraint in the face of Goyle's provocation demonstrated something crucial. It showed that you're capable of maintaining your integrity even when provoked, that you're not simply a walking repository of dangerous power waiting to explode. I suspect that moment will be remembered as significant. It will circulate through the student body as evidence that you are not the threat some have been claiming. That's valuable. That's the kind of lived demonstration of character that no amount of institutional evaluation can replace." Thank you, Harry said. Though I think it was more about recognizing what was actually happening than about genuine restraint. I understood that Goyle was trying to provoke me into behaving badly. And I recognized that the worst possible response was to give him what he was looking for. So I simply chose not to comply with his script. That's precisely what wisdom is, Dumbledore replied. The ability to recognize the structure of a situation and to choose responses that serve your long-term interests rather than your immediate emotional impulses. You're developing that wisdom more rapidly than I would have expected. Keep doing what you're doing. The path you're walking is narrow and precarious, but it's also potentially transformative. Not just for you, but for how the wizarding world understands and engages with shadow magic itself. Back in his dormitory that night, Harry reflected on the evening. The Yule Ball had been more than just a social event. It had been a public assertion of his right to exist as his authentic self within the normal structures of wizarding community. It had been a demonstration that shadow magic and ordinary human connection were compatible. It had been a test that he had passed through restraint and wisdom rather than through aggressive assertion of power. And in passing that test, he had fundamentally altered the narrative around his transformation. He was no longer simply the Dark Lord in waiting, the supreme shadow sorcerer whose emergence threatened institutional stability. He was becoming something more complex and more human. He was becoming a symbol of possibility, proof that transformation and authenticity could coexist with institutional participation, that power didn't require corruption, that the integration of shadow magic into wizarding society was achievable without revolutionary conflict. The path forward remained uncertain, and significant challenges still lay ahead. But for the first time, Harry felt genuine confidence that he could navigate those challenges without either compromising his authenticity or requiring destructive conflict with the institutional forces that currently constrained him. He could be both the supreme shadow sorcerer and a normal Hogwarts student. He could be both powerful and restrained. He could be both transformative and peaceful. And perhaps, he thought as sleep finally claimed him, that balance was the truest form of mastery. January brought a series of challenges that tested Harry's commitment to his chosen path in ways he had not fully anticipated. The new year coincided with the Ministry's announcement of what they termed the Winter Trials, a comprehensive evaluation program designed to assess the compatibility of various magical disciplines with institutional oversight. It was, transparently, a mechanism created specifically to study Harry's shadow magic under controlled conditions. The trials were to be conducted monthly throughout the remainder of the school year, with increasing levels of complexity and pressure designed to determine the true limits of his power and his ability to maintain control under duress. The first trial took place on the first Saturday of January, in a specialized chamber beneath the Ministry that had been constructed specifically for evaluating dangerous magical practitioners. Harry was placed in a sealed environment where Ministry evaluators could observe and measure every manifestation of his shadow magic. The trial began with simple exercises, creating shadow constructs of increasing complexity, demonstrating his ability to manipulate darkness in precise configurations, showing his mastery of the basic techniques that Ravenswood had taught him. By the midpoint of the evaluation, Harry was working with advanced shadow manipulations, creating shadows within shadows, establishing communication through darkness with creatures that existed primarily in shadow spaces, demonstrating the theoretical knowledge that he had been accumulating through months of study. But the final portion of the trial was designed to test his limits. The Ministry evaluators deliberately created stress conditions, flooding the chamber with light to force Harry to manifest shadow magic in opposition to overwhelming illumination, subjecting him to magical pressure that mimicked the kind of attack a hostile practitioner might launch, forcing him to defend himself while maintaining the restraint and control that had become his defining characteristic. By the time the trial concluded, Harry was exhausted in ways that transcended simple physical tiredness. It was a deeper exhaustion that came from maintaining conscious control over power that wanted to respond aggressively to perceived threats. The restraint required to prevent his shadow magic from responding to stress with escalating force of its own was significant. But he had maintained that restraint throughout the entire evaluation. He had demonstrated that his power could be tested without breaking, that his commitment to control was genuine rather than performative, that he was capable of sustaining appropriate boundaries even under conditions explicitly designed to breach them. After the trial concluded, Montrose approached him with what appeared to be genuine satisfaction. That was impressive, she said. You're developing an unusual combination of raw power and sophisticated control. Most practitioners at your level of ability have either exceptional power with relatively poor control or moderate power with excellent control. You're demonstrating both simultaneously. It's rare. It's also concerning to people like Caro because it means we can't use the excuse of inadequate control to justify restricting you. You've removed one of the primary arguments they've been building. Is that good or bad? Harry asked. It's complicated, Montrose replied. It removes one avenue of attack against you, but it might also increase their determination to find other justifications. When institutional forces are threatened, they tend to become more aggressive rather than less. But I wanted to warn you because I believe you should be prepared for escalation. They may attempt more direct confrontation as the trials progress. Her prediction proved accurate. The February trial was considerably more aggressive. Rather than simply testing Harry's capability, the ministry evaluators deliberately attempted to provoke aggressive responses. They created simulated attack scenarios, released controlled amounts of dark creatures designed to trigger defensive reactions, subjected him to magical trauma simulations designed to break his psychological stability. The goal was transparent. They wanted to see if they could force Harry into demonstrating the kind of aggressive shadow magic that would provide justification for declaring him a threat. And this time, Harry came close to breaking. There was a moment during the trial when a simulated attack scenario involving the apparent harm to Ginny, conjured through sophisticated illusion magic, caused his shadow magic to surge outward with genuine destructive intent. The shadows in the chamber darkened to near absolute blackness. The pressure of his magical response would have killed a less protected evaluator. But at the critical moment, before the response became genuinely destructive, Harry regained control. He pulled his magic back, forced the shadows into submission, reasserted his conscious will over the instinctive reactive impulses that his power contained. It was the closest he had come to breaking his commitment to restraint. And it left him shaken by how easily his control could be compromised by sufficiently intense emotional manipulation. That evening, back at Hogwarts, he confided in Dumbledore about the near break. "They're intentionally trying to make me lose control," Harry said. "They're using psychological manipulation, creating scenarios designed to provoke emotional responses that will overwhelm my rational judgment. And they nearly succeeded. If the illusion had been more sophisticated, if I'd taken just a moment longer to recognize that it was artificial, I might have genuinely harmed someone." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "That's exactly what they're attempting. It's a sophisticated strategy. They can't eliminate you on the basis of your current behavior because your current behavior demonstrates restraint and integrity. So they're trying to force you into behaving badly. They're trying to create the justification that doesn't currently exist. But I want you to understand something important. The fact that you almost broke, that you came close to losing control, doesn't mean you failed. It means you demonstrated something far more important. You demonstrated that even under extreme provocation, even when subjected to psychological manipulation designed specifically to compromise your judgment, you ultimately maintained your commitment to restraint. That takes more strength than simple power. That takes genuine moral character. But what if next time I don't maintain that restraint? What if they find an even more effective trigger and I actually do break? What if my near break becomes an actual break? Then you'll have to accept the consequences," Dumbledore said. "But I don't believe that's your trajectory. You're learning from these trials. You're becoming more aware of your own triggers and vulnerabilities. The fact that you recognized how close you came to breaking means you'll be better prepared for similar tactics in the future. The Ministry is hoping for escalation that you'll eventually provide through your own loss of control. But what you're actually doing is maintaining control while becoming increasingly sophisticated in how you exercise that control. Eventually, they'll realize that their strategy isn't working. That you're not going to provide them with the justification they need. And when they realize that, their options become limited." The March trial was less directly confrontational but more psychologically nuanced. Rather than attempting to provoke aggressive responses, the Ministry evaluators shifted to a strategy of creating moral ambiguity. They presented scenarios where shadow magic could be used for genuinely protective purposes that would require aggressive magical force. They asked Harry to make decisions about when restraint was appropriate and when more aggressive responses were justified. They probed the ethical framework that underlay his commitment to control. It was, in many ways, more challenging than the direct provocation. It forced Harry to articulate and defend the philosophical principles that justified his restraint. And it revealed to the evaluators that his restraint wasn't based on simple lack of power or inadequate confidence. It was based on genuine philosophical conviction about the proper use of power. That realization seemed to shift something in the ministry's assessment. By the end of the March trial, even Caro's expression had changed from hostile to grudgingly thoughtful. Between the trials, life at Hogwarts proceeded with the normal rhythm of advancing school year. Examinations were beginning to loom for the upper years. Quidditch season was reaching its climax, with Gryffindor currently positioned to win the House Cup due to superior team performance. Hermione was working toward her final examinations with characteristic intensity, maintaining a study schedule that would have exhausted most students. Ron had settled into his role as backup keeper with satisfaction, having discovered that he possessed genuine talent for the position. And Ginny had taken on increasing responsibilities as a prefect, demonstrating leadership qualities that impressed even the most demanding of the teaching staff. Throughout all of this, Harry maintained his balance. He attended classes. He participated in the normal social functions and academic expectations. He trained with Ravenswood. He maintained communication with the Shadow Collective. He submitted to the ministry's trials. And he continued developing his understanding of shadow magic, not as a tool for domination or revolutionary change, but as a discipline that could be integrated into a life committed to authenticity and integrity. It was during the April trial that the ministry's entire approach to Harry seemed to shift fundamentally. Rather than attempting to test or provoke him, the evaluators instead asked if he would be willing to participate in a collaborative research project. The ministry, they explained, had become interested in the theoretical framework underlying shadow magic, not with the intention of weaponizing it or controlling it, but with the genuine academic goal of understanding how this discipline could be reintegrated into official wizarding education. They wanted Harry's participation in a structured research program that would document his techniques, his philosophical approach, and his understanding of how shadow magic could be taught to other practitioners. It was, essentially, a proposal that he become a bridge between the underground shadow magic tradition and the official wizarding institutional structure. It was the role that Mercia Thornwood and the Shadow Collective had been hoping he would eventually embrace. And it was also the role that Dumbledore had suggested was his ultimate destiny. Harry discussed the proposal with Dumbledore, with Ginny, with Hermione and Ron, and with Mercia Thornwood of the Shadow Collective. The consensus was clear. This was an opportunity that deserved serious consideration. If Harry participated in the research project, if he allowed his techniques and understanding to be documented and studied, he would be essentially legitimizing shadow magic within the ministry's structure. He would be creating an official framework that could protect other practitioners. He would be enabling the kind of gradual reintegration that represented the most sustainable path to change. But he would also be making himself more visible, more accessible to institutional scrutiny, more vulnerable to the kind of manipulation that came with institutional integration. It was a consequential decision. But after careful consideration, Harry agreed to participate. He would continue his studies at Hogwarts through the completion of the school year. And beginning in June, once examinations had concluded, he would participate in the ministry's shadow magic research project on a part-time basis, attempting to create a bridge between his personal practice and institutional understanding. The announcement of his participation in the research project caused immediate reactions throughout the wizarding community. The Shadow Collective was pleased, viewing it as vindication of their long-term strategy of gradual institutional infiltration. Dumbledore seemed satisfied, as if Harry had taken a step toward a destiny that the old man had been gradually steering him toward all along. The ministry's more moderate factions were largely supportive, seeing it as a win for their approach of institutional integration. But Caro and his faction were distinctly less pleased. They saw Harry's integration into the ministry's research structure as a threat to their plans for eventual elimination or control. Caro began making increasingly aggressive statements about the dangers of officially recognizing shadow magic, about the need for continued vigilance and restriction. It was clear that he had not abandoned his agenda. He had simply shifted to a longer-term approach, looking for future opportunities to move against Harry once the attention and oversight created by the research project eventually diminished. By the time the school year began its final month, Harry had established a complex network of relationships and responsibilities that extended far beyond the normal scope of a Hogwarts student. He was simultaneously a student, a ministry research participant, a member of the shadow magic community, a significant figure in Dumbledore's long-term plans for institutional transformation, and a symbol of possibility to students who saw his transformation as evidence that authenticity and institutional participation could coexist. The weight of these multiple identities could have been crushing. But Harry had learned through months of navigating institutional pressure and personal transformation that the key to maintaining sanity was to remain grounded in genuine human connection. As long as he maintained authentic relationships with Ginny, Hermione, and Ron, as long as he kept his connection to people who knew him not as a symbol or a research subject or a destined figure, but simply as Harry, he could navigate even the most complex institutional and political pressures. One evening near the end of April, as the castle was beginning to truly feel like spring was approaching, Harry sat with his 3 closest friends on the edge of the Black Lake. The water reflected the setting sun, and the castle behind them was beginning to transition into its evening illumination. "I was thinking about where we'll be in a year," Hermione said quietly. "Ron and I will be in our final year. You'll be in your final year too. But you'll also be involved in the ministry research project. Everything is going to be different. We won't have the same structure we've had these past 6 years." "No," Harry agreed. "We won't. But that doesn't mean we'll lose connection. It just means the connection will take different forms. It'll be harder to maintain in some ways. But we'll make it work. Because what we have, the 3 of you and me, that's not dependent on the structure of Hogwarts. That's something deeper than that. You've changed," Ron said. "Not just the shadow magic thing. I mean, you've become a different person. More confident, more certain of who you are. More willing to make decisions based on what you actually believe rather than what other people want you to do." "I've had good teachers," Harry replied. "All of you. Dumbledore, Ravenswood, Ginny. You've all taught me something about how to navigate who I am without losing myself. And I think that's what the past year has been about, really. It's not just been about developing shadow magic. It's been about learning how to be authentically myself while remaining committed to the people and the institutions that matter. That's been the real transformation. The shadow magic was just the catalyst." Ginny leaned against him, and he felt the familiar contentment of genuine connection. Around them, the castle seemed to settle into the peaceful rhythm of approaching night. The shadows that walked with Harry now seemed less like a separate force and more like an integral part of his being. They were no longer something he had to consciously control or manage. They simply existed as part of who he was, integrated into his identity in ways that felt increasingly natural and right. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer had become simply Harry, a wizard who possessed unusual power, who maintained genuine integrity, who valued the connections that grounded him in authentic human experience. And that, he realized, was the truest form of mastery. Not the power to command darkness or to reshape institutions or to achieve legendary status. But the power to remain true to yourself even as everything around you attempted to redefine and reshape who you were. That was the power that mattered. That was the power that would sustain him through whatever came next. May arrived with the weight of impending final examinations and the bittersweet realization that the school year was drawing toward its conclusion. For Harry, the month represented a convergence point for all the threads of his transformation: academic responsibilities, ministry obligations, shadow collective involvement, and the personal relationships that had sustained him through months of institutional scrutiny. The examination schedule was demanding, particularly for a 7th-year student attempting to maintain perfect marks while simultaneously navigating external pressures that most of his peers could barely comprehend. But Harry had learned through the year that compartmentalization, the ability to focus completely on the task at hand while setting aside other concerns temporarily, was essential to managing the multiplicity of his existence. The first examination was Transfiguration, held on the first Monday of May. McGonagall's exam was as rigorous as always, testing not just technical proficiency but the theoretical understanding that underlay the practical application of transformation magic. Harry approached the examination with the confidence that came from months of intensive study and the guidance of a professor who had become something approaching an ally. When the exam concluded, he felt genuinely satisfied with his performance. His approach to transformation, flowing with the natural shape rather than forcing alterations, integrating his shadow magic with his light magic capability to create transformations that were simultaneously more stable and more nuanced, had advanced significantly over the course of the year. McGonagall's expression as she reviewed his practical demonstration suggested satisfaction with his progress. The defense against the dark arts examination with Ravenswood was equally comprehensive but approached from a fundamentally different pedagogical angle. Rather than testing defensive techniques, Ravenswood's exam focused on the theoretical framework underlying dark creatures and the magical principles that governed interactions with shadow magic practitioners. His questions pushed Harry to articulate not just what he could do with his shadow magic, but why he approached it the way he did, what ethical frameworks guided his decisions about its application, how he conceptualized the balance between power and restraint. By the time the examination concluded, Harry understood that Ravenswood's evaluation wasn't truly about assessing his technical capability. It was about ensuring that his philosophical framework remained sound, that his commitment to integrity hadn't been compromised by the pressures and manipulations he had endured throughout the year. Potion's examination with Harrington was the most straightforward. Harry had maintained consistent excellence in potion brewing throughout the year, and his final examination reflected that consistency. The practical components went smoothly, and his theoretical responses demonstrated comprehensive understanding of the principles underlying potion craft. Herbology, ancient runes, and arithmancy, all of which Harry had continued taking despite the significant time commitments his transformation required, were similarly successful. By the time the final examination in History of Magic concluded, Harry had completed the academic portion of his 7th year with apparent strength. His marks were projected to be among the highest in his class, a testament to the fact that his transformation, while demanding, had not prevented him from maintaining academic excellence. It was after the final examination that the real upheaval began. Caro, apparently unwilling to accept that his strategy of provoking Harry into breaking had been unsuccessful, decided to move against him through a different avenue. He filed an official complaint with the Wizengamot, the Wizarding World's highest judicial body, alleging that Harry's participation in the Ministry's shadow magic research project represented a conflict of interest, that his status as an active practitioner of shadow magic while simultaneously being a Ministry research subject created the potential for corruption of research findings. It was a clever political move, designed to create legal complications that might justify restricting Harry's participation in the project or potentially even imprisoning him pending investigation. The complaint triggered an official hearing before the Wizengamot, scheduled for the first week of June. Harry would need to defend himself before one of the most powerful judicial bodies in the wizarding world. The implications were significant. If the Wizengamot sided with Caro, if they determined that his participation in the research project was inappropriate or that his status as a shadow magic practitioner posed an unacceptable risk, his entire future could be fundamentally altered. But Harry recognized that this was also an opportunity, a chance to make his case directly to the highest levels of wizarding authority, to demonstrate his integrity and his commitment to the proper use of his power before the widest possible audience. Dumbledore offered to represent him before the Wizengamot, bringing his considerable credibility and influence to bear. Montrose, representing the Ministry's moderate faction, also provided support, submitting documentation of Harry's behavior during the winter trials and his consistent demonstration of control. Even the Shadow Collective, through Mercia Thornwood, provided testimony about Harry's philosophical commitment to ethical shadow magic practice. But the most significant support came from an unexpected source. Ginny took it upon herself to circulate a petition among the Hogwarts student body, collecting signatures from students who had witnessed Harry's transformation, who could testify to his character, who believed that his shadow magic represented evolution rather than corruption. Hundreds of signatures were collected, representing roughly 3/4 of the student body. The petition was submitted to the Wizengamot as evidence of Harry's standing within the wizarding community's younger generation. The hearing took place in the grand courtroom of the Wizengamot, a cavernous space designed to project authority and majesty. Caro presented his case first, arguing with considerable sophistication that Harry's shadow magic represented an existential threat to wizarding society, that his integration into the Ministry's research structure was merely a disguise for a longer-term agenda of institutional infiltration, that his restraint throughout the year was strategic rather than genuine. He called witnesses who speculated about Harry's intentions, who expressed concerns about his growing influence among younger wizards, who argued that precedent suggested shadow magic practitioners inevitably moved toward increasingly aggressive applications of their power. Then Dumbledore stood to present the counter-argument. The old man moved with deliberate slowness, taking his time as he approached the speaking platform, seeming to embody the weight of his decades of experience and observation. When he finally spoke, his voice carried with it the kind of authority that came not from volume but from absolute certainty. "I have observed Harry Potter for 17 years, Dumbledore began. I have watched him navigate circumstances of extraordinary complexity and pressure. I have seen him repeatedly face choices where he could have prioritized his own power or safety or advancement, and I have observed him repeatedly choosing instead to prioritize integrity and authentic connection to others. His shadow magic is real. His power is significant, but his commitment to using that power in service of growth rather than domination is equally real. The question the Wizengamot faces is not whether Harry Potter represents a potential threat. All power represents potential threat. The question is whether we are prepared to recognize that authentic transformation is possible, that shadow magic can be integrated into healthy personality development, that young wizards with unusual abilities deserve the opportunity to develop into their authentic potential rather than being constrained by institutional fear. I believe we are prepared to make that recognition. I believe the wizarding world is ready to evolve beyond the simplistic binary of light versus dark. And I believe that Harry Potter represents our best hope for demonstrating that evolution. When Montrose presented the ministry's official position, she was equally forceful. She detailed every instance of Harry's compliance with ministry requirements, every examination where he had demonstrated control, every scenario where he had refused provocation that would have provided justification for his elimination. She presented the research findings suggesting that his shadow magic integration had made him more psychologically stable, more ethically consistent, more committed to constructive engagement with institutions rather than destructive rebellion. She concluded by asking whether the Wizengamot was prepared to eliminate a young wizard for the crime of being authentic when he had violated no laws, demonstrated no actual threat, and shown consistent commitment to integrity through months of institutional scrutiny. When it came time for Harry to speak, he approached the platform with the calm that came from understanding that this moment was about far more than his personal fate. This was about establishing precedent for how the wizarding world would treat practitioners of shadow magic going forward. This was about demonstrating whether authenticity and institutional integration could coexist. Harry spoke for nearly an hour, detailing his understanding of his own transformation, articulating the ethical framework that guided his use of shadow magic, explaining why he believed the integration of shadow magic into the broader wizarding community would ultimately strengthen rather than weaken the institutions that governed wizarding society. He answered every question posed by the Wizengamot members, maintained his calm and focus despite aggressive questioning from Caro's supporters, and consistently returned to the fundamental principle that he had been pursuing throughout the year: the idea that authentic power wielded with integrity was preferable to suppressed power constrained through institutional fear. The deliberation took 3 days. During that time, Harry returned to Hogwarts and attempted to maintain some semblance of normalcy, though the entire school was obviously focused on the outcome of the Wizengamot hearing. The verdict, when it finally came, was delivered via official notice that Dumbledore was invited to collect. Harry gathered with his friends in the headmaster's office as the elder wizard opened the sealed parchment bearing the Wizengamot's decision. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his pale blue eyes meeting Harry's directly, "the Wizengamot has decided in your favor. By a margin of 17 votes, they have determined that your shadow magic represents a legitimate magical discipline, that your participation in the ministry's research project is appropriate and valuable, and that no legal basis exists for restricting your activities or limiting your integration into wizarding society. Caro has stated his intention to file an appeal, but that process will likely take years. For now, you are essentially free. Free to practice your shadow magic without restriction, free to pursue your research with the ministry, free to exist as your authentic self without the burden of constant institutional scrutiny." Harry felt something profound release within him. Not the adrenaline of victory, but something deeper. A sense of completion. The transformation that had begun in the summer before his 7th year had reached a kind of natural conclusion. He had survived institutional investigation. He had passed through trials designed to break him. He had navigated complex political circumstances with integrity intact. And he had emerged not just free, but legitimized. His shadow magic, which had seemed so transgressive and threatening just months ago, was now officially recognized as a valid magical discipline. That recognition didn't change the fundamental nature of his power. But it changed how he could exist in the world. It changed what was possible. That evening, Harry sat with Ginny beneath the stars near the astronomy tower. The castle was quiet, most students already retired for the night air carrying the promise of approaching summer. You did it, Ginny said simply. You navigated an impossible situation and you came out the other side with your integrity intact. That's remarkable. Most people would have either compromised themselves or broken under the pressure. But you managed to do neither. I couldn't have done it without all of you, Harry said. Without your support, without your belief that I could navigate this. Without Hermione's research, without Ron's loyalty, without Dumbledore's guidance, without Ravenswood's teaching. I was never doing this alone. That's what I learned most clearly through this year. That authentic power isn't about individual strength. It's about the quality of the connections that sustain you. That's what the Shadow Supreme Sorcerer really is. Not a person of legendary individual power, but a person who has learned to integrate their power with genuine connection to others. That's beautiful, Ginny said. And true. Though I think you're underselling how much of this was genuinely you. You made the choices that mattered. You maintained the integrity when it would have been easier to compromise. You refused the provocations when it would have been satisfying to respond aggressively. That was all you. We just supported you while you did it. As they sat beneath the stars, Harry felt the shadows that had become so familiar settle around him like a comfortable embrace. They were no longer something external that he was managing or controlling. They were simply part of who he was, integrated so completely into his being that distinguishing between Harry and his shadow magic seemed increasingly artificial. The transformation that had seemed so frightening and uncertain at the beginning of the year had become something integrated and sustainable. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer was no longer a figure of prophecy or myth. He was simply Harry Potter, a 17-year-old wizard who had learned to be authentically himself while remaining committed to the integrity and connections that made authentic selfhood actually meaningful. The path forward would still present challenges. There was still years of ministry research to conduct, still years of integration work to do, still the ongoing reality that his power made him a focal point for institutional attention and concern. But at least now, Harry understood that he could navigate those challenges without losing himself. He could maintain his authenticity while participating in institutions. He could wield power without becoming corrupted by it. He could be both the Supreme Shadow Sorcerer and simply Harry. And in learning that balance, he had discovered the true mastery that the title implied. The final week of the school year was marked by the traditional end-of-year celebrations and the poignant awareness that significant chapters were closing. Harry's 7th year at Hogwarts was ending not just as a school year, but as the conclusion of an era. Hermione and Ron would return for their final year, but the dynamic between them would inevitably shift as they moved into leadership roles as 8th-year prefects and began their own preparations for post-Hogwarts existence. Ginny would continue for another year, her 6th year marked by the unusual distinction of having dated the Supreme Shadow Sorcerer and maintained that relationship despite the institutional pressures and public attention it entailed. But for Harry, Hogwarts was transitioning from his primary location of existence into something that would become increasingly occasional and ceremonial. His real life, his genuine development, was moving elsewhere. The summer ahead represented the beginning of his integration into the wider wizarding world as an adult practitioner of magic rather than a student under institutional protection. The leaving feast on the final evening was bittersweet. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table surrounded by students he had come to know intimately over 7 years. Seamus and Dean, who had shared his dormitory since first year. The younger students who viewed him with a mixture of admiration and uncertainty. The peers who had supported him through his transformation. As Dumbledore gave his final remarks of the year, offering the traditional farewells and acknowledging significant achievements, Harry felt the weight of transition. He had arrived at Hogwarts as a scared 11-year-old boy desperate to escape his cupboard and find belonging. He was leaving as a young adult who had been forced to navigate transformation, institutional pressure, and the complex realities of wielding power that transcended simple categories of good and evil. He was not the same person. He could never be the same person. And in that change, something profound had been lost but something equally profound had been gained. The train journey back to London was quieter than it had been in previous years. Harry, Hermione, and Ron shared a compartment with Ginny, and they spent much of the journey simply being together, talking about what lay ahead, acknowledging the uncertainty of maintaining their friendship as their lives diverged in significant ways. "I'll write constantly," Hermione promised. "You'll get so many letters from me that you'll probably become sick of reading my handwriting. But I need to maintain connection even as things change. That's important to me." "Same here," Ron agreed. "Though my letters will probably be considerably less intellectually stimulating than Hermione's. Mostly I'll just be complaining about whatever new challenges come up at Hogwarts without you." "That's fine," Harry said. "That's exactly what I need. Normalcy. Complaints about school and ruminations about whatever drama is happening. A reminder that I'm not supposed to be processing everything at the level of institutional significance. Sometimes I just want to hear about Ron being frustrated with Quidditch practice or Hermione frustrated with people's lack of academic rigor." When they arrived at King's Cross Station, Harry made his way toward the Dursleys to collect his belongings before transitioning to his new living arrangement. The Dursleys, as it transpired, had decided to rent out the house on Privet Drive for the summer, choosing instead to spend time in Spain. Harry's belongings had been carefully packed and stored, with clear communication that they preferred he not return to the house at all. It was, in many ways, a relief. The connection to his Muggle family had become increasingly tenuous, the cultural distance too great to bridge. His aunt and uncle had never understood him, had never wanted to understand him. His transformation into something they couldn't comprehend had simply accelerated the dissolution of whatever relationship had existed between them. Instead, Harry moved into a residence that Dumbledore had arranged specifically for the summer. It was a townhouse in a quiet London neighborhood, magically concealed and protected, situated within walking distance of the ministry headquarters. The residence had been prepared for his occupation, furnished thoughtfully, stocked with basic necessities, and set up in a way that would allow him to maintain both the privacy necessary for his research and the proximity to the ministry that his new role required. It was the first time in his life that Harry had lived completely independently, without the structure of school or the restraints of his Muggle family. The freedom was simultaneously exhilarating and daunting. The ministry's shadow magic research project began formally the first week of June. Harry reported to a specialized laboratory located in the deepest levels of the ministry, where he would be working with a team of researchers headed by Montrose. The research was designed to comprehensively document shadow magic techniques, theoretical frameworks, historical development, and potential applications. It was work that required both practical demonstration and extensive written documentation. Days were spent performing shadow magic exercises while researchers recorded the results. Evenings were spent writing detailed explanations of his methodology, his theoretical understanding, and the philosophical frameworks that guided his practice. It was demanding work, but it was also deeply satisfying. For the first time, Harry's transformation wasn't being treated as a threat to be managed or controlled. It was being treated as a legitimate subject of academic and practical study. Researchers approached his shadow magic with the same careful attention they would have brought to any other magical discipline. They asked questions. They sought understanding. They treated his power as valid rather than as some form of corruption. The research project also brought Harry into closer contact with other practitioners of shadow magic. Some of them were older wizards who had developed shadow magic practice in the years before it had been marginalized and suppressed. Others were younger practitioners like Harry, drawn to shadow magic not through bloodline or accidental awakening, but through deliberate study and commitment. The community was small, perhaps 50 active practitioners across all of Wizarding Britain, but it was also cohesive and intellectually sophisticated. Within this community, Harry discovered something he hadn't experienced fully in his Hogwarts years. He discovered people who understood his nature intrinsically, who didn't need extensive explanation or education about why shadow magic was valid. They simply accepted it. They worked with it. They celebrated its sophistication and complexity. For someone who had spent his entire life feeling like an outsider in most communities, this acceptance was profoundly meaningful. By mid-July, Harry's routine had established itself into a kind of sustainable rhythm. Mornings were spent at the ministry in research and practical demonstration. Afternoons were often spent in focused study of shadow magic theory, often with Ravenswood, who continued his mentorship even after Harry's transition to post-Hogwarts existence. Evenings were typically spent writing documentation or engaging with the broader shadow magic community. Weekends alternated between additional research work and time spent with his friends. Hermione and Ron came to London for a weekend most weeks, and they would explore the city together, maintain their friendship in the new context of post-Hogwarts reality, and provide Harry with the grounding connection to his past that prevented him from becoming entirely absorbed into his new identity. Ginny visited less frequently. Her summer was complicated by her family's various obligations and her continued residence at Hogwarts, but their correspondence became increasingly deep and intimate. The long letters she sent detailed her experiences, her thoughts about the future, her reflections on how Harry's transformation had changed her own understanding of possibility and authenticity. It was during the last week of July that the first significant complication arose. Caro, undeterred by the Wizengametes' decision against him, began a private campaign to discredit the Shadow Magic Research Project. He filed official complaints alleging that the research methodology was flawed, that the researchers were biased in favor of Harry, that the entire project represented nothing more than institutional legitimization of a dangerous and transgressive magical practice. He called for independent investigation and for the suspension of the project pending review. The ministry's moderate faction, including Montrose and Shacklebolt, pushed back against his allegations, but the complaints created a kind of institutional uncertainty that could not be entirely dismissed. The research project continued, but with increased administrative scrutiny and reduced resource allocation. It was a subtle attack, designed to damage the project through bureaucratic pressure rather than through direct confrontation. Harry discussed the situation with Dumbledore via correspondence. The old man's response was characteristically calm and strategic. "This was inevitable," Dumbledore wrote. "Caro has not given up his agenda. He has simply adapted his approach. He recognizes that he cannot eliminate you directly, so he is attempting to undermine the institutional structures that have come to support your work. This is actually a positive sign, in a way. If he were still actively pursuing your direct elimination, the threat level would be higher. But bureaucratic attacks on projects are predictable and manageable in ways that more direct threats are not. Continue your work with integrity. Document everything carefully. Let the quality of your research speak for itself. Eventually, the pressure will diminish as other concerns capture the ministry's attention." The advice proved sound. As the summer progressed, Caro's complaints gradually lost their urgency. Other ministry matters required attention. Administrative pressure shifted to other areas. The research project, while still subject to increased scrutiny, was allowed to continue. By the time August arrived and Harry was beginning to contemplate the transition back to Hogwarts for his final year, the institutional situation had stabilized. The shadow magic research would continue. His role as a bridge between underground tradition and official institutions would persist. His position as the supreme shadow sorcerer, no longer a figure of prophecy or institutional threat, but a legitimate practitioner and researcher, was increasingly secure. In the final days of summer, Harry made arrangements to travel to Godwin's Hollow, the small village where his parents had lived and where he had lost them. He had avoided the village during the summer, choosing instead to focus on his new responsibilities and his transition to independent existence. But before returning to Hogwarts, he felt called to visit, to pay his respects, to acknowledge the sacrifice that his mother had made in that final moment of her life, the sacrifice that had activated the shadow magic that had defined his entire transformation. He stood in front of the ruined house where his parents had died, and he felt the shadows around him settle into a kind of reverent stillness. His mother had given him life twice, once through her initial pregnancy and birth, and once through her sacrifice against Voldemort's curse. Both gifts had been profoundly transformative. Both had set him on the path that had led to this moment, where he stood as an adult wizard bearing the legacy of her choices. "Thank you," he said quietly, speaking to the memory of the woman he had never known, to the ghost of love that had literally saved his life. "For everything. For your sacrifice. For the shadow magic in my bloodline. For all of it." As he turned away from the house and made his way back toward the apparition point that would return him to London, Harry understood that his transformation was truly complete. He had moved from victim to survivor to chosen one to supreme shadow sorcerer to integrated researcher and practitioner. He had navigated impossible circumstances. He had maintained his integrity through months of institutional pressure and institutional scrutiny. He had created a new model for how shadow magic could be integrated into wizarding society without requiring revolutionary conflict or destructive rebellion. And he had done it all while maintaining authentic connection to the people who mattered most. That, he realized, was the truest definition of mastery. Not the ability to command power or reshape institutions, but the ability to develop and integrate profound transformation while remaining grounded in authentic human connection and ethical integrity. The path ahead remained uncertain. His final year at Hogwarts would present new challenges. His ongoing research would continue to demand significant time and energy. The tension between different factions regarding shadow magic would never be entirely resolved. But for the first time since his awakening, Harry felt genuine peace about his circumstances. He was authentically himself. He was pursuing work that was meaningful and significant. He was maintaining the relationships that grounded him. And that, he understood, was enough. More than enough. It was everything. The train journey back to Hogwarts for Harry's 8th and final year carried a fundamentally different quality than any previous return. He was no longer a student in the traditional sense. He was a student who would be attending classes and maintaining the appearance of normal school participation, but who was simultaneously working on ministry research projects, maintaining connections to the Shadow Collective, and serving as a kind of ambassador for shadow magic within the broader wizarding community. Hermione and Ron were both excited and anxious about the year ahead, their final year of Hogwarts coinciding with significantly increased responsibilities as 8th-year prefects. Ginny, entering her 6th year, seemed both proud of Harry's accomplishments and aware that the distance between them would become increasingly pronounced. Their relationship had survived the summer, sustained through correspondence and occasional meetings, but both of them understood that maintaining romantic connection while navigating such different trajectories would present ongoing challenges. The Sorting Feast felt both familiar and strange. Dumbledore's opening remarks included a notable reference to the integration of new magical disciplines into Hogwarts's curriculum. This year, the headmaster announced, we will be introducing a new optional course for 6th and 7th year students. Shadow Magic Theory and Application, taught by Professor Aldrich Ravenswood. This course represents Hogwarts's formal recognition of shadow magic as a legitimate magical discipline worthy of academic study and serious investigation. I encourage those students who are interested in expanding their understanding of magical possibilities to consider enrolling. The announcement sent waves through the student body. Shadow magic would be offered at Hogwarts. Not as something forbidden or transgressive, but as an official course. The implications were significant. It meant that young wizards would have the opportunity to learn shadow magic within the context of institutional education, rather than being forced to pursue it through underground networks or private study. It represented the kind of gradual institutional transformation that both Dumbledore and the Shadow Collective had been working toward. And it represented, in many ways, the culmination of the path that Harry's transformation had initiated. He had not simply awakened to his own shadow nature. He had, through his consistent integrity and demonstrated competence, made it possible for others to develop their shadow nature within legitimate contexts. The year's curriculum was designed specifically to accommodate Harry's dual existence as both student and ministry researcher. He would attend most classes as a regular student, participate in examinations, maintain his standing as a Hogwarts pupil. But certain afternoons each week would be devoted to ministry work, conducted in a research laboratory that had been installed in a secure chamber beneath the castle. It was an arrangement that required careful negotiation between Dumbledore, Montrose, and the Hogwarts Board of Governors, but it had ultimately been approved. Harry would be the first student in modern memory to receive institutional permission to maintain an outside research position while still enrolled in school. It was another form of precedent setting, another demonstration that authenticity and institutional participation could coexist. The first genuine test of Harry's ability to navigate his complicated existence came during the opening week of term. Caro, apparently learning nothing from the Wizengame's decision against him, made a formal complaint to the Hogwarts Board of Governors alleging that Harry's continued enrollment represented a conflict of interest, that allowing him to maintain ministry research commitments while attending school was inappropriate and potentially dangerous. The complaint triggered a formal review process that required Harry to appear before the board to defend his position. It was, in many ways, a smaller version of the Wizengamot hearing, but with the added complication that this particular decision would directly affect his day-to-day Hogwarts experience. Harry approached the hearing with the confidence that came from having navigated similar institutional processes successfully. He presented his case clearly and directly. "I'm not asking for special treatment," he explained to the assembled board members. "I'm asking for the same flexibility that Hogwarts extends to other students with external commitments. Quidditch players travel to matches that conflict with classes. Musicians participate in performances outside the castle. Scholars conduct research projects that extend beyond school boundaries. I'm simply asking for the same institutional recognition of external engagement that other students receive. The only difference is that my external work is research into shadow magic, which some members of the ministry find uncomfortable. But the research is legitimate. It's academically rigorous. And my participation doesn't interfere with my academic performance at Hogwarts." Dumbledore provided supporting testimony, emphasizing that Harry's academic performance remained exemplary and that there was no actual conflict of interest, merely discomfort among certain ministry factions regarding the subject matter of his research. McGonagall spoke as well, noting that she had observed no negative impact on Harry's academic work and that his integration of shadow magic concepts into his transfiguration practice had actually enhanced his understanding and capability. The board deliberated for several hours before reaching their decision. By a narrow margin, they approved Harry's continued enrollment with permission for external research participation. It was not a unanimous decision, but it was sufficient. Harry would be allowed to continue his dual existence. By mid-September, a kind of new normal had established itself. Harry attended his regular classes, Advanced Transfiguration, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Potions, and the new Shadow Magic Theory course with Ravenswood. He participated in the academic and social life of Hogwarts. But twice per week, he would descend into the research laboratory beneath the castle to continue the ministry's shadow magic project. The research was becoming increasingly sophisticated. Rather than simply documenting his techniques, the project was now exploring the theoretical question of how shadow magic could be taught to practitioners who didn't have innate shadow magic abilities. Could the discipline be learned purely through study and practice, or was bloodline connection essential? Harry worked with volunteers, mostly younger practitioners from the Shadow Collective, to attempt to teach them techniques he had developed intuitively. The results were mixed but encouraging. Shadow magic could be learned, but it required a kind of philosophical openness and intellectual flexibility that not all practitioners possessed. Some people seemed naturally suited to shadow magic practice. Others found it genuinely foreign despite their intellectual commitment to learning it. Understanding why remained one of the project's key questions. Ravenswood's Shadow Magic Theory course attracted 37 students, a surprisingly large enrollment for an optional course in a discipline that had been marginalized for so long. The student body included several older practitioners who had maintained secret shadow magic study before its institutional recognition, younger students discovering it for the first time, and a few individuals who seemed primarily interested in the forbidden or transgressive aspects of the discipline. Ravenswood taught with remarkable skill, presenting shadow magic not as something inherently opposed to light magic, but as a complementary approach that enriched one's overall magical capability. The course attracted particular attention from Ginny, who had begun exploring whether she possessed natural shadow magic affinity. Her interest was partly genuine academic curiosity, but Harry suspected it was also rooted in her desire to understand his nature more deeply, to bridge the gap between their different magical approaches through shared study and understanding. By October, a kind of subtle revolution had begun to occur throughout Hogwarts. Students who enrolled in Ravenswood's shadow magic course began to integrate what they were learning into their other magical practice. Transfiguration students started exploring how shadow concepts could enhance their transformation work. Potions students investigated how understanding shadow magic theory could inform ingredient interaction. Defense Against the Dark Arts students began considering how shadow magic principles could be applied to defensive strategy. What Ravenswood had created was not simply a course in a new magical discipline. It was a catalyst for reimagining how all magic could be approached and practiced. And Harry, observing from his position as both student and researcher, recognized that this was the real transformation. Not his personal awakening to shadow magic, significant as that had been, but the beginning of institutional reorientation toward a more sophisticated, more integrated understanding of magical practice itself. The relationship between Harry and Ginny deepened considerably over the autumn. They spent increasing amounts of time in study together, with Ginny working through Ravenswood's curriculum and Harry helping her understand the theoretical frameworks that seemed to come so naturally to him. Their conversations became less about romance and more about genuine intellectual partnership, which paradoxically made their emotional connection stronger. They understood each other at a deeper level than surface affection could create. They could discuss the philosophical implications of shadow magic. They could debate the proper use of power. They could support each other's development without requiring constant physical proximity or romantic reassurance. November brought another formal evaluation from the ministry. This time, rather than being a trial or an adversarial assessment, the evaluation was collaborative. Montrose and her team worked with Harry to assess the progress of the research project, to evaluate what had been learned, and to identify the directions that future work should take. The evaluation was positive. The research was being recognized as valuable and groundbreaking. Several academic journals had begun expressing interest in publishing findings from the project. The shadow magic community was increasingly vocal in recognizing Harry's role in achieving institutional legitimization for their discipline. And even members of the ministry who were less disposed toward shadow magic were beginning to acknowledge that the research was scientifically rigorous and intellectually significant. But institutional success brought its own complications. Harry began receiving offers from various magical institutions, universities, research organizations, professional associations, all interested in having him work with them, study with them, or serve as a representative for their organizations. He received correspondence from shadow magic practitioners across the continent, expressing interest in collaborating on research or sharing techniques. He was invited to speak at conferences. He was asked to write papers. He was offered positions and opportunities that would have been unimaginable just a year earlier. The abundance of options was flattering but also overwhelming. Harry found himself having to make deliberate choices about which opportunities to pursue and which to decline, recognizing that spreading himself too thin across too many commitments would compromise his ability to be genuinely excellent at anything. With Dumbledore's guidance, Harry made strategic decisions about his post-Hogwarts plans. He would complete his final year at Hogwarts. He would continue his work with the Ministry's Shadow Magic Research Project. He would maintain his connection to the Shadow Collective, but in a capacity that was research-focused rather than politically involved. He would not accept positions or commitments that would require him to abandon his core relationships or compromise his ability to maintain integrity. He would, in essence, consolidate his work around a narrow set of genuinely meaningful projects rather than attempting to respond to every opportunity that presented itself. It was, he realized, a kind of wisdom that power tended to obscure. It would have been easy to say yes to everything, to spread his influence as widely as possible, to become the supreme figure that various factions wanted him to be. But that path led inevitably toward the kind of corruption and loss of authenticity that he had worked so hard to avoid. Better to be excellent at a few things that genuinely mattered than to be mediocre across a broad range of commitments that ultimately served only to expand his influence and prominence. By the time December arrived and the Yule Ball approached once again, Harry had settled into a kind of mature confidence about his position. He was not at the center of wizarding society. He was not a legendary figure commanding vast institutions. But he was a respected researcher, a bridge between communities, a demonstration that authenticity and institutional participation could coexist. He was living evidence that shadow magic could be integrated into wizarding society without catastrophic consequences. He was, in many ways, exactly what Mercia Thornwood and the Shadow Collective had hoped he would become when they first reached out to him, a figure capable of facilitating gradual institutional transformation rather than revolutionary conflict. When the Yule Ball arrived, Harry attended with Ginny, and their presence at the event carried very different implications than the previous year. They were no longer unusual or transgressive. They were simply a couple, one of whom happened to practice shadow magic. The transformation that their presence represented was so normalized now that it barely registered as significant. Other students were learning shadow magic. Other students were developing understanding of darkness as a legitimate magical approach. The mythology that had built around Harry was beginning to dissolve into normalcy, and he found that he preferred that dissolution. Normalcy meant he was no longer constantly being evaluated or scrutinized. It meant he could simply be a person rather than a symbol. It meant that his transformation had truly succeeded, not in making him legendary or extraordinary in the traditional sense, but in making the extraordinary ordinary. In making shadow magic something that could be studied in classrooms and discussed in academic contexts and practiced by ordinary young wizards without automatically being classified as corruption or transgression. That, Harry understood, was the true victory. January of Harry's final year brought a convergence of circumstances that would ultimately define the trajectory of his remaining time at Hogwarts and shape the foundation of his post-school existence. The Ministry's shadow magic research project reached a critical juncture where the preliminary findings needed to be synthesized into a comprehensive report that would be presented to the Wizengamot. Simultaneously, Hermione and Ron were managing their responsibilities as eighth-year prefects while attempting to maintain their own academic focus. Ginny was navigating her own magical development, discovering capabilities and interests that extended far beyond her initial exploration of shadow magic. And the broader wizarding community was beginning to grapple with the institutional implications of shadow magic's legitimization. Change was accelerating, and Harry found himself positioned at the center of multiple interconnected transformations. The research report consumed most of Harry's focused energy throughout January and into February. Working with Montrose and a team of researchers, Harry distilled months of accumulated data and theoretical development into a comprehensive document that would serve as the definitive academic treatment of shadow magic integration. The work was meticulous and demanding. Every claim required supporting evidence. Every conclusion needed to be defensible against potential criticism. Every recommendation for future institutional development needed to account for practical implementation challenges and potential resistance. Harry found himself functioning less as a practitioner demonstrating techniques and more as a scholar synthesizing knowledge into coherent frameworks. It was intellectually demanding work, but it was also profoundly satisfying. He was contributing to the creation of something that would outlive his personal presence, a document that would shape how shadow magic was understood and taught for generations to come. By mid-February, the first draft of the report was substantially complete. It ran to over 300 pages, containing detailed technical sections, theoretical frameworks, historical analysis, and recommendations for institutional policy. Montrose reviewed the document with evident satisfaction. "This is excellent work," she said, and Harry could hear genuine respect in her voice. "You've managed to make shadow magic accessible to readers who have no prior familiarity with the discipline while simultaneously providing enough sophistication and rigor that experienced practitioners will find genuine value in the theoretical contributions. This report is going to change how the Ministry approaches magical development and regulation. More importantly, it's going to change how the broader wizarding world understands what shadow magic actually is." The report's presentation to the Wizengamot was scheduled for late March, giving the governing body time to review the findings and prepare for official discussion and potential policy recommendations. In preparation for that presentation, Harry was asked to deliver preliminary findings at a series of academic seminars within the ministry, allowing high-level officials and respected scholars to engage with the research in a controlled environment before the formal governmental presentation. These seminars became moments of subtle advocacy, opportunities for Harry to influence how institutional leaders understood shadow magic and its implications. He approached each seminar not as a confrontation but as a genuine attempt to share understanding, to demonstrate that shadow magic was neither inherently corrupting nor inherently revolutionary. It was simply a different approach to magical practice that brought different capabilities and different philosophical frameworks into engagement with the broader wizarding world. The response to these seminars was mixed but generally positive. Several senior ministry officials who had harbored significant skepticism about shadow magic began to soften their positions, recognizing that their previous concerns were based on incomplete information or institutional tradition rather than actual evidence. Others remained skeptical but were forced to acknowledge that the research was rigorous and that Harry's understanding of his own discipline was sophisticated. Even Caro seemed to recognize that continuing to attack the research project directly was becoming increasingly futile. His strategy shifted toward a kind of institutional obstructionism, attempting to slow the project's advancement through bureaucratic procedures rather than direct confrontation. It was a less dramatic tactic, but it was also less obviously objectionable, and therefore more difficult to counter directly. At Hogwarts, the introduction of shadow magic into the official curriculum continued to reshape student culture and academic perspectives. Ravenswood's course had expanded to accommodate additional students who wanted to enroll. A waiting list had been established for the next academic year. Within the course, discussion naturally moved beyond simple technical instruction into broader questions about magical philosophy, about the proper use of power, about how different magical approaches complemented each other. Ginny emerged as one of the most engaged students, asking sophisticated questions that demonstrated genuine depth of understanding. She had, Harry noted with quiet satisfaction, genuinely integrated shadow magic concepts into her personal magical practice rather than simply learning them superficially. She was becoming, in her own right, a shadow magic practitioner of respectable capability. The relationship between Harry and Ginny had evolved into something that transcended the typical categories of school romance. They remained physically affectionate, still shared intimate moments and genuine emotional connection. But their relationship had also become intellectually substantial. They discussed shadow magic theory. They debated the philosophical implications of different magical approaches. They challenged each other's assumptions and pushed each other toward deeper understanding. It was, Harry realized, the kind of partnership that could potentially sustain itself beyond school years, that could evolve into something that continued to be meaningful as they both matured and developed. There was no guarantee that it would work. Relationships were fragile things under the best of circumstances, but at least there was a foundation of genuine intellectual connection and mutual respect that went deeper than surface attraction. In March, Hermione presented her own completed research project for her final year academic work. She had spent the entire year investigating the historical records of shadow magic suppression, tracing how and why the discipline had become marginalized over the centuries. Her analysis was comprehensive and elegantly argued, demonstrating that shadow magic had not been suppressed because it was fundamentally corrupting or dangerous, but because it represented a challenge to institutional authority structures that benefited from maintaining clear moral categories and simplified power hierarchies. Her project essentially provided historical evidence supporting the argument that Harry's transformation and integration represented not corruption but restoration, a return to a more balanced understanding of magical capability that had been lost through centuries of institutional suppression. When Hermione presented her findings to the Hogwarts teaching staff, even McGonagall seemed impressed by the sophistication of her analysis. "Excellent scholarship, Miss Granger," the Transfiguration professor said. "You've demonstrated not just research capability but genuine intellectual independence. That will serve you well in whatever path you choose after Hogwarts." Ron, meanwhile, had pursued a more practical path of research. He had conducted a detailed study of how shadow magic concepts could be integrated into Quidditch strategy and player development. It seemed, at first glance, like an unusual topic. But his analysis demonstrated genuine insight into how different magical approaches could enhance athletic performance and team coordination. His research suggested that practicing certain shadow magic techniques could improve a player's spatial awareness, their ability to see through deception or feints, their capacity to remain calm under pressure. It was not conventional scholarship, but it was legitimate, and it demonstrated that shadow magic had applications and implications far beyond the academic and theoretical realms. Ron's willingness to explore practical applications in contexts that might have seemed unconventional showed that he, too, had internalized the fundamental lesson of Harry's transformation. Shadow magic was not something to be feared or compartmentalized. It was simply a tool, powerful, sophisticated, and capable of enhancing performance in unexpected ways. As April arrived, the Ministry's shadow magic research project entered its final phase before the Wizengamot presentation. The last comprehensive evaluations were conducted. Final recommendations were synthesized. A presentation strategy was developed that would effectively communicate complex research findings to a non-specialist audience. Harry's role in this final phase was significant. He would be presenting some of the key findings personally, providing testimony about the research methodology, answering questions from Wizengamot members. It was essentially his final formal examination, a demonstration that he had not only awakened to shadow magic, but that he had integrated his understanding into sophisticated academic and practical frameworks. The presentation was scheduled for late April, after Hogwarts's final examinations had concluded. The examination schedule that year was particularly intense. Harry was managing 8 different subjects, maintaining his academic standing even while engaged in external research commitments. The examinations themselves were not particularly difficult for him. His understanding of magical principles had deepened so significantly throughout the year that technical challenges were relatively straightforward to address. But the sheer volume of examination work, combined with his ongoing ministry commitments and his preparation for the Wizengamot presentation, created a kind of sustained pressure that lasted through the entire month of May. By the time the final examination concluded, Harry was exhausted in ways that transcended simple fatigue. It was the exhaustion of sustained high-level focus across multiple complex domains. But it was also satisfying exhaustion, the kind that came from pushing oneself to genuine limits and discovering that those limits could be exceeded through sustained effort and commitment. The results, when they were posted, reflected the investment of effort. Harry had achieved top marks in every subject. His performance in shadow magic theory was recognized as exceptional, with Ravenswood noting that his final examination response demonstrated understanding that exceeded what most graduate-level practitioners possessed. His transfiguration marks reflected the sophistication of his integrative approach. His defense against the dark arts performance showed mastery of both theoretical and practical components. By any standard, his final examination performance represented the culmination of 7 years of Hogwarts education, executed at the highest level of achievement. The final week of the school year was marked by the traditional celebrations but also by the poignancy of final goodbyes. Hermione and Ron would not return to Hogwarts after this year. They would transition directly into the Wizarding World's workforce, beginning their adult careers. Some Hogwarts students would not return, having achieved what they needed from their education or deciding to pursue alternative paths. And Harry himself would be leaving, moving into a world where his primary existence would be defined not by student status but by his work as a researcher and practitioner. The friendships that had sustained him through his transformation were about to be tested by geographic distance and the demands of adult existence. None of them could guarantee that their relationships would survive the transition. But at least they had built genuine foundations of mutual understanding and commitment. That was something, more than many people managed. Enough to provide hope for continuity even as circumstances inevitably changed. The leaving feast carried a distinctly different emotional texture than previous years. There was genuine sadness at departures and transitions. But there was also celebration of achievement and recognition of growth. Dumbledore's final remarks were particularly directed toward Harry, though the headmaster couched his message in language that applied more broadly. As we conclude another year, Dumbledore said, I want to emphasize the importance of remembering that transformation is not betrayal. Growth is not corruption. Change is not the same as loss of authenticity. I have watched many of you undergo significant transformation during your time at Hogwarts. Some of that transformation was planned. Some was unexpected. Some was welcomed. Some was resisted. But all of it has contributed to who you are becoming. The challenge of adulthood is not to stop that transformation, not to cling to earlier versions of yourselves, but to continue evolving while remaining grounded in the values and connections that define your authenticity. Some of you will go on to do remarkable things. Some of you will live quiet lives of genuine meaning. Regardless of the path you choose, I encourage you to choose it authentically. To pursue it with integrity. And to maintain the connections to people who have supported you through your transformation. Those connections are what make authentic existence actually meaningful. As Harry listened to those final words, he understood that they were, in many ways, directed specifically at him. The acknowledgement of transformation without corruption. The recognition that change could be authentic rather than betrayal. The emphasis on maintaining connections while continuing to evolve. These were precisely the themes that had defined his past year. And they were the themes that would define his future as well. He would continue to grow and transform. His understanding of shadow magic would deepen. His role in the broader wizarding community would likely become more prominent. But he would do all of that while remaining grounded in the relationships that had supported him, while maintaining the integrity that had been his primary defense against institutional pressure and corruption. That evening, Harry stood once more in the astronomy tower with Ginny, looking out across the Hogwarts grounds as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. "What happens after this?" she asked, her voice carrying the uncertainty that came from contemplating significant life changes. "When you leave Hogwarts, when you're fully integrated into the Ministry's research program, when the attention and expectations inevitably grow, what happens to us?" Harry took her hand, feeling the connection between them that went deeper than words or promises could fully capture. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I don't know if we can maintain this relationship under the pressures that are coming. I don't know if you'll decide you want something different. I don't know if I'll make mistakes that compromise what we have. But I know this. I care about you genuinely. I want to try to make it work. And I believe that if we're both committed to maintaining authenticity and integrity, that gives us at least a chance. Some relationships work out, some don't. But all that any of us can do is our genuine best while we're in them. I'm willing to do that. If you are." Ginny squeezed his hand and leaned her head against his shoulder. "I'm willing. I believe in you. I believe in what you're trying to do. And I believe in us. We'll figure out the rest as it comes." As they stood together in the fading light, with the shadows that were so fundamental to Harry's nature settling around them in their comfortable presence, Harry felt something profound settle within him. His transformation was complete. Not finished, it would continue evolving for the rest of his life. But complete in the sense that he had successfully integrated his shadow nature into a personality and a life that remained fundamentally authentic. He had awakened as the supreme shadow sorcerer and had discovered that true mastery was not about dominance or power for its own sake. It was about the capacity to be authentically oneself while remaining committed to integrity and genuine connection to others. Everything else, the research, the institutional integration, the recognition and respect, all of it was secondary to that fundamental achievement. He had learned that shadow and light could coexist. That darkness and authenticity were not inherently contradictory. That power could be wielded with restraint. That transformation could be both radical and grounded simultaneously. And most importantly, he had learned that none of these achievements would have been possible without the people who had supported him: Dumbledore, Ravenswood, Montrose, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. They had each played a role in his transformation, and they would continue to play roles in who he was becoming. That recognition, that understanding of interdependence and genuine connection, was the true heart of his mastery. The presentation to the Wizengamot took place on the 28th of April, in the grand courtroom of the Ministry. Harry had spent weeks preparing alongside Montrose, refining the presentation materials, anticipating likely questions, ensuring that the research findings were communicated with both precision and accessibility. The courtroom was packed, not just with Wizengamot members, but with ministry officials, researchers, representatives of various magical organizations, and even a few journalists from the Daily Prophet. The presentation had generated significant attention within the wizarding world. Shadow magic had become a topic of genuine public discourse rather than a marginalized or forbidden subject. Harry stood in the presentation chamber with Montrose and two other senior researchers from the ministry's project. As the Wizengamot convened and the formal procedures were initiated, Harry felt a strange clarity settle over him. This was, in many ways, the culmination of everything that had begun when his shadow magic first awakened 17 months ago. The academic presentation, the institutional recognition, the shift in how shadow magic was understood and discussed, all of it traced back to the fundamental choices he had made about how to respond to his own transformation. He had chosen authenticity over suppression. He had chosen integrity over expedience. He had chosen connection over isolation. And that consistency of choices had created the conditions where this moment was possible. Montrose began the presentation with historical context, explaining how shadow magic had developed, how it had been gradually marginalized and suppressed, and how the recent emergence of a new practitioner with supreme shadow sorcerer capabilities had created an opportunity to re-examine the discipline. She presented charts and data demonstrating that shadow magic had no inherent connection to moral corruption, that the practitioners in the historical record who had been classified as dark wizards were not corrupted by their shadow magic practice but rather had used shadow magic as a tool to pursue agendas that were independently dark. The presentation made clear distinctions between the discipline itself and the practitioners, choices about how to apply that discipline. The second researcher presented the theoretical framework that had emerged from the project. Shadow magic, they explained, was fundamentally different from light magic, not in its potential for good or evil, but in how it interacted with consciousness, how it processed magical intention, how it manifested in the physical world. Rather than operating through revelation and illumination, shadow magic operated through transformation and concealment. Rather than seeking to define and clarify, shadow magic sought to reveal hidden possibilities and reshape understood structures. Both approaches were valid. Both had applications and limitations. Both could be applied constructively or destructively depending on the practitioner's intentions. What mattered was integration, the ability to understand and apply both approaches in ways that served authentic purposes. Then Harry took the platform to present the practical applications and the implications for institutional policy. He spoke about his training, his understanding of how shadow magic functioned, his experience managing his own power in ways that demonstrated control and integrity. He presented case studies of other practitioners who were learning shadow magic and the results that had been achieved. He explained how shadow magic could enhance other magical disciplines, how it could be integrated into existing curricula, how it could expand the overall capability of the wizarding world's magical practitioners. But most importantly, he spoke about the philosophical implications. Shadow magic teaches us, he said, his voice steady and clear, that authentic power is not about domination or control. It's about understanding our own nature completely and then making conscious choices about how to direct that nature toward purposes we consciously select. Every wizard possesses shadow and light. The question is whether we acknowledge that reality and integrate both aspects of ourselves, or whether we pretend that darkness doesn't exist within us and allow it to operate unconsciously. I believe the former is healthier. I believe the integration of shadow magic into our broader educational and institutional frameworks will make us stronger, not weaker. And I believe that the evidence from this research project supports that conviction. The questions that followed were detailed and sometimes hostile. Caro launched several aggressive lines of inquiry designed to provoke Harry or to identify contradictions in the research. But Harry had anticipated most of the questions and had prepared thoughtful responses that remained calm and focused despite the combative framing. He demonstrated that the research was rigorous, that his conclusions were supported by evidence, that his own practice represented genuine integration rather than suppression or corruption. By the time the questioning concluded, even hostile Wizengamot members seemed forced to acknowledge that the research was legitimate and that Harry's understanding of his own discipline was sophisticated. The Wizengamot deliberated for 2 full days. The decision, when it came, was substantial. The government would formally recognize shadow magic as a legitimate magical discipline. Hogwarts would be authorized to continue offering shadow magic as an official course. The ministry would fund ongoing research into shadow magic theory and applications. Young practitioners who demonstrated natural shadow magic affinity would be permitted and encouraged to pursue formal training rather than being suppressed or marginalized. And, most significantly for Harry personally, the ministry would offer him a formal position as a researcher and consultant, with full institutional authority and protection. He would be, effectively, the official expert on shadow magic within the ministry structure. It was, in many ways, a complete institutional victory. Shadow magic had gone from marginalized and forbidden to officially recognized and institutionally supported in less than 2 years. The celebration that followed was bittersweet for Harry. He attended the formal dinner hosted by the ministry to recognize the research project's completion, received congratulations from numerous officials and scholars, and accepted the recognition with the gracious humility that had become characteristic of his public presentations. But even as he celebrated the institutional achievement, he was processing the reality of what came next. He would be leaving Hogwarts. He would be transitioning fully into the ministry's employment. His life would be fundamentally restructured around his new role and responsibilities. The student identity that had defined him for 7 years would be replaced by the professional identity of a ministry researcher and expert. It was a transition he had anticipated, but actually experiencing it created a kind of disorientation he hadn't fully expected. When the formal dinner concluded, Harry made his way back to Hogwarts to collect his belongings and formally depart from the school. Dumbledore was waiting in his office. The old man looked particularly aged that evening, as if the weight of the transformation he had witnessed and guided was finally becoming visible in his physical form. You have done well, Dumbledore said simply. Better than I would have predicted when your awakening first began. You have managed the extraordinarily difficult task of maintaining authentic transformation while remaining grounded in integrity and connection. That is not easy. Most people with your power would have been corrupted or would have retreated into isolation. You managed to do neither. I couldn't have done it alone, Harry said. You've guided me through much of this. And my friends have supported me. And people like Ravenswood and Montrose have helped me understand my own nature. This achievement is shared. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. But don't underestimate your own role in it. You made the choices. You maintained the integrity. You refused the temptations and provocations that were designed to make you break. That took genuine strength. Strength that came from you, not from external sources. Remember that as you move forward. You have a capacity for authenticity and integrity that is rare. Don't ever compromise it in pursuit of power or prominence. Harry spent his final evening at Hogwarts saying goodbye to the places that had been significant in his transformation. He walked through the castle's corridors, remembering the experiences, both painful and joyful, that had marked his 7 years. He visited the library where he had spent countless hours studying. He stood in McGonagall's Transfiguration classroom and reflected on the lessons in transformation that went far beyond magical technique. He visited the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom where Ravenswood had taught him so much about shadow magic and about the possibilities of authentic existence. He stood once more in the astronomy tower where he had contemplated his future and his fears. And he visited the hidden alcove near the Room of Requirement where he had spent so many evenings with Ginny, building a relationship that had weathered the storms of his transformation and emerged stronger for having done so. Ginny found him there in the alcove, as if she had sensed where he would be. They sat together in the darkness, now familiar and comfortable rather than frightening, and simply existed together without needing to fill the silence with words. I'm going to miss this, Ginny said finally. I'm going to miss you being here. I'm going to miss having you present in my daily life. I know, Harry said. And I'm going to miss it too. But we'll stay connected. We'll find ways. And you'll continue here, and you'll develop your own path, and you'll become who you're meant to become. That's important. I don't want you to limit yourself because of our relationship. I don't want you to make choices based on trying to maintain connection to me. You need to pursue your own authentic development. I will, Ginny promised. But I'm also going to pursue our relationship. I'm not choosing between authenticity and connection. I'm choosing both. I'm choosing to develop fully as myself while also maintaining what we have. You taught me that those things don't have to be in conflict. The next morning, Harry departed Hogwarts for the final time as a student. He took the Hogwarts Express back to London one last time, sitting with Hermione and Ron in their compartment, processing the transition with the people who had been his anchors throughout his transformation. They discussed their own plans. Hermione had been offered a position with the Department of Magical Education, working on curriculum development and pedagogical innovation. Ron had been offered an apprenticeship with the Auror office, beginning the training that would eventually lead to his becoming a professional magical law enforcement officer. Both of them had secured positions that would keep them in London, at least for the next several years. They would remain accessible to each other. They would be able to maintain their friendship in whatever form it took as they all moved into adulthood. There was uncertainty about the future. There always was. But there was also foundation, genuine connection and mutual understanding that suggested the friendship could survive even significant life changes. When the train arrived at King's Cross Station, Harry collected his belongings and made his way to the townhouse in London that would continue to serve as his residence. The ministry had secured a larger space for him now, not just for personal residence, but also including a private research laboratory where he could conduct independent work alongside his institutional commitments. The transition into this new phase of his life felt surreal. He was no longer a student. He was an adult wizard with significant institutional responsibilities. He was, in many ways, starting over. But he was starting from a place of authenticity and integrity. He was starting with genuine relationships that had proven capable of withstanding extraordinary pressure. He was starting with a clear understanding of who he was and what he valued. And he was starting with the conviction that authentic power, when combined with integrity and genuine connection, could create meaningful change in the world. That evening, settled in his new residence with his belongings unpacked and arranged around him, Harry took time to reflect on the arc of his transformation. 17 months ago, he had awakened to shadow magic thinking it was a curse, a corruption, something that would inevitably lead him toward darkness. Now, he understood it as simply another facet of authentic existence, a legitimate magical approach that he could integrate into his life without compromising his integrity or his connection to others. The supreme shadow sorcerer that he had become was not a being of legendary power commanding vast forces of darkness. He was a young wizard who had learned that authenticity, when maintained consistently and combined with genuine integrity, was the truest form of mastery. He had learned that transformation didn't require destruction. That evolution could be graceful rather than violent. That shadow and light could coexist. That power could be wielded with restraint. That the most profound victories were often the quiet ones that expanded possibilities for others rather than dominating them. As he settled into his new life, Harry understood that his transformation was far from complete. He would continue growing. His understanding of shadow magic would continue deepening. His role in the broader wizarding community would continue evolving. The relationships that mattered to him would continue developing in ways he couldn't fully predict. But he had reached a point of integration. He had achieved a kind of stability where he could embrace change without losing himself in it. And that, he realized, was what the title of Supreme Shadow Sorcerer truly meant. Not dominance or legendary power, but the capacity to be fully, authentically yourself while remaining committed to the integrity and connections that made authentic existence actually meaningful. He had achieved that. And now, the real work, the work of living that achievement every day, of continuing to grow while maintaining that integration, of building a life that honored both his power and his humanity, now, that work could truly begin. The summer following Harry's official departure from Hogwarts marked the beginning of a new chapter in both his personal life and his professional development. The ministry's Shadow Magic Research Project, which had been conducted largely within the framework of evaluation and documentation during his school years, was now transitioning into something more ambitious. Harry was now working full-time, no longer constrained by academic schedules or the need to maintain student status at Hogwarts. The research laboratory beneath the ministry was being expanded significantly, with funding approved for expanded staff, additional equipment, and a more comprehensive research agenda that extended far beyond simple documentation of existing techniques. The first major initiative that Harry undertook in his new role was the establishment of a formal training program for shadow magic practitioners. For centuries, shadow magic had been taught informally, passed through bloodlines or through underground networks where knowledge was carefully guarded and transmission was sporadic. The result was that the discipline remained relatively underdeveloped, with individual practitioners discovering techniques through personal experimentation rather than through systematic study and accumulated knowledge. Harry's proposal was to create a structured curriculum that would allow younger practitioners and interested learners to develop shadow magic capability in a systematic way. The curriculum would be rigorous but also accessible, designed to teach the philosophical frameworks underlying shadow magic practice alongside the technical techniques. The first cohort of the training program consisted of 12 practitioners, ranging in age from 17 to 45. Some were young wizards like Harry who had discovered shadow magic affinity during their developmental years. Others were older practitioners who had pursued shadow magic study informally and now wanted to deepen their understanding through more systematic training. Still others were practitioners of other magical disciplines who had become interested in shadow magic after its institutional legitimization and wanted to integrate shadow approaches into their existing practice. The diversity of the group created rich learning opportunities. Discussions about shadow magic philosophy became naturally multi-layered as practitioners brought their different experiences and perspectives to theoretical questions. The training program became not just an educational initiative but also a community-building exercise, establishing connections between previously isolated shadow practitioners and creating a sense of collective identity around the discipline. Harry found that teaching shadow magic was both more challenging and more rewarding than he had anticipated. Translating his intuitive understanding of shadow magic into explicit frameworks that could be communicated to others required him to articulate principles that had been largely instinctive for him. In the process of explaining shadow magic to others, he discovered that his own understanding deepened significantly. Teaching became a reciprocal learning process, where Harry's articulation of his knowledge was constantly being refined and improved by the feedback and questions of his students. By midsummer, the training program had achieved a kind of rhythm where Harry felt comfortable in his role as an instructor and mentor, capable of guiding other practitioners through their own development without feeling like he was simply recreating his own path. The research itself was also expanding in new directions. One of Harry's colleagues at the ministry, a researcher named Drive, Helena Sinclair, who specialized in magical theory and philosophy, had proposed investigating the theoretical question of whether there were other undiscovered or marginalized magical disciplines that might parallel shadow magic. The wizarding world had organized itself around the primary categories of light magic and dark magic, but what if there were other fundamental approaches that had been overlooked or suppressed? The research began with a historical investigation, examining ancient magical texts and historical records to identify references to magical disciplines that didn't fit neatly into the established categories. The findings were fascinating. There were scattered references throughout magical history to what had been called mirror magic, substance magic, void magic, and several other approaches that seemed to operate according to principles fundamentally different from both light and dark magic as traditionally conceived. This discovery led to a collaborative project where Harry worked with Dr. Sinclair and several other researchers to investigate whether these other disciplines might still exist, whether there were practitioners who maintained knowledge of these approaches, whether these disciplines could be researched and documented in ways similar to what had been accomplished with shadow magic. The work was exploratory and speculative, but it opened up genuine new frontiers for magical research. If there were indeed other fundamental magical disciplines that had been suppressed or marginalized, then the wizarding world's understanding of magic itself was incomplete. The implications were staggering. It suggested that the entire framework of magical education and regulation had been built on an incomplete understanding of what magic actually was and what approaches were possible. Hermione was fascinated by this broader research direction when Harry shared it with her during one of their regular London meetings. She had settled into her position at the Department of Magical Education and had been working on proposals to expand the curriculum to include more diverse magical approaches. "This is exactly what the educational system needs," she said enthusiastically. "For generations, we've been teaching magic as though there's only one legitimate way to approach it. Students are sorted into houses and tracked toward particular career paths based on their perceived aptitude within that narrow framework. But if there are multiple fundamental magical approaches, then the entire educational structure needs to be reimagined. We should be helping students discover their natural magical affinity rather than forcing them into predetermined categories. That's going to be a massive undertaking," Harry pointed out. "You're essentially proposing to restructure the entire basis of magical education. That's not going to happen quickly. There's going to be significant institutional resistance." "I know," Hermione said. "But that's why we need to start now. Start with Hogwarts, develop the framework for identifying and developing students' natural magical affinity, prove that it works more effectively than the current system, and then gradually push for broader institutional adoption. It's going to take years. But that's fine. Meaningful change usually does." Ron, meanwhile, was developing his own perspective on the implications of shadow magic's legitimization. His work with the Auror office had given him insight into how magical law enforcement operated, and he had become increasingly aware that the system was built around assumptions that shadow magic's emergence was fundamentally challenging. "The Auror training focuses entirely on light magic approaches to law enforcement," he explained during one of their meetings. "We're trained to identify dark magic users as threats, to suppress dark magic practice, to prioritize light magic approaches in all our work. But if shadow magic is legitimate, then we need to completely rethink how we approach magical law enforcement. We need Aurors trained in shadow magic. We need protocols for working with shadow practitioners rather than automatically assuming they're criminals. We need basically an entire restructuring of how magical law enforcement approaches shadow magic." "Welcome to the world of institutional transformation," Harry said with a slight smile. "Everything changes simultaneously. Everything needs to be restructured. Everything that was built on certain assumptions needs to be rebuilt on different assumptions. It's chaotic and difficult and slow. But it's also necessary." By August, Harry had also begun conducting preliminary research into whether his own shadow magic capabilities extended beyond what he had previously explored. Working with Dr. Sinclair, and under the supervision of Montrose, he attempted several advanced techniques that had been theoretically possible but which he had never actually practiced. One discovery was that his shadow magic could be used for communication across significant distances, not through magical artifacts or systems, but through direct consciousness-to-consciousness contact conducted through shadow medium. It was a technique that had been mentioned only obliquely in historical texts on shadow magic, and it had been assumed to be either legendary or requiring power levels that were rarely achieved. But Harry found, through patient experimentation and careful theoretical work, that the technique was actually quite sophisticated and teachable. Once learned, it could facilitate communication with other shadow practitioners that was instantaneous and required no external medium. The implications for coordination and community building within the shadow magic community were significant. Another discovery was related to what Harry termed shadow walking, the ability to move through shadow spaces in ways that transcended normal spatial constraints. Harry had developed a limited form of this capability intuitively, using shadow to move short distances or to evade direct line-of-sight perception. But the theoretical framework suggested that shadow walking could potentially extend to longer distances if properly refined. Through experimental work conducted in carefully controlled environments, Harry discovered that he could potentially travel through shadow mediums across distances of several miles. The technique was exhausting and technically demanding, but it represented a genuine capability that added another dimension to shadow magic practice. The research team documented the technique carefully, recognizing that it had significant applications for practical shadow magic use, though they also recognized that it would require careful regulation to prevent its misuse. By late August, when Ginny returned from her continued studies at Hogwarts for her summer break, she found Harry deeply engaged in research work that went far beyond the relatively straightforward documentation that had characterized his previous involvement. "You've evolved," she observed, watching him demonstrate some of the new techniques he had been developing. "This isn't just understanding shadow magic. This is pushing the boundaries of what shadow magic can do. You're not just a practitioner anymore. You're a developer. You're expanding the discipline." "I suppose I am," Harry acknowledged. "It's strange. When I first awakened to shadow magic, I was just trying to understand it, to integrate it into who I was, to prove that it wasn't inherently corrupting. Now that I've established those things, I'm discovering that there are genuine frontiers here. The discipline is much more sophisticated and complex than anyone has previously understood. There's so much potential, so much that could be developed and explored." "Are you happy?" Ginny asked suddenly. The question seemed to come from nowhere, but Harry recognized that she was asking something deeper than simple surface contentment. She was asking whether he was fulfilled, whether his post-Hogwarts life was aligning with what he genuinely wanted for himself. Harry considered the question carefully before responding. "Yes," he said finally. "I'm happy. Not every moment, not without challenges and frustrations. But fundamentally, yes. I'm doing work that matters. I'm developing understanding in ways that feel meaningful. I'm contributing to something larger than myself. I'm maintaining genuine connection with people I care about. And I'm being authentic while doing all of it. That's more than most people manage. It's certainly more than I thought I would achieve when my shadow magic first awakened." "I'm glad," Ginny said. "Because I'm happy too. Being at Hogwarts without you is strange. But I'm developing in my own way. I'm becoming who I'm supposed to be. And I think what we have can survive that. Not because we're together constantly. But because we're both committed to our own authentic development and to maintaining genuine connection even as we pursue separate paths. That's real. That's sustainable." As the summer progressed and August gave way to September, Harry found himself settling into a new rhythm of existence. He was no longer a student navigating the dual pressures of institutional education and personal transformation. He was a young researcher pursuing work that was intellectually fascinating and institutionally valued. He maintained his relationships with the people who mattered most, even as those relationships took new forms. He was developing new capabilities and expanding his understanding of shadow magic in ways that extended the discipline beyond what had previously been known. And he was doing all of this while maintaining the fundamental commitment to authenticity and integrity that had characterized his transformation from the beginning. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer was no longer a figure of prophecy or legend. He was simply Harry Potter, a young wizard who had learned that authentic power, when combined with integrity and genuine connection, was the truest form of mastery. And now, with the institutional support and research opportunities that his position provided, he had the chance to expand that understanding even further, to develop shadow magic in new directions, to contribute to the transformation of Wizarding Society's understanding of magic itself. The journey continued. It would always continue. But at least now, Harry understood that the journey was one worth taking. September brought a significant shift in Harry's research focus. The investigation into potentially undiscovered magical disciplines, which had begun as an exploratory side project, was gaining institutional momentum. The Ministry, recognizing the implications of discovering that their entire framework of magical understanding might be incomplete, had authorized expanded funding for what was now being called the Comprehensive Magical Discipline Initiative. Harry found himself promoted to company director of this broader research effort, sharing responsibility with Dr. Helena Sinclair for investigating multiple potential magical approaches beyond the conventional light and dark categories. It was a role that expanded his responsibilities considerably while simultaneously providing him with unprecedented institutional authority to pursue research directions that had previously been considered too speculative or unconventional. The research methodology was rigorous and carefully structured. Rather than simply investigating ancient texts and attempting to verify the existence of hypothetical disciplines, the team conducted surveys of contemporary magical practitioners across the wizarding world, asking detailed questions about their magical practices, their theoretical frameworks, their understanding of how their magic functioned. The survey responses revealed something remarkable. Among the thousands of practitioners who responded, there were indeed individuals who reported magical experiences and capabilities that didn't fit neatly into the light-dark framework. Some described magical practices that seemed to operate through principles of balance or equilibrium rather than through conflict. Others reported magical approaches that functioned through direct manipulation of magical substance itself rather than through force of will directed at external objects. Still others described disciplines that seemed to operate primarily through consciousness expansion and meditation rather than through active magical casting. The diversity of responses suggested that the light-dark binary was indeed incomplete as a framework for understanding magical possibility. The most significant discovery came in October, when the research team located 3 practitioners of what had been theoretically referred to as mirror magic. Mirror magic, according to the historical texts, operated through the principle of reflection and correspondence, the idea that by understanding the reflection or correspondence between different entities or phenomena, a practitioner could influence outcomes in sophisticated ways. The 3 contemporary practitioners, an older woman named Eleanor Blackwood, a middle-aged man named Thomas Chen, and a younger woman named Sophie Adler, had preserved knowledge of mirror magic practice through private study and careful documentation despite the discipline having been largely lost over the centuries. They were brought into the Ministry's research program and began working with Harry's team to document and understand their discipline in ways parallel to what had been accomplished with shadow magic. Working with the mirror magic practitioners revealed the genuine complexity of magical diversity. Mirror magic functioned according to entirely different principles than shadow magic. Where shadow magic operated through transformation and concealment, mirror magic operated through reflection and recognition. Where shadow magic practitioners worked with darkness as a medium, mirror magic practitioners worked with correspondence and patterns. Yet despite these fundamental differences, both disciplines were legitimate. Both had valid applications. Both contributed unique capabilities to the broader magical ecosystem. The research work that followed was intellectually demanding, requiring Harry and his team to develop new theoretical frameworks that could accommodate multiple simultaneous magical approaches without reducing them to a single overarching system. The implications of this research were beginning to reshape not just how the Ministry understood magic, but how the broader wizarding community thought about education and professional development. If there were indeed multiple fundamental magical disciplines, then the current system of sorting students into houses based on perceived potential and then tracking them toward particular career paths was fundamentally flawed. The current system assumed that all wizards had access to the same basic magical toolkit. But if some wizards had natural affinity for shadow magic while others had affinity for mirror magic or other disciplines, then forcing all students through identical curricula and career pathways was limiting their potential. Educational transformation became an urgent priority. Hermione's proposal for restructuring Hogwarts's curriculum to accommodate diverse magical approaches gained institutional support. The ministry authorized funding for pilot programs to experiment with new educational frameworks that would identify and develop students' natural magical affinities rather than forcing them into predetermined categories. By November, when Harry was invited to present preliminary findings from the Comprehensive Magical Discipline Initiative to the full Wizengamot, the scope of institutional transformation was becoming increasingly visible. The presentation was not just about shadow magic anymore. It was about the fundamental reconceptualization of magic itself. Harry stood before the Wizengamot and articulated a vision of a wizarding world where magical diversity was recognized and celebrated, where young practitioners could discover their authentic magical nature and develop it fully, where different magical approaches were understood as complementary rather than competitive. It was a vision that represented genuine departure from how the wizarding world had organized itself for centuries. And to Harry's surprise and satisfaction, the response was largely positive. Even conservative Wizengamot members seemed to recognize that the institutional status quo was inadequate in light of new knowledge. The political implications extended beyond magical education and research. The ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement faced the question of how to adapt to a world where shadow magic was legitimate and where other previously unknown disciplines might also be legitimate. Ron, now several years into his Auror training, found himself advocating strongly for the adoption of more nuanced approaches to magical law enforcement. We can't continue assuming that all practitioners of non-light magical disciplines are criminals, he argued in a meeting Harry attended. We need to develop the capability to distinguish between practitioners using their power legitimately and those using it for actual harm. We need Aurors trained in shadow magic and potentially in other disciplines as well. We need protocols that account for magical diversity rather than treating it as inherently criminal. The transformation was happening, but not without resistance. There were institutional factions that felt threatened by the idea that their understanding of magic had been incomplete. There were practitioners of light magic who worried that legitimizing other magical disciplines somehow diminished the status or validity of light magic practice. There were traditionalists who viewed the transformation as dangerous change for its own sake. Caro remained actively opposed, though his influence seemed to have diminished as his predictions of disaster failed to materialize. The Wizengamot had not collapsed because shadow magic was legitimate. The wizarding world had not fallen into chaos because the ministry was investing in research into other magical disciplines. Instead, the world seemed to be becoming more sophisticated, more capable, more able to recognize and respond to genuine complexity rather than reducing everything to simplistic categories. It was during this period of rapid institutional transformation that Harry received an unexpected visitor. Mercia Thornwood, leader of the Shadow Collective, arrived at his ministry office in early December with an unusual proposal. The Shadow Collective, she explained, had been observing the institutional transformation with interest and satisfaction. The gradual legitimization of shadow magic, the expansion into research on other disciplines, the institutional reorganization occurring at multiple levels, all of it represented the kind of transformation that the collective had been working toward for decades. But now, Thornwood suggested, there was an opportunity for something more significant. We want to propose a formalized partnership, she said. Between the Shadow Collective and the Ministry's research initiative, we have centuries of accumulated knowledge and practice that could accelerate and deepen your research. And your institutional legitimacy could help bring our practitioners more fully into the broader wizarding community. It could be mutually beneficial. It could transform how shadow magic is understood and practiced not just in Britain, but across the entire wizarding world. Harry discussed the proposal carefully with Montrose and with Dumbledore. The question was whether institutional partnership with the Shadow Collective would compromise the research's independence or whether it would genuinely enhance the work. After considerable deliberation, the decision was made to pursue the partnership, but with explicit commitments to maintaining research independence, preventing any single faction from dominating the research agenda, and ensuring that knowledge discoveries remained accessible to the broader wizarding community rather than being hoarded by any particular organization. The partnership that was eventually formalized represented a genuine bridge between the underground tradition that had preserved shadow magic knowledge and the official institutions that were now providing resources and legitimacy for expanded research. It was the kind of institutional collaboration that would have been unimaginable just 2 years earlier. The holidays brought a break from the intensity of research work and institutional politics. Harry returned to the townhouse in London to spend time with his closest friends and to participate in the cultural traditions that marked the season. Hermione came to London for the Yule celebration, bringing news from her work at the Department of Magical Education. The pilot curriculum projects were being implemented at several schools around Britain. Early results were promising. Students who had the opportunity to explore different magical disciplines and discover their authentic affinities seemed more engaged, more motivated, more capable of developing excellence in areas that aligned with their genuine interests. "We're going to revolutionize magical education," Hermione said with her characteristic confidence. "It's going to take years, and there will be resistance, but the current system is so clearly inadequate that once people experience alternatives, they won't want to go back." Ron arrived on Christmas Eve, bringing stories from his work in the Auror office. His training was progressing well, and he was developing genuine competency as a magical law enforcement officer. More significantly, he was being considered for selection into a specialized program to train as one of the first shadow magic-aware Aurors. "They want me to learn shadow magic techniques so I can work more effectively in situations involving shadow practitioners," he explained. "It's weird. A few years ago, I would have thought that meant learning how to arrest shadow practitioners more effectively. But now it means learning to work with them, to understand their perspective, to develop genuine professional relationships. It's a complete shift in how I approach the work." Ginny joined them in London for the holiday as well. Now in her 6th year at Hogwarts, she had become increasingly sophisticated in her shadow magic practice. She had worked extensively with Ravenswood throughout the year and was considering pursuing shadow magic studies at a more advanced level after completing her Hogwarts education. Her relationship with Harry had evolved into something that transcended simple romantic connection. They were intellectual partners, genuinely interested in each other's work and development, capable of supporting each other's growth without requiring constant physical proximity. The time they spent together during the holidays was deeply meaningful precisely because it was rooted in genuine connection rather than dependency. "I've been thinking about what I want to do after Hogwarts," Ginny said one evening as they sat together in Harry's townhouse. "I'm considering pursuing shadow magic study. More formally. Either through the Ministry's training program or through the Shadow Collective, or possibly both. I want to develop real expertise. Not just personal practice, but the kind of sophisticated understanding that would allow me to contribute meaningfully to research or education. I want to be part of this transformation that's happening." "That's remarkable," Harry said. "And I think you'd be excellent at it. You have the theoretical foundation and the practical capability. And more importantly, you have the integrity and authenticity that makes shadow magic practice genuinely meaningful rather than just technically proficient." "I learned from the best," Ginny said with a slight smile. "Your example of how to pursue power while maintaining integrity has been genuinely influential. Not just for me personally, but for how young wizards broadly are thinking about what it means to develop magical capability. You've demonstrated that strength doesn't require corruption. That power can be wielded with restraint. That authenticity and institutional participation can coexist. That's changed the entire cultural conversation around magic development." By the end of December, as Harry prepared for the new year and the continuation of his research work, he found himself reflecting on the arc of transformation that had brought him to this point. 18 months ago, he was a student navigating the awakening of his shadow magic while attempting to maintain his place at Hogwarts and manage institutional scrutiny. Now, he was a recognized expert and researcher whose work was reshaping how the entire wizarding world understood magic. The transformation was not complete, it would never be complete, as ongoing growth and development was inherently continuous. But it had reached a point where the initial frantic urgency had been replaced by a more sustainable rhythm of meaningful work conducted within frameworks that supported rather than constrained his authentic development. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer had ceased to be a figure of prophecy or controversy. He had become simply a researcher and practitioner engaged in genuine intellectual and magical work that contributed to the broader community's understanding and capability. And that, Harry realized, was precisely what authentic mastery meant. Not the achievement of legendary status or the accumulation of power, but the quiet satisfaction of meaningful work conducted with integrity and authenticity. Everything else was secondary to that fundamental achievement. January of the new year brought a convergence of events that seemed to crystallize the transformation that had been occurring across wizarding society for the past 2 years. The Ministry of Magic, recognizing that the institutional structures developed over centuries were fundamentally inadequate to accommodate the new understanding of magical diversity, initiated a comprehensive review of all ministry departments to identify how their operations and regulations needed to be restructured. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement began formal pilot programs for training shadow magic-aware Aurors. The Department of Magical Education released guidelines for implementing diverse affinity curriculum frameworks in schools across Britain. The Department of Magical Research, now substantially enlarged to accommodate the Comprehensive Magical Discipline Initiative, had expanded its mandate to actively seek out and document other potentially unknown magical approaches. The entire institutional structure of the wizarding world was in motion, attempting to reorganize itself around a fundamentally different understanding of what magic actually was and what possibilities existed within magical practice. Harry found himself at the center of this institutional transformation, not because he sought that position, but because he had become the embodiment of the transformation's possibility. He was a living demonstration that shadow magic was legitimate. He was a researcher who had expanded the discipline beyond what anyone had previously imagined. He was a young wizard who had maintained his integrity and authenticity while wielding power that could have corrupted or distorted him. And he was a collaborator who had managed to build bridges between institutional structures and underground traditions. The requests for his time and expertise multiplied constantly. He was asked to consult with various ministry departments. He was invited to speak at conferences and professional gatherings. He received correspondence from shadow practitioners across the entire wizarding world, seeking guidance or collaboration on research projects. The abundance of opportunity and the weight of expectation could have been crushing. But Harry had learned through his years of transformation that the key to maintaining authenticity under pressure was to remain clear about his core values and to make deliberate choices about how to allocate his limited time and energy. In February, Harry made a significant decision about his future direction. Rather than attempting to be everywhere and involved in everything, he decided to focus his efforts on 4 primary commitments that aligned most directly with his values. First, he would continue his work as company director of the Comprehensive Magical Discipline Initiative, pursuing the research that was expanding humanity's understanding of magic itself. Second, he would maintain his role as teacher and mentor within the Shadow Magic Training Program, believing that developing the next generation of practitioners was essential to ensuring that shadow magic continued to be practiced with integrity and authenticity. Third, he would serve as a consultant and advisor to the Shadow Collective, maintaining the bridge between underground tradition and institutional legitimacy that had been so crucial to shadow magic's reintegration into wizarding society. And fourth, he would preserve and protect his personal relationships, with Ginny, with Hermione, with Ron, and with Dumbledore, recognizing that these connections were the foundation that made all of his other work actually meaningful. By making these deliberate choices about his commitments, Harry established boundaries that allowed him to say no to opportunities that fell outside these core areas. It was a practice that Dumbledore had repeatedly emphasized, the importance of saying no to good things in order to say yes fully to the best things. The first test of this commitment to boundaries came in March, when the Wizengamot approached Harry with an offer to join the government body itself. They wanted him to serve as an official advisor on matters related to shadow magic and potentially other newly recognized magical disciplines. It was an extraordinarily prestigious offer. It would have expanded his institutional influence dramatically. But it would also have consumed enormous amounts of his time and would have compromised his independence as a researcher. After careful consideration, Harry respectfully declined the offer. "I appreciate the honor," he wrote to the Wizengamot, "but I believe I can contribute more meaningfully to the broader transformation of how the wizarding world understands magic by maintaining my current role as a researcher and educator rather than by taking on governmental responsibilities. I'm most effective when I'm pursuing knowledge and sharing what I learn with others. Adding bureaucratic obligations to that work would compromise my ability to do both things well. I hope you'll respect my decision to remain focused on the work that I believe I can do with greatest integrity." The response from the Wizengamot was surprisingly positive. Rather than viewing his refusal as rejection, they seemed to recognize that his commitment to maintaining focus on his core work demonstrated exactly the kind of integrity and authenticity that made his contributions valuable. They expressed their respect for his decision and indicated that the offer would remain available if his circumstances or perspective changed at some point in the future. It was a moment that reinforced something important that Harry had learned through his transformation. Authentic power did not require accepting every opportunity offered. It required the wisdom to recognize which commitments actually aligned with one's values and the courage to say no to those that did not, regardless of how prestigious or apparently significant the offer might be. By April, the integration of shadow magic into institutional structures was becoming increasingly normalized. Students were learning shadow magic in school settings. Aurors were receiving training in shadow magic techniques. Researchers throughout the wizarding world were pursuing investigations into shadow magic theory. The discipline that had seemed transgressive and forbidden just 2 years earlier had become a routine part of wizarding professional and educational life. The mythology that had built around Harry, the image of the supreme shadow sorcerer as a figure of legendary power and destiny, had largely dissolved into the reality of a young researcher engaged in rigorous intellectual work. And Harry found that he preferred that dissolution. The normalcy that replaced the mythology was far more satisfying than legendary status could have ever been. It meant that he could pursue his work without constant scrutiny. It meant that his shadow magic could be evaluated on its merits rather than through the lens of prophecy and fate. It meant that he could be simply Harry, a wizard with particular talents and interests, rather than a symbol embodying institutional transformation. In May, Hermione achieved a major institutional victory when Hogwarts formally restructured its curriculum to accommodate diverse magical affinity development. Rather than sorting students primarily into houses, the school would now administer comprehensive assessment during first year to identify each student's natural magical affinities. Students would still be sorted into houses for dormitory purposes and for certain communal activities. But their primary academic curriculum would be organized around their identified magical affinities. Those with shadow magic affinity could develop that pathway while simultaneously studying other disciplines. Those with mirror magic affinity could pursue that discipline. Those who showed exceptional light magic affinity could continue traditional paths. And those whose affinities lay in undiscovered or underdeveloped disciplines could pursue specialized education while waiting for more comprehensive frameworks to be developed. This is going to fundamentally transform how young wizards experience education, Hermione said with evident satisfaction when she shared the news. We're going to develop practitioners who are more skilled at what they actually are naturally talented at. We're going to reduce the frustration and alienation of students forced into inappropriate categories. We're going to create a more diverse and more capable wizarding world. By late May, as Harry prepared for the end of the academic year and the transition into summer, he found himself in a place of genuine stability. The frantic intensity that had characterized his first year of transformation had been replaced by a sustainable rhythm of meaningful work. The constant institutional pressure that had marked his Hogwarts years had diminished as shadow magic had become normalized. The existential questions about who he was and what his power meant had largely been resolved through the consistent demonstration of integrity and authenticity across multiple challenging situations. He was no longer a figure of controversy or prophecy. He was a respected researcher and educator whose work contributed meaningfully to the broader transformation of wizarding society. And that was enough. More than enough. It was everything he had actually wanted all along, once the mythology and drama had been stripped away. In June, Harry returned to Hogwarts for the final celebration of the academic year and to participate in Ginny's leaving feast. She had completed her 6th year and was graduating from Hogwarts with exemplary academic performance and sophisticated shadow magic practice. More significantly, she had been accepted into the advanced shadow magic training program that would begin in July. She had chosen to pursue shadow magic study directly following her Hogwarts graduation rather than spending time in initial employment. It was a choice that required courage and commitment, but it aligned perfectly with her authentic interests and capabilities. I want to develop real expertise, she explained to Harry as they watched the final Quidditch match of the year. I don't want to be simply competent or dabble in shadow magic while doing something else. I want to commit to it fully, at least for the next few years. I want to see how deep the discipline goes. I want to understand it the way you do. You will, Harry said. Because you have the fundamental commitments that make that kind of deep understanding possible. You're willing to work rigorously. You're committed to authenticity. You understand that genuine mastery requires sustained effort and intellectual honesty. Those are the essential elements. The rest is just time and practice. The leaving feast was bittersweet. Ron had completed his Auror training and would not return to Hogwarts. Hermione had accepted her full-time position at the Department of Magical Education and would not return as a student. Ginny was graduating and transitioning into her chosen path of shadow magic study. Even Harry, who had spent 7 years at Hogwarts, would not be returning in any formal capacity. The school that had been his primary location of existence for so many years was now becoming increasingly occasional in his life. It was a transition he had anticipated, but experiencing it still created a bittersweet awareness of chapters closing and new ones opening. Dumbledore's final remarks as headmaster for the year, he did not specify whether he might retire, leaving that question deliberately ambiguous, were characteristically profound. As we conclude another year, I want to emphasize that transformation is not betrayal of the past. Evolution is not rejection of foundation. The changes occurring in the wizarding world do not mean that everything previously understood was wrong. Rather, they mean that our understanding was incomplete. We are not losing something. We are expanding. We are adding complexity and nuance to our existing frameworks. We are becoming capable of holding multiple truths simultaneously rather than reducing everything to simplistic binaries. This is difficult work. It requires intellectual flexibility and genuine courage. But it is also profoundly necessary work. And I have been privileged to witness many of you undertaking this work. With authenticity and integrity. Continue doing so. Continue pushing the boundaries of what is possible. Continue asking questions about assumptions you have been taught to accept. Continue believing that authentic development is worth the effort and vulnerability it requires. That is the greatest gift you can offer the wizarding world. As Harry left Hogwarts for what would likely be the last time as a regular participant in the school community, he carried with him a sense of completion about his educational journey. 7 years had transformed him from a frightened boy seeking belonging into a confident young adult who had discovered authentic power and learned to wield it with integrity. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer, if he still bore that title, had ceased to be a figure of legend or prophecy. He had become simply Harry, a wizard with particular talents and interests, pursuing meaningful work, maintaining genuine relationships, living an authentic life rooted in integrity and connection. And in making that transition from legend to person, he had perhaps accomplished something far more meaningful than any legendary achievement could have offered. He had demonstrated that transformation was possible. That authenticity and institutional participation could coexist. That power did not require corruption. That the most profound change often occurred not through dramatic rebellion but through quiet, consistent commitment to integrity and meaningful work. As he stepped onto the Hogwarts Express for the final time as a student, Harry understood that his true journey was just beginning. The year of awakening was complete. The years of integration were underway. And the future stretched ahead full of possibilities that he could now approach with confidence and authentic commitment to the work that actually mattered. July brought Harry into the full intensity of his role as instructor and mentor within the Advanced Shadow Magic Training Program. The cohort that began their training in early July consisted of 15 advanced practitioners, a mix of younger wizards who had demonstrated exceptional shadow magic affinity and older practitioners seeking to deepen their understanding. Among them was Ginny, now officially graduated from Hogwarts and committed to pursuing shadow magic study as her primary focus. There was also a young woman named Lucia Rossi who had discovered shadow magic affinity only recently but whose natural talent was remarkable. There were several practitioners who had studied shadow magic through the Shadow Collective's underground networks and now wanted institutional-level development. And there were a few practitioners from other countries who had heard about Harry's training program and had arranged to participate despite the geographical distance. Teaching such a diverse group of practitioners required Harry to articulate his understanding of shadow magic at levels of sophistication he had not previously attempted. He found that the process of teaching forced him to confront gaps in his own knowledge, to recognize assumptions he had been making without questioning them, to develop theoretical frameworks that could encompass multiple different approaches to shadow magic practice. The first weeks of the training program were dedicated to establishing foundational understanding. Harry taught the philosophical principles underlying shadow magic. He explained how shadow magic functioned according to principles of transformation and concealment rather than revelation and illumination. He discussed the ethical frameworks that should guide shadow magic practice, emphasizing that possession of power did not justify its arbitrary use. He presented the historical development of shadow magic, explaining how the discipline had been suppressed and marginalized and how that history continued to influence contemporary practice. But the second phase of the training program moved into more advanced territory. Harry began teaching not just techniques but methodologies, ways of approaching shadow magic problems that would allow practitioners to develop novel solutions rather than simply replicating existing techniques. He introduced the concept of shadow integration, which involved understanding how shadow magic could be combined with other magical disciplines to create effects that neither discipline alone could produce. He taught advanced consciousness techniques that allowed practitioners to maintain multiple simultaneous magical operations. He explored the theoretical questions that were emerging from the ministry's broader research, questions about whether shadow magic might connect or relate to the other newly discovered magical disciplines. The training became increasingly collaborative, with more advanced practitioners sharing their own discoveries and insights, creating a genuine intellectual community where knowledge was constantly being developed and refined rather than simply transmitted from teacher to students. One significant breakthrough occurred in mid-July when Lucia Rossi, the young practitioner with exceptional natural talent, discovered a variation on shadow walking that allowed for instantaneous communication across unlimited distance. Rather than transferring consciousness or energy through shadow medium as Harry had been researching, Lucia discovered that shadow medium could be used to create instantaneous correlation between two distant locations, allowing information to be transmitted at speeds that transcended normal magical communication systems. The discovery was remarkable, and it demonstrated something crucial about the teaching process. By creating space for advanced practitioners to pursue their own investigations alongside formal instruction, the training program was facilitating genuine innovation rather than simply reproducing existing knowledge. Within weeks, Lucia's technique had been documented, refined, and integrated into the broader shadow magic curriculum. What had been a personal discovery became a shared resource that would benefit all future shadow magic practitioners. By August, the training program had developed into something more sophisticated than Harry had initially envisioned. It was not simply an educational initiative. It was becoming a genuine research community where advanced practitioners collaborated on understanding shadow magic theory and practice at the highest levels. The ministry began allocating additional funding to support the program's expansion. Plans were being made to establish satellite training locations in multiple locations across Britain, with the goal of eventually offering advanced shadow magic training internationally. Harry found himself functioning not just as a teacher but as the intellectual leader of an entire movement dedicated to developing shadow magic as a sophisticated and respectable magical discipline. In late August, Hermione came to London for an extended visit, bringing news from her work at the Department of Magical Education. The curriculum restructuring that had been formally implemented in the spring was now being rolled out across multiple schools. Initial results were exceeding expectations. Students who had the opportunity to pursue education aligned with their authentic magical affinities were demonstrating increased engagement, improved academic performance, and greater satisfaction with their educational experience. More significantly, the diversity of educational pathways was beginning to produce a more diverse and capable wizarding community. Young practitioners were developing real expertise in their areas of natural talent rather than being forced into inappropriate categories that limited their potential. "This is going to reshape the entire wizarding world," Hermione said with evident satisfaction. "In a generation, we'll have produced practitioners with genuine expertise in multiple different magical disciplines. The wizarding community will be significantly more capable and more sophisticated. And all of it traces back to your willingness to be authentic and to demonstrate that shadow magic was legitimate. You started this transformation." "I didn't start it alone," Harry corrected. "This transformation required Dumbledore's strategic guidance. It required Montrose and the Ministry moderates creating space for new understanding. It required the Shadow Collective preserving knowledge and being willing to collaborate. It required you pursuing educational restructuring. It required Ron advocating for changes in law enforcement approaches. It required Ginny and other young practitioners being willing to embrace shadow magic seriously. No single person started this. It was a convergence of many people making authentic choices. I just happened to be the focal point. Perhaps, Hermione said. But focal points matter. They provide direction. They provide demonstration of possibility. Your refusal to compromise your authenticity even under institutional pressure showed others that authentic development was actually possible. That made all of this other work meaningful. Ron joined them in London in early September, bringing news from his continuing work as an Auror. He had been formally accepted into the Shadow Magic Aware Aurors program and had begun studying shadow magic techniques within a law enforcement context. His perspective on shadow magic was distinct from both Harry's and Ginny's. It was focused on practical application to real-world security challenges rather than on theoretical development or pure practice. But his observations about how shadow magic could enhance law enforcement capability were valuable. He brought a pragmatic perspective that prevented the shadow magic community from becoming too focused on abstract theoretical questions and forgetting about real-world application and utility. The most important thing I've learned, Ron said, is that shadow magic isn't inherently about power-seeking or domination. In law enforcement contexts, it's incredibly useful for investigative work, for understanding situations more completely, for perceiving things that are hidden or concealed. Properly regulated and properly applied, shadow magic makes us better at what we're actually supposed to be doing, protecting people and maintaining security. By late September, as the new academic year was beginning at Hogwarts and the broader wizarding community was settling into the new institutional structures that had emerged from 2 years of transformation, Harry found himself in a moment of genuine reflection. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer, the figure who had seemed so significant and consequential during the height of his institutional scrutiny and legal proceedings, had essentially ceased to exist as a public figure. He was now simply Harry, a researcher, a teacher, a practitioner, a friend. The mythology had dissolved. The prophecy had been fulfilled not through legendary achievement but through the quiet, consistent demonstration that authenticity and integrity were possible even in circumstances explicitly designed to force their abandonment. The power that had seemed so overwhelming during his awakening was now integrated into his normal functioning. He wielded shadow magic not as something transcendent or extraordinary, but simply as one tool among many, useful for particular applications but not consuming his entire existence. It was in this context of growing normalcy and integration that Dumbledore reached out with an unexpected invitation. The old headmaster asked Harry to meet him at Hogwarts for a private conversation. When Harry arrived in the castle, now feeling almost foreign after his transition to adult existence, he found Dumbledore in his office surrounded by his familiar collection of magical instruments and sleeping portraits of previous headmasters. The old man looked frailer than Harry remembered, as if the passage of time and the weight of watching dramatic institutional transformation had finally become fully visible. "I wanted to discuss your future," Dumbledore said without preamble. "Your path has been remarkable. You have moved from awakening to shadow magic to becoming an established practitioner and researcher to now functioning as a teacher and mentor. The work you are doing in training the next generation of shadow practitioners is genuinely important. But I wanted to ask whether you have considered what comes next. Where do you envision your work developing over the next 5 years? The next 10 years? Do you see yourself continuing primarily as a teacher and researcher? Do you see yourself eventually taking on broader institutional roles? Do you see yourself potentially transitioning to different work entirely?" Harry considered the question carefully before responding. "I think I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing now for several more years," he said. "The training program is still in its early stages. There's so much more to develop. The relationship between shadow magic and the other newly discovered disciplines is still mostly unexplored. I want to spend time really deepening my understanding of shadow magic rather than expanding into new areas. I want to mentor the next generation of practitioners thoroughly rather than fragmenting my attention across too many commitments. And I want to maintain my genuine relationships, with Ginny, with Hermione, with Ron, with you. Those relationships are not negotiable. They're the foundation that makes everything else actually meaningful. Beyond that, I'm not sure. But I'm comfortable with uncertainty. I've learned that the future reveals itself more clearly when you focus fully on the present work that actually matters. Good, Dumbledore said with evident satisfaction. That is exactly the answer I was hoping for. I have spent my life building institutions and pursuing long-term plans. And while I believe that work has been valuable, I have sometimes wondered whether I sacrificed present authenticity for future vision. You, by contrast, have refused to compromise present authenticity even for future possibility. That is a different approach. I believe it is a wiser one. Continue as you are. The institutions will adjust around you. The future will accommodate itself to your authentic development. There is no need to force it. As Harry left Hogwarts and returned to his townhouse in London, he understood that he had reached a kind of completion point. Not the completion of his transformation, that would be ongoing throughout his life. But the completion of the acute phase where rapid change and institutional challenge had defined his existence. He had moved from crisis to sustainability. From novelty to integration. From struggle to deliberate cultivation. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer had become simply Harry, and in making that transition, he had perhaps accomplished something far more significant than any legendary achievement could have offered. He had demonstrated that authentic power was possible. That integrity could be maintained even under extreme pressure. That genuine connection could sustain us through transformation. And that the most meaningful mastery came not from the accumulation of power or prominence, but from the consistent commitment to being authentically ourselves while remaining grounded in the relationships and values that actually mattered. As summer gave way to autumn and the new academic year truly began, Harry settled into his work with a sense of purpose and peace. The future remained uncertain, but for the first time since his shadow magic had awakened, that uncertainty felt like possibility rather than threat. It felt like freedom. 2 years after his graduation from Hogwarts, Harry stood in the newly expanded Shadow Magic Research Laboratory beneath the Ministry, watching as a new cohort of practitioners, the third group to complete the advanced training program he had established, presented their final research projects. The laboratory had evolved significantly since he had first begun his formal research work. What had once been a single chamber had expanded into a complex of interconnected spaces designed specifically for shadow magic study and practice. The training program had grown from the initial 12 practitioners to now encompassing over 100 advanced students across multiple locations throughout Britain. Internationally, similar programs were being developed in France, Germany, and several other countries. The discipline that had seemed so transgressive and threatening just 2 years earlier had become thoroughly integrated into the institutional structures of the wizarding world. Shadow magic courses were offered at Hogwarts and at several other magical academies. Shadow magic specialists were employed throughout various ministry departments. Practitioners of shadow magic were becoming increasingly visible within the broader wizarding community. The transformation was essentially complete. The acute phase of resistance and struggle had given way to the normal operations of an established magical discipline. The presentation ceremony that day was particularly significant because it marked the moment when the first generation of practitioners trained entirely within the new institutional framework were completing their advanced studies. These were young wizards who had discovered shadow magic affinity during their educational years, who had been supported rather than marginalized by institutional structures, who had developed their capabilities within legitimate frameworks rather than through underground study. Their work was impressive, demonstrating genuine sophistication and understanding that matched or exceeded what Harry had developed through years of intuitive practice and institutional resistance. But more than that, their work demonstrated that shadow magic could be genuinely taught and developed through systematic education rather than requiring exceptional individuals to discover it through personal struggle and awakening. That realization represented the completion of something crucial. It meant that shadow magic was no longer dependent on occasional exceptional practitioners. It could be sustainably developed and preserved through normal institutional processes. As Harry observed the presentations, Ginny stood beside him. She had completed her own advanced training 2 years earlier and was now working with Harry as a co-instructor and research collaborator. Their relationship had evolved into a genuine intellectual and creative partnership. They had moved in together the previous year, establishing a shared residence that functioned simultaneously as living space and research laboratory. Their romantic connection remained important, but it had matured into something that transcended surface affection, a partnership rooted in mutual respect, shared intellectual interests, and genuine commitment to similar life purposes. They discussed shadow magic theory. They collaborated on research. They challenged each other's assumptions. They supported each other's development. Harry had come to understand, what genuine adult partnership could look like when both people remained committed to their own authentic development while simultaneously valuing their connection. "You look satisfied," Ginny said quietly, observing the expression on Harry's face as they watched the final presentations. "You look like someone who has accomplished something fundamental." "I think we have," Harry replied. "Not just me. All of us. We've taken something that was hidden and marginal and transformed it into something legitimate and sustainable. We've created institutional structures that will continue developing shadow magic long after we're no longer actively involved. We've shown that transformation doesn't require destruction. That authentic change can occur through persistence and integrity rather than through revolution and rebellion. That's significant. More significant than I think I fully comprehended when I started this journey." Later that evening, Harry received a letter from Dumbledore. The old headmaster had formally retired from his position as headmaster of Hogwarts earlier in the year, passing the role to McGonagall, who had accepted it with characteristic determination to maintain the school's integrity while allowing it to continue evolving. Dumbledore had used his retirement to pursue various personal interests and to write about his experiences with magical transformation and institutional change. The letter was brief but carried significant weight. "I have been reviewing the arc of your transformation," Dumbledore wrote. "From awakening to integration to teaching to legacy building. What strikes me most profoundly is not the power you have developed. It is the consistency of your commitment to authenticity throughout that development. You have faced multiple opportunities to compromise that authenticity. You have encountered institutional pressure, institutional temptation, individual challenges, and personal uncertainty. And through all of it, you have remained fundamentally true to yourself. That consistency is rarer than genuine power. It is also, I believe, more significant. I wanted to tell you this while I still have the opportunity, while my words might still carry weight. Continue as you have been. The world is better for your refusal to compromise." By the autumn of that year, the broader transformation of wizarding society that had begun with Harry's awakening to shadow magic was essentially complete. The Ministry had published the comprehensive report on magical diversity, documenting the existence of shadow magic, mirror magic, and several other previously unknown or marginalized disciplines. Educational institutions had restructured their curricula to accommodate diverse magical affinity development. Law enforcement had adapted its approaches and training programs to account for magical diversity. Professional organizations throughout the wizarding world had begun incorporating practitioners of various magical disciplines into their structures. The binary framework of light versus dark magic had been replaced by a much more complex and sophisticated understanding of magical possibility. It had been 2 years of rapid transformation, but now the wizarding world was settling into a new normal where magical diversity was recognized and accommodated as routine rather than as something exceptional or transgressive. Hermione, now leading a significant initiative within the Department of Magical Education focused on pedagogical innovation, had been instrumental in much of that institutional change. She visited London regularly to discuss her work and to maintain connection with Harry and the shadow magic community. "What's remarkable," she observed during one of her visits, "is that the transformation has been so thorough that people are already beginning to forget how transgressive and threatening shadow magic seemed just a few years ago. It's already becoming normal. History is already being rewritten to suggest that this transformation was inevitable rather than contingent. That's both good, because it means the resistance has genuinely diminished, and concerning, because it means that the work and struggle that made this possible is already being forgotten." "Perhaps that forgetting is part of the process," Harry suggested. "Perhaps authentic transformation requires that the struggle phase eventually recede into the background. If we kept reliving the difficulty and the resistance, we'd prevent ourselves from fully moving forward. The fact that shadow magic is becoming normalized so quickly suggests that the transformation is working. That the reality is overtaking the mythology. That the work is becoming genuinely integrated rather than remaining exceptional." Ron had similarly achieved significant integration into his chosen profession. He had advanced to the level of senior Auror, specializing in cases involving shadow magic practitioners. His perspective as someone trained in law enforcement but also respectful of shadow magic practice had become invaluable. He was developing new protocols for how warriors should approach situations involving shadow practitioners, protocols that emphasized understanding and negotiation rather than automatic assumption of threat or criminality. The most important thing I've learned, Ron shared during one of their meetings, is that shadow magic itself is neutral. What matters is the intentions and integrity of the practitioner. Some of the most trustworthy wizards I know practice shadow magic. Some of the most dangerous criminals I've encountered practice light magic. The discipline isn't what determines the character of the practitioner. The character of the practitioner determines how they use their discipline. By the end of the second full year of shadow magic's institutional legitimization, Harry found himself in a genuinely unfamiliar position. There was nothing left to fight for. There were no institutional barriers to overcome. There was no resistance to navigate. There was only the normal, ongoing work of developing a legitimate magical discipline within established institutional structures. It was simultaneously satisfying and strange. For so long, his existence had been defined by navigating pressure and resistance and struggle. Now he faced the different challenge of maintaining focus and authenticity when the external pressure had largely dissipated. It was, he realized, a different kind of test. Anyone could maintain authenticity under pressure. The real test was whether that authenticity could be maintained when there was no longer external pressure forcing its maintenance. Whether genuine commitment to authentic development could persist when external incentives for that commitment had largely vanished. It was during this period of reflection that Harry made a decision about the future of the Shadow Magic Research and Training Program. Rather than remaining as its permanent director and primary figure, he decided to transition to an emeritus role, stepping back from day-to-day operations and allowing younger practitioners to take on more significant leadership responsibilities. Lucia Rossi, the young practitioner who had discovered the instantaneous communication technique 2 years earlier, would become the new director of the training program. Several other advanced practitioners would take on roles as co-instructors and research leaders. Harry would remain available for consultation and mentorship, but the program would no longer be dependent on his continued active involvement. "Why are you stepping back?" Ginny asked when he shared this decision with her. "You've built something remarkable. You could continue leading it for decades." "Because that's the difference between genuine legacy and personal empire," Harry replied. "If the program depends on me continuing to lead it, then I haven't actually created something sustainable. I've created something that would collapse if I was no longer there." Real legacy is creating structures that can survive and evolve beyond the founder's involvement. Real mastery is developing other people so thoroughly that they don't need you anymore. The formal transition took place in early 2026, about 2.5 years after Harry's shadow magic had first awakened. He stepped down as director of the Shadow Magic Training Program and transitioned to working primarily on theoretical research in collaboration with Dr. Sinclair and the broader Comprehensive Magical Discipline Initiative. His focus shifted from developing shadow magic as a discipline to investigating the broader question of magical diversity and the fundamental nature of magic itself. It was work that was less visible, less politically significant, but equally meaningful. It was work that would occupy him for years, potentially for decades, as he and his colleagues gradually expanded humanity's understanding of magical possibility. On the evening of the summer solstice, nearly 2.5 years after his transformation had begun, Harry stood with Ginny at the edge of the Black Lake near Hogwarts. They had come to the castle for a brief visit, and they had sought out the location where so much of Harry's personal transformation had occurred. The shadows that walked with him were no longer something that required conscious attention or management. They were simply part of who he was, integrated into his being as naturally as his thoughts or his physical form. The supreme shadow sorcerer was no longer a figure of prophecy or legend. He was simply Harry, a wizard who had learned that authentic power, when combined with integrity and genuine connection to others, was the truest form of mastery. That authenticity had required struggle. It had required refusing institutional pressure to compromise or conform. It had required maintaining boundaries and making deliberate choices about commitments. But it had resulted in a life that was fundamentally meaningful and genuinely sustainable. "Do you ever regret it?" Ginny asked. "The struggle, the institutional scrutiny, the pressure. Do you wish it could have been simpler?" "No," Harry said after a moment of reflection. The struggle shaped who I became. If I had been able to simply manifest my shadow magic and have everyone accept it immediately, I might never have developed the kind of integrity and authentic understanding that makes my power actually meaningful. The struggle wasn't wasted. It was essential. It was what allowed me to move from simply having power to genuinely understanding what I should do with that power. As they stood together in the darkness near the lake, with the castle rising behind them and the stars emerging in the sky above them, Harry felt the profound peace that came from genuine authenticity. He had awakened to shadow magic. He had navigated institutional scrutiny. He had transformed from a student into a researcher and teacher. He had contributed to the institutional transformation of the wizarding world. And through all of it, he had maintained his integrity, his authentic connection to the people who mattered most, and his fundamental commitment to being genuinely himself rather than conforming to external expectations or institutional pressure. He had not become a legendary figure commanding vast forces of darkness. He had become something far more meaningful. He had become a person who had learned that authentic power required integrity, that authentic growth required vulnerability, and that authentic meaning could only be found through genuine connection to others. The Supreme Shadow Sorcerer, if he still bore that title, had become simply Harry. And in making that transition from legend to person, he had perhaps accomplished the most profound transformation of all. He had demonstrated that it was possible. That authenticity could survive even the most intense institutional pressure. That power could be wielded with restraint. That the path to genuine mastery was not through the accumulation of dominance, but through the consistent commitment to being authentically yourself while remaining grounded in the relationships and values that actually mattered. That was the legacy. That was the truth that would outlast any legend. That was what the Supreme Shadow Sorcerer's story actually meant. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. This is Heaven Harry fanfic, and I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.